the pain. I'm taking back the reins. TLC, I'm doing things for me now, me now. POV, you're wishing you were me now, me now. Dancing on my own, embracing every feeling, switching up the tone, I'm breaking a new ceiling. TLC, I'm doing things for me now. For me now, me now. Doing things for me, for me, for me, for me. Dancing on my own, embracing every feeling, switching up the tone, I'm breaking a new ceiling. TLC, I'm doing things for me now. TLC, I'm doing things for me now, me now. I'm doing everything for me. Words are worthless if they don't lead to action. I don't act solely on attraction. Don't love me later, love me now. 'Cause we got more than just a chemical reaction. Don't make me say it right now. Don't make me pray right now for you. I just wanna stay right now. I need to say right now, what can I do? Yeah, 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 yeah. Unless I'm with you. Yeah, 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 yeah. I can't breathe. You're like energy. I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna take my time. If I don't, I'ma lose my mind. So I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine. I want you to myself. I know I'm not myself around anybody else, anybody else. I'm not myself around anybody else. Hey, yeah, play me, save me, need me, don't leave me. Roll me, smoke me, don't hold me up, just hold me. I want you to myself. I know I'm not myself. I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna take my time. If I don't, I'ma lose my mind. So I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna take my time. If I don't, I'ma lose my mind. So I'm can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. It looks like the rain is taking a day off. The sunshine's taking over. There's no time to waste if it's a one-off. Let's take that chance, we're one step closer. It's so clear to me, yeah, we got everything we need. No, we can't complain, we're living the good life, you and me. So take my hand and follow my lead. You'll love what we do, I'll make you believe. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me like a fairy tale was so classic? We'll live our fantasy. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me like a fairy tale was so classic? I'll make you believe. We're moving our feet, just sway to the rhythm. I got a feeling things are getting better. We're finally free, don't need to stay hidden. Let's take that chance, we'll bet on forever. And we will bet on forever, no matter what happens, yeah, we'll stay together. We can do anything, we'll be alright, cause we're not gonna fall to the pressure. Life is a magical thing that I'm dying to show you. I know you will fall in love. You can imagine the wildest things, I can show you everything you're dreaming of. It's so clear to me, yeah, we got everything we need. No, we can't complain, we're living the good life, you and me. So take my hand and follow my lead. You'll love what we do, I'll make you believe. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me like a fairy tale was so classic? We'll live our fantasy. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me like a fairy tale was so classic? I'll make you believe. I'll make you believe in magic. It's magic. I'll make you believe in magic.
you're cute. You got charisma and a body to boot. I aim and I shoot. With just one hand I got it into the hoop. You know I can't lie. I want a woman like you by my side, with nothing to hide. You're my life and you're my joy and my pride. I take you out and bring you home and show you things you never know. We can do a little dance with the alcohol if you call me baby. I take you out and bring you home and show you things you never know. We can do a little dance with the alcohol if you call me baby. You got my head and my heart in a noose. There's no breaking loose. My baby girl, I'm in love with you. Say you are my home. Show me the things you know. I won't ever go, 'cause you are my baby. I take you out and bring you home and show you things you never know. We can do a little dance with the alcohol if you call me baby. I take you out and bring you home and show you things you never know. We can do a little dance with the alcohol if you call me baby. I take you out and bring you home and show you things you never know. We can do a little dance with the alcohol if you call me baby. Take you out and bring you home and show you things you never know. We can do a little dance with the alcohol if you call me baby. Say you are, show you things you never know.
As long as we're together, it feel easier. Yeah, this right here forever. Even in higher. Won't let you down, I'll never. Won't let you down. I think I found my treasure. Oh yeah. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight, gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight, gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this
Welcome to Championship Sunday here at ESL Challenger Melbourne, live from DreamHack Melbourne. We've had 2 full days to figure out which of these top 4 teams are going to have a shot at the grand final and that coveted EPL slot. Before we get into the Counter-Strike, it is time for us to put in our 1x bet predictions for these tournament winners here. Got our desk here as well. We've got Lucy and Bibian. So ladies, without any further ado, let's put them in.
All right, well, I've got my prediction here, Luke, so I'm just going to slide that one into your box. Nice and easy. Oh, it's a little tight. There we go.
And yeah, no, I have my prediction here too. I'm surely going to be jinxing someone else here, so get it in.
Hopefully not, hopefully not. And obviously, because Komodo's not here as well, I have his prediction. I believe that this one is probably going to be the worst out of everyone's, but, you know, he at least needs to have one, so we'll chuck that one in the slot, get it in the box, and obviously, I'm a part of the broadcast too, so even though I don't know Counter-Strike, still time for me to put a prediction in. All right, last one going in, and Dunzo. All right, so that is our 1x bets predictions. They are locked away under lock and key, under heavy guard from the strongest men in Counter-Strike, and we will be revealing those a little bit later on to see who's going to come out on top. So make sure you guys join us just after this for more ESL Challenger.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and White Market.
final day is already upon us, ladies and gentlemen, and I can see that Row F's already here to celebrate. How are we feeling? Love to see it. Now our top 4, it's been determined. Apex, MIBR, Rebels, Aurora. Today, we'll be finding out who's going to take that EPL slot and this beautiful trophy right here. It's going to be a wild final day of competition. So one more time, Margaret Court Arena, I want to hear it. Are we going to have some fun today? Let's get right into it.
Yet it's Guag able to first blood trying to play together through the double doors.
Him on stage right now, and I have one request for all of you in the crowd. I need you to stand tall, stand loud and proud. Get your cocks out for the boys and make MIBR fear the cock. Not cancelled, but it is danger with the 3K. And Rooster finally have something to get pumped up about.
I think he did that for the crowd.
Where's the Rooster fans at? Yeah, see, everybody's on my side. You guys can go for, I want to get MIBR.
Well, at least there's some redemption for Aurora getting one herself. Continue trying to hold on to the sandbag. Always got a, wait, he got a 3K with the MP9. That's just a lead.
No to me! I'll come out there! Are you fucking serious? 2B, sit down!
Goes down to 1 HP. That's probably just around done and dusted there. Molly in here for result, doesn't need it. Oh, he decides to throw it anyway.
Oh, Molly!
He's absolutely bottled.
Lines a couple up, maybe even 3, maybe 4. He's in all sorts. It's awkward, but he's got the deagle out, and that's worked out nicely.
Up the heaven position, catches 2 of the CTs off guard.
From all the trials and tribulations of day number 2, we end on Championship Sunday here at ESL Challenger Melbourne, live from DreamHack Melbourne. We've had 2 jam-packed days of Counter-Strike. We've got one more to go to figure out who is going to be lifting that trophy at the end of the day and getting their ticket all the way over to the EPL to test their mettle against the best in the world. It's going to be another wonderful day of Counter-Strike, and that means I'm going to have another wonderful desk once again. We've got Vivian here and Lucy. Ladies, welcome once again to Championship Sunday. We've had 2 jam-packed days of Counter-Strike. It's only going to get better.
Yeah, for sure. I think this today is going to be like even closer of a match, and I think for me, like, I feel like the event has been pretty on track so far. I feel like I did had a bit of Australian cope coming into this, just believing maybe the Australian teams could have been having a bit more of a better showing. You know, there was a tweet going out from Taffy, I believe, having the Australian teams come win a total of like 29 rounds, which is quite a bit of a yikes for me.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame. I feel like Rooster was going to be the team that delivered. You know, they were that dark horse, but it turned out, yeah, they were a little bit limp, I would say.
Yeah, it definitely really did feel like that everyone tried to fear the cock this time around, but it was definitely left a little bit waning at the end of that. But Rooster, at least they're able to put up some good rounds here and there. And I think that's a big positive for a lot of those guys, getting a lot of that experience here on stage in front of this arena, in front of the home crowd, and really just trying to move towards that next level. It probably just gets a little bit of fire under the bums of those boys to see if they can get up to the likes of what FlyQuest and B&K have been doing on the international stage as well. But We've only got 4 teams left here remaining at ESL Challenger, and that means there is only going to be a couple of more moments for these guys to try and test their mettle and get towards that grand final. And this is where it's do or die, right? All single elimination right here, BB, and it is going to be hard for these teams if they keep making mistakes like they have.
Yeah, this is where, you know, every team has to put everything on the line. They need to do like what they practice like solidly. This is where they need to do everything they practice very solid, because otherwise any mistake they put, like, it's over.
Yeah, but half these teams have had an extra day where they've had to both put in the effort of playing these extra games. Then, yeah, 2 teams that just had the day off to kind of relax and prepare for this day. But it also means, you know, they've only played 2 BO1s on the stage so far. So, you know, it puts this interesting perspective on, is it better to have had that extra day with the BO3s with some more reps in front of the stage? Because this is an audience that gets loud.
Yeah, exactly. It's all 2 sides of the same coin when it comes to, do you prefer the day off or do you want to stay sharp and get a lot of that experience? Let's go and have a look at our playoff bracket. It is going to be single elimination, 4 teams left remaining here in Melbourne. Only one of them is going to be able to lift the trophy. Rebels and Aurora in that upper side. Apex and MIBR are going to be going head-to-head as well. Full best of 3s, and it is time for them to put up or shut up, because if you lose one of these series, Bib, they're gone. Yeah,
I think Apex and MIBR is a match I'm pretty interested in. I don't think they have played each other ever in the past. And Rebel Gaming's and Aurora, I think this is going to be a lot closer of a match. I feel like we're going to see a lot of cool things coming up from Rebels, and also Aurora. Just we want to see them. Throughout the tournament, they've been a bit shaky, so I really want to see them just clean it up this time around.
Yeah, it's interesting because this is the bracket I think we all kind of expected to see, but it's the way they got here that we didn't expect. I thought Aurora and MIBR were just going to walk through it and just, you know, lock in this playoff final, but they've had to grind out a little bit harder. And yeah, these 2 matchups are very different, very different styles of Counter-Strike. We're going to see, you know, the Rebels Aurora one's going to be a lot more of that classic European kind of style Counter-Strike. I think it's going to be some very high level CS. Not that I'm saying the other one won't be, but I think it's just the clash of styles we'll see from Apex and MIBR, which is going to make it really exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting for us to see how these series do pan out, especially, as you said, Lucy, the fact that we're going to get different Counter-Strike from both of these 2 series is going to be very exciting. And even the grand final, who knows where we're going to end up. But we're going to be starting out with Apex versus MIBR, and then we're going to be going into Rebels versus Aurora. A little bit more of a slight extended break for us to get in towards that grand final. We've got some special stuff. For those of you hovering around in the arena, make sure you do stay after that second semi-final. We've got some cool stuff to do here for you guys live. But with that grand final at the end of the day, just trying to make sure that you get a little bit more of that extra time for these teams as well. Because if you're a team like Apex or MIBR, BBN, they get a little bit of that extra time. They get to sit back, watch a full best of 3, and get themselves prepared for their next champion.
Yeah, I think I saw them here in the arena yesterday, actually, just sitting down and watching the game. So, you know, they're taking the time. I think they said also that they're just going to have a bit of a more relaxed kind of day, and just going into the next match just easy.
Yeah, it's important, right? You know, just to be in the right mindset coming into this, because, you know, we've already seen how some of these teams with less experience on the stage have struggled when it comes to playing in front of the crowd. I think we saw that from the Aussies, of course, but even Party Astronauts, right? It felt like, yeah, it's a very different experience your first time playing in front of a massive crowd like this.
Yeah, and especially when people start talking about, you know, is it better for you to have that extra time off for these teams? You know, teams like Apex as well as Rebels, they had that full day off yesterday. Or is it better for you to keep getting this experience and starting to stay sharp? Even in your experience, do you much prefer having the extra day off, or do you want to try and just stay sharp, get in the server and play as much Counter-Strike as possible?
I think it's really up to the teams and the players, right? I think doing the best is, for like themselves is probably the best call. Like, having things forced on you to do stuff, like, it doesn't make you feel good going into the next match.
Yeah, easy. All right, before we get into this first best of 3 today, ladies and gentlemen, we're able to catch up with some players, and even the talent has some thoughts on the recent CS2 update.
Caught the lads mid-scrim or after scrim, something like that, which is fantastic. Now, guys, obviously Friday, an update dropped, a few changes. What are you thinking? Good things, bad things?
In my opinion, bring back Dust 2 is a good thing. It was my favorite map from my childhood, to be honest. So, yeah, it's a good thing.
Cobblestone was the best map for me. I mean, 2K14 was the best year for this map.
Agree. Love your work, guys. Good luck in the next one.
Thank you. Thank you, bro.
Cheers. What map do you think could have gone out and what could have come in?
I'm okay with Dust 2 coming in. It could be preferable to go for like Train or Cobblestone, obvious answers. And for map to remove, God, I hate to play in Watch Vertigo, so I'm just going to say that.
Oh, I think Overpass going out for Dust 2 is actually pretty good. Would have preferred Mirage going out, to be honest, but I think...
You and many others.
Yeah, pretty much. But the util drop in the start of rounds are pretty good. Like, you can just drop stuff and then anyone can just pick it up by clicking it, so, yeah.
I like the Inferno change. It feels more alive, more open. It's not as depressing with all like the roofs and archways in your way. I don't know, it looks brighter. I just like it.
Left hand, good. I was always a left hand person despite being a coach, so that's solid. I like the Inferno change just to open everything up. It's going to make people feel a lot more comfortable. It's going to change the map a little bit, I think. There's still a lot of things from the old Inferno that kind of helped the meta with all like the smokes that you had to throw because everything was so like locked up in mid. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out now.
One thing that if you guys could change now, what would it be?
Fix the fucking economy.
Damn!
Great. All Overpass fans, you can suck it. Dust 2 is the best map when it comes to Counter-Strike, and I'm so glad that's back in the map pool.
I hate you. Very good. Jim, mate, tell me, what are your thoughts?
Left-hander models are back, baby. We're back. All us old schoolers, all of us in the nearly 40s bracket are actually happy about this.
I feel like people that are not in the 40s bracket are not enjoying this update at all. I really don't like seeing Dust back at all. Overpass, you know, like, why? You know, that map just got like updated and we don't have it in the pool anymore, and honestly, I'm just really sad to play this next season of CS.
Totally fair. And Lucy, what are your thoughts as well?
Yeah, this is probably the most smooth-brained patch that they've done so far. Like, Dust 2, Mirage, and Inferno are all in the pool at the same time. Like, that is mega cringe. And I also think the left-handed view model, bringing that back, why cave to the peer pressure, you know? I think we shouldn't be accommodating these people that can't get used to the way CS is meant to be played.
Cringe, not based. You heard it all here first.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, our first best of 3 is ready and raring to go. It's Apex, the undefeated team in the upper bracket, looking to try and take down the Brazilians, who had a little bit of a shaky start, but they're able to at least get those map victories, not drop a map. Still things might look a little different for them going into this best of 3. And Bibian, this is going to be a very, very interesting best of 3 for us specifically, because we get to see what these international teams look like playing off against each other on stage.
Yeah, I think for those two as well, they're both heading into the unknown, especially against each other. And I think Apex will be taking this, honestly, over MIBR. But, you know, as we know from yesterday, like, they had the whole day off, and they're going into this veto, banning Vertigo, the perma, and then that's Overpass is also gone, which is quite interesting. And then, yeah, I mean...
Yeah, it's interesting. Overpass obviously makes sense. Ancient, the pick from Apex, we expected it to come through. So, yeah, MIBR is going to pick Nuke here, which, again, makes perfect sense. I think these are two really strong picks for both these teams, kind of playing to their comforts. I will say that MIBR showed some weaknesses on their CT side. This has been a conversation with them so far, right? And I think on both of these maps, that has been an issue here. So I hope they've had time to fix those problems, because, yeah, that's where Apex can definitely exploit. And then Anubis, another very comfortable map for both for the decider. So a pretty strong veto, I think, for both teams. But I do think Apex actually might have the slight edge because of some MIBR's weaknesses that they've shown recently.
Yeah, I think that's the conversation going into this series, right? It definitely does feel like that Apex, they got that extra boon. Obviously, only having to play 2 best of 1s to get here. They had that sick comeback in the upper bracket as well. And MIBR, they've looked a little shaky in some of their CT sides. In their series up against Rooster, just weren't able to exploit all the areas that Rooster was able to point out. And if you're Apex watching that series, that's definitely something you really want to try and go towards. And I mean, the veto at the end of the day, if it's, you know, if you lose out on a veto super hard, then there's probably some issues with your preparations, right? Going into a match like this, if you lose out a best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, I guess also it's worth, you know, highlighting that Apex also didn't have the best T side on Overpass. So, you know, they both kind of got their issues to identify and fix on these maps. So we've already seen that each is not looking like they're rock solid on either pick.
Yeah, and especially with like a whole day for Apex as well to try and play into a tournament like this. You know, a lot of these teams had to play up against a lot of Australian squads as well. So it's going to be interesting for them to try and change back into regular CS play and try and take down a big team like this as well. And we're actually able to catch up with Apex on the stage.
And of course, in Apex, I've got Sense, the captain. Now, you guys have had a day off yesterday, but I understand, you know, no rest. Obviously, you had a signing session here yesterday. Did you get some cool fan interaction?
Yeah, I mean, we met a lot of Australian people. It's always nice to meet the fans and like having attachments to the fans and showing up. So it was very nice.
Fantastic. And of course, now you guys haven't really got a history against a team like MIBR, to my understanding. So, you know, what do you guys think they're going to be playing into it? How have you prepared, and what are you expecting in the server today?
I mean, we haven't prepared anything special. Like we treat it as a normal game. Doesn't matter if it's a semi-final or just a group stage match. The preparations are the same, and I mean, we had some previous we played against Brazilians before, not so good results then, but I mean, it gotta change sometimes, you know.
You guys are on a hot streak at the moment, right? So, you know, there's always a chance to do it. We're really excited to see it in a best of 3 today. So, yeah, I guess, you know, my only question is, it's a little bit forward, but if you guys make it into the grand final, who do you expect to see there?
It's easy. I expect to see Aurora, but I mean, it would be nice if Rebels would win.
Fantastic. I think the top 4 that we've got right now is going to put on a fantastic show, mate. So all the best. Good luck in the server.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, man. Good luck.
Yeah, so interesting point on the veto, just to quickly circle back to that. Apex have actually gone a bit of a crazy move here, and they've changed their perma for this veto. So normally they do ban out Nuke. So they went for Vertigo, which has been MIBR's strongest map so far. And that's allowed this punish pick of Nuke to come through. So I wonder how much they've prepared specifically for this matchup to try and catch them off guard.
Yeah, it might be an interesting tactic, right? You go into the best of 3 and then you show something really well on a map like Nuke that can really set you up for the rest of the day, right?
Yeah, I think something else I want to talk about, Lucy, you mentioned something in the green room about, I think, Jacob having his comment up after the major saying there was issues with the identity of the team. And I remember watching a HLTV confirmed like around 5 months ago, Stigo also like shared the same sentiment. And, you know, not having an identity in a team is a bigger issue than like many might think. It doesn't allow for players to be super confident in their matches. It doesn't allow for initiative to be well received, and generally there's just a whole sense of like confusion sometimes that really bites during like, especially during like the mid and end rounds.
Yeah, and I think it's also, you know, you circle back to that major and, you know, where Jacob came from these comments when they were at a really low point. It's worth highlighting that, yes, they haven't played MIBR, but at the major, it was all Brazilian teams that put them down, right? Every single loss that they faced in that opening stage of the major was at the hands of a Brazilian team. So for me, that kind of makes it a bit scary for Apex. They obviously struggle a little bit against the style that South America teams put out. Might not have played MIBR before, but MIBR are one of the best in the region, so it's pretty scary for them.
Yeah, it's a bit of a monkey on the back here for Apex, and I think the best way to try and win a championship is by taking down your demons and really doing it the hard way, and that's what Apex seem to try and do here. But MIBR, they are the guys on the other side of the stage, and they're able to catch up with Conky.
Grand final day upon us, of course. I've got Exit from MIBR, and now, mate, I had to grab you because it was funny, right? You've trounced over 2 Aussie teams, and then I understand that you guys then went to beat them in FIFA as well?
Yeah, I think Insane and Drop, they beat them in FIFA, and they were playing like yesterday, and they destroyed them. I think it was 9-0, something like that. It was good.
Perfect, absolutely love that. But look, you know, ultimately, it's been a really exciting competition for you guys. Now that you've beat a couple of Aussie teams, do you think you'll have the Aussie crowd behind you today?
I hope so. The Australian crowd is amazing, and I hope they support us today.
They've got a pretty challenging opponent in Apex, right? They're obviously on a bit of a streak right now. They've had the day off. Do you guys think that a little bit more warm-up is going to put you at a bit of an advantage going into this one?
I'm not sure if the warm-up is going to be better for us because they are a good team, and of course they prepared to play against us. And I think it's going to be a good match to play, and we are confident to play against them, and that's it.
Fantastic, mate. And one question: if you guys make it to the grand final, who do you think you'll be playing against?
I don't want any opponents, but I guess it's going to be Aurora.
Fantastic, well, mate. All the best in the server, right?
Thank you very much, man.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Aurora prediction there from MIBR, and it seems like their preparations have been going well, just beating another Australian team in a completely different game. I mean, if you want to get yourself prepared, you want to get yourself relaxed, I think, you know, a 9-0 scoreline's a pretty good way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, maybe that's revenge from, you know, back in you know, Brazil 7-1 memes, but yeah, it's a little bit of salt in the wound, right? You absolutely eliminate and destroy our teams in CS, and you come through and kick them while they're down in FIFA. It's not good sportsmanship. Let them have the win.
Let them have the win. Be like the big brother. Be like, okay, yeah, you can play the game. It's fine. But it seems like they're really confident in the kind of Counter-Strike they're getting themselves towards. Obviously, they have their own issues, so they know internally they want to go for. And also interesting that they feel like they're going to be playing up against Aurora if they do win this match in the grand final as well, Bib.
Yeah. We're talking about MIBR here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, right. So MIBR versus Aurora, I feel like that's really a clash of styles. I mean, I think MIBR, I don't think they have the firepower compared to Aurora here. So I don't know. Going into, if that did happen, I feel like it's gonna be a bit of an issue for MIBR.
It's all ifs, ands, and buts. I love throwing out hypotheticals here and seeing how people handle them as well, especially when it comes to looking at grand finals, looking at series. There's 3 maps of Counter-Strike ahead of us, and that can change absolutely everything when it comes to these 2 teams as well. But as we're getting ourselves ready for this as well, Bibian, you wanted to touch on one of these players here. A Kadir player to watch is going to be dropped from MIBR. Just one of those players you really want to try and see do some damage to the server.
Yeah, I feel like Drop doesn't get mentioned too much throughout this tournament, but like I do want to see him have some impact here. Like I think throughout his like entire time on Furia, like he was always the guy that everyone wanted to see him perform, and like you could see how much it hurt for him during the Rio Major back in 2022. Like he was physically hitting himself every time he was like losing rounds and stuff like that. Like, you know, winning just means so much to him. So hopefully he's able to prove himself like right here.
Yeah, what I'd really like to see from Drop in this team is it feels like he's finally living up to that potential you mentioned, right? It felt like in Furia, maybe, I don't know whether it was just the roles, whether they didn't utilize him properly or what. It always felt like he got kind of the not great roles. Wrong, I was going to say the other word, but you know what I mean. Whereas I feel like on Furia, he's definitely being able to be activated, and we're seeing that, you know, I think even that hero rifle round, right, on the opening day, like that was such a sick play. Like it feels like they've got confidence in him, which is what you want to see.
Yeah, confidence is key for a lot of these teams, and especially when you're going into a day like this where everyone has to play a full best of 3 and then go in towards the grand final as well. If you can start out hot and get a lot of your players firing, then it makes it a lot easier for you to try and get that grand final, especially because it is going to be a lot of Counter-Strike for these guys to play. They've all pugged, they've all done all that kind of stuff. It's perfectly fine, but at the end of the day, confidence is key. And speaking of confidence as well, Lucy, there is 2 players that you would like to try and highlight going through here as well. Some players that we're hoping to try and stand up a little bit more throughout this tournament, right?
Yeah, I had a little head-to-head that I wanted to draw. I'm very excited about this comparison because, you know, when we talk about these 2 teams, there's 2 players that I think, you know, really deserve talking about, and that's going to be Safe and Nork. The reason for this is, and Nork, we know, his kind of ceiling is quite high. We've seen him before, particularly in like Paris Major and the like, the sort of level he can bring. But I think that him versus Safe is interesting because neither has had a great tournament so far. And I think Safe in particular, we'll see these stats in a second as they come up, it's not been fantastic for either if we just kind of look at the average rating. You know, obviously Safe's going to have some more kills and all the like, but he's played more maps. So you can see the rating fairly average for your AWPer, which is, you know, not obviously what you want. It's probably less of an issue on the side of MIBR because they have, you know, much more of a rifle-focused core. But what I think is interesting about Safe is when it comes to the LAN performances. If you take a look at how he plays online, he's neck and neck with the rest of his team. You know, he's up there in sort of the top levels with like, I think about a 1.14 average rating this year. When it comes to LAN, massive drop-off compared to the rest of the squad. He drops down to, yeah, just over a 1.0 rating. Basically what he's doing here is his consistency, is basically what he's doing on LAN every single event. So that's been a big problem for this team and needs to change because I feel like Nork, if he wakes up and chooses violence today, there's just no comparison in that head-to-head right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting combination for us to see who's really going to come out on top when it comes to that AWP battle with the head-to-heads for Nork and Safe. So excited to see what these players can put up, especially when it comes to playing on LAN as well. That's a completely different beast when it comes to playing a lot of these tournaments. You're playing these international teams. You know, we've already touched on the fact that Apex and MIBR haven't really played up against each other all too much. And even Apex, the Brazilians could be the double-edged sword for them. You know, going into a match like this, Vivian, do you feel like those, I don't want to say like hoodoos, but like those kind of curses like, oh, we don't play well against Brazilian teams. Do they play into your mind when you're on a stage and going up against a team like this?
I feel like a little bit. I feel like from experience, like especially when we go overseas, when we verse EU teams, they're a bit scarier. Obviously, the skill of CS there is a lot higher compared to like NA or like AU or Brazil. I think the same for us. Like Brazil is a team we don't play too often, and so yeah, I do think like when it comes to the region, when we're facing against like a region, like it does play into it like a little bit, but you know it's up to the player and the team to be like, you know, it doesn't matter. As, you know, we have to play our own CS. We need to believe that our own CS is able to beat these teams anyway. So that shouldn't be much of a problem.
Yeah, okay. Well, I feel like it's all about starting hot here. And speaking out, starting out as well, Lucy, going into this map, we've already touched on the fact that, you know, Apex, they may not have the greatest T sides, and same with MIBR not having the greatest CT sides. Do you feel like starting out on one of those 2 sides is going to be important for one of these 2 teams?
Well, I think particularly with the veto that we have, right? I mean, I guess with Ancients, maybe a little bit less important. I mean, obviously MIBR, I actually wouldn't be surprised if they even decide to start on the T side. It's Apex's map pick, and I think, unless they just want to get the CT side out of the way, I don't know if you have an opinion on that bit, but normally you would just go with the side that you're more confident on. We do see teams sometimes pick the T side, you know, on maps like Vertigo and definitely Anubis. So I'm not sure if you have any thoughts on whether that's a good idea for MIBR.
I think just, starting on the side, it doesn't really matter sometimes. Like, if it's maps like Anubis, like, you can be good on either side, and as long as you're more confident on, like, Anubis is typically more T-sided, but if you're more confident on the CT, it doesn't matter. You just pick your own side and just go with it.
So it seems like just starting out hot, doesn't matter which side that you're going to be on. It is all important for these two teams as well. And we're getting ourselves ready for it, ladies and gentlemen, to jump into this first best of three. So I'm very excited for us to jump into that throughout the entirety of the day as well. And this is where things really start to test for both of these two teams, right? Making sure that the crowd is going to be on their side. And that's a real question. Not quite sure which team this crowd is going to be cheering for. All right, let's get a little bit of a consensus from the crowd. Who's here for Apex? All right, that's a decent amount. What about MIBR fans? Oh, I don't know about that one.
I think they have a few really individually hyped fans, whereas the crowd is more generally Apex.
Yeah, Apex seems louder here.
So the raw quality is better from MIBR, but the quantity is better from Apex. So maybe that might play a factor going in today, right? Like, we already touched on the fact if you eliminate one of these Australian teams, you get the crowd on your side. But it seems like Apex, they're the ones that are really coming out with the crowd this time around, Lucy.
Yeah, definitely feels that way. And Apex have come into this day with a really interesting kind of perspective. Obviously, they've got the crowd seems on their side, but the whole approach to the veto, the fact they've had this day off to kind of prepare for it, it feels like they expected MIBR to be here. So I don't think they needed to wait and see what the result was from yesterday. I doubt they were thinking it's going to be Rooster. So they've probably put a lot of time into this. I think the veto reflects this. I'm still shocked about the Vertigo ban and letting your perma of Nuke come through, because letting a perma come through, it's not something you often do. It's kind of a crazy move. But Nuke in particular, that's a wild perma to suddenly let through.
Yeah, I think when you're letting a perma like that through, that's something you set up like so many weeks back. Like, going into the tournament like this, you're really gunning for the trophy here, so you got to pull out whatever you can,
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a supporting stat line here as well for you two to have a chat about here. So it's about win rates on Ancient. So that's going to be the decider for both of these two teams. So quite heavily favored towards MIBR. And obviously with a best of three as well, like going towards the decider, if you're a team, you want to try and get the 2-0 as quickly as possible. But it seems like MIBR, they're pretty confident on this map.
Yeah, look, the win rate is just so much higher. The pistol round isn't so much, which when considering like pistol rounds, how much impact they have, like, I do feel like MIBR do have the edge over Apex here on Ancient.
Yeah, I do think that probably is true. The only thing is how weak that CT side looked, and I think Apex are very aware of that and will definitely be trying to target that. But I guess the thing Apex have is, I think we talked about the comments they made about their map pool and how it's not feeling the best at the moment. There was a period going into the Paris Major where they just felt like they could pick whatever map was their opponent's weakest map, and they would just exploit that. Now they have to play maps that they're comfortable with, which obviously that's fine for them to do, and Ancient is that map they're comfortable with. So I'm not too worried about them, even with these crazy win rates, because I think MIBR definitely have shown weaknesses already, and Apex just have so much confidence on it. So I still think they're pretty much the favorite to take this particular map.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting as well for us to see how they develop. When you guys were touching on beforehand about Jacob's comments about trying to find their identity, right? Trying to find what they're able to get it done. And maybe this change with the permaban is them trying to find that identity and trying to get that confidence back on the stage. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Enough waffling here on the Analyst Desk. It is time for us to jump into our first best of three for today on Championship Sunday. That's right, let's head it over to Mac and Jim.
Hey. It's a beautiful Championship Sunday. Beautiful information from the desk as well, and a beautiful looking crowd. Everything's beautiful today, Jim.
Absolutely. A few dusty faces out there, of course, but I think this match will brighten them up. I think MIBR are certainly ones to watch. I don't know which way you're going in this match, but it's hard to go past that Brazilian flair.
Yeah, so far, both these teams extremely impressive through their respective groups, but this is where it gets fun, right? We get to see some of the best take on the rest in these semi-finals today. First one, Apex and MIBR, is going to be a classic. Personally, I'm feeling like Apex are the favorites here, just off of everything that's been going down. Maybe not on Ancient, but for the whole thing, let's see what happens.
Yeah, maybe some recency bias creeping in there, Mac, in terms of how they go, because we know, as we said on the Analyst Desk, that they do sort of struggle and have traditionally struggled in bigger matches against Brazilian lineups. So we'll just see whether or not there is that weakness remaining. But I think for Apex, they have some shining spots. They have some shining stars. I think, they've got some players that they can look to who have been in fantastic form. to really step things up. I know Sasanito is definitely my player to keep an eye on.
Yeah, plenty of big names doing a lot of work so far this tournament, but let's see if they can step up to the plate this series, as Ancient will be the battlefield for the first map of the series. Let's see what's happening here in the pistol.
Kicking things off, Apex quite nicely. Util on the belt of Nork. And Sticko, we'll see which way they go and whether or not they hit something relatively fast. 3 on the site here for MIBR, and I think they're going to kick this off with a bang.
Drop with the Julie, tucked in the corner, and he's not going to be seen fighting in the flames, gets one of his own, and still is living ridiculous scenes that he's alive here. Ooh. But the full-on mop-up, MIBR, tear him a new one.
Oh, safe is the safe word. Please, that's senseless. Kicking things off for MIBR, I think running straight into the gauntlet there, drop that Molotov really didn't trouble him too much, but they were just very comfortable in the sight hit. The layering of utility didn't quite hit where it needed to. And Apex run into the brick wall. No investment coming out in this round. So looking to see how much damage they can do with these Glocks, how problematic they can be, and whether they can get under the skin of MIBR.
Just taking it slow, seeing if MIBR give them anything here. But so far, a slow approach from both regards in the second. Looking like we are going to shift towards the weaker side of the map for Apex right now. Let's see how this goes. Safe, feeling confident there, just with the MP9. And with that Glock ringing out, MIBR feeling a little more confident, pushing out of a main here, 20 in the clip, and 2 found, not too bad from Exit. He'll fall. Let's see if Apex can find the space to plant safely, be cutting him off at the pass. Double dink with the Glock there, and the M4 won't be retrieved. Sticko thinking he wanted to get rid of it, 3 in the clip. Shadow in the way, and ooh, things just got real awkward real quickly. But that's the job done. Big brain gameplay getting rid of that one. And Breno can't find it.
No, it's just been thrown away. Nobody's going to throw that ball back over the fence.
Mitha, pleased with that.
Look, if that's what they take away from this round, that'll do. I would have loved a plant. They picked the weaker side of the site. It's just this swing from safe was very problematic. And that one's into the nether.
Relatively clean from MIBR. Reinvestment into the third as Apex are bringing a whole bunch of everything. Boost over the top, not going to work out initially. No reboost coming through either.
Yeah, smoke's going to be broken momentarily. No need to though. They've got Exit playing quite close in mid as that info play. I wonder whether or not Apex will keep trying to insert Jacob in that info gathering position, very far forward in mid. No opportunity to do so thus far. Nork looking for the open. There it is. Bren goes down. So now they have something to work with. Now they can start to stretch the defense. No real pressure applied to anywhere else other than B in lane. So we'll see whether or not they can just allow Jacob to maybe exploit something in the rotation, be a thorn in the side of the CTs.
Well, we are going to see them start to try to cheat towards that B site. Apex still here. Only a couple of flashes and a molly to really make ends meet happen. Safe tucked on site will start to have that reinforcement from the other 2 members deep on both sides of the quad. Play together, safe, looking the wrong way. On from the sound, and the flash is not even needed. It's just a push on right in, Insani in a 1v3. He's a little worried about what's going on over here towards about the upgrade, but that will be denied. Sasanito coming through, defending that AK on the ground and getting Apex that first round on the board.
Yeah, that was fantastic from MIBR. They went into the B site very dry, just on the contact here. Sticko kicking things off, and that really caught MIBR, despite the fact that they had the read, off guard.
Yeah.
So even though they weren't allowed to rotate through the middle of the map, Jacob's doing a good job of just making that problematic for MIBR. That's going to be in their minds. And so they're going to have to make these deep rotations. That's going to chew up time. Tactical timeout now for MIBR just to settle things early on in the CT half. Of course, the money for them, it's going to be a bit all over the place. Let's just see whether or not they bring something special out. And I think this is time for them to cook by the look of it.
Apex, the other day they played this one up against Sunday School on day one of ESL Challenger Melbourne.
It was a sermon, that's for sure.
Yeah. But what I did notice there, Jacob's having a huge amount of impact with that mid lurk going through red MIBR. You can see that they're putting priority on making sure that that doesn't happen in the initial couple of rounds, but hold that thought. We got a brawl going down at mid. MIBR bringing everything they can afford into the round. Sassanito finds one before the trade comes through. And mid control will be MIBR's in the end.
Yeah. 1 for 1 there. Not ideal for Apex. Let's just see whether or not that gets played into the round, but as we said, we've got Jacob as a real and present danger. Everybody else from Apex just holding, see if they can catch anybody as MIBR. Trades looking good, actually, for MIBR. They managed to maintain player advantage. Now, two most experienced players for Apex have really got to band together to try and make something out of this round.
Sneaking up, how does this one play out in the end? Drop falling off. Regressing. Oh, even with that shadow there, Sticker couldn't pluck him. 1v3, things still going slow. And MIBR, everyone playing for themselves, and that'll do it. Drop, huge round out of him.
Massive round out of him. Maintained control of that bomb as well, but as you said, even with the shadow advantage, there was no success for Sticker. So, Apex starting to falter. It looked good early on for them, but just these trades and just this incessant need to control lane from MIBR made things very problematic for Apex. So, that's something they're going to have to be able to deal with in the next few rounds, because MIBR can certainly exploit that. They can really strangle Apex tactically on this map.
What are Apex cooking going into the fifth? We've seen a couple of interesting smokes so far, dropping one really early towards elbow, making sure that they can try to go for the boost over the top if there was a CT molly, spreading real deep there. But unfortunately the boost didn't work for that one. MIBR as well. B-side defense has been very solid so far. Everyone pulling their weight. And Apex, a few members still waiting to wake up here.
Yeah, the latest start's not necessarily agreeing with everybody, but for one of these teams, it's going to be a very long day of Counter-Strike, so maybe just energy conservation is the name of the game. That Molotov is going to block any immediate progression up toward the B site, but they are grouped up here, Apex. Again, just looking for dry contact. Utility has run dry. The smokes that they threw deeply into B are going to be of no use to them.
Yeah, that counter smoke just slowing them in their tracks. Looking like after putting out Cheetah, they will go for a slow contact into mid. Sensitive so low in the meanwhile, Branson not ready for that one.
No, this is what they're going to need. They're going to need a Sassanito masterclass to really start to step things up. Oh, hello. Disney on ice.
Skating around. And he might just keep on going as well, having a look. Sense 2, lurking up a storm. And it will boil down to a 3-tier drop. Going to be able to find the first, but does he expect this second? Resmoke should be there for another 10 seconds or so, and the bomb is going to start to make its way in. But drop maneuvering back towards long. Looked good until it didn't. Big shot out of Sticko to deal with that. And now the info on at least one more of the CT members is there for Apex. 2v2.
Yeah, Jacob just looking to find a timing. Wasn't able to do so. And now leaves it to Sticko and Nork, who've picked up AKs.
Waiting for the swing. Patience. And a quick jiggle with the flash 2. Nade through. And that's going to dump on both the Apex members in the open. Sticko not quite ready. And Nork here Bomb not going to be defended for him, but he will be able to stop the first on the cross, and now has the info on Safe as well. Flashes. All that's on the belt, and he's ready for the swing on the right side. Time a factor, but he holds his wit, holds his nerve, and holds down the round. No bloody time for MIBR to defuse. Apex strike a second.
And no time for Safe to get away either. So they all fall in this round, and that is going to be problematic for MIBR's money. But Sausalito just kicking things off. He has been in fantastic form this tournament, and was the linchpin to that round. They needed to get onto this site. They had no idea where North was because Sticko had faced previously. So the timer was run down expertly.
Mid-control, looking like the call to order. Apex trying to scrim their way out, but Jacob caught between a rock and a hard place. A molly and a nade, so to speak. Insani gaining that mid-control, the man advantage for MIBR. And in the meanwhile, the lane trade will come through late. Sausalito solid from the shelf.
Yeah, he's got that trade. He secured what they needed, with Jacob going down early, having little impact thus far. Sticko has managed to get a very forward position. Takes the duel, though, on Bing. He's not successful just yet, but he's poking and prodding the extremities. Nork's able to pick up one on the rotate. So, they have room to work with, do they?
Drop unable to find an answer for what was going down there at B. And we can see that there's going to be a little sneaky backstab coming through from Safe in a moment. 3-1 split. Apex doing what Apex love to do. Sense on the lurk game. Might be able to make this flank activate in seconds. Breno aware that this is a possibility.
Yeah, if he can pilfer something out of this round, would be great. Okay. Catches the back of Sense, potentially.
And now it's all going to go down to trying to keep this gun into the next round, and I swear that's just going to be the game plan. Safe as well in the meanwhile has retrieved another AK, so 2 rifles carried across into the 7th. Wouldn't go too poorly, and Apex going to tie this one up 3 apiece.
Yeah, that's gold for MIBR if they can take these 2 weapons out, but of course, they did try to really force into this round with everything they could. It was a bit of a sketchy buy, no real utility to work with, just grouped pairings around the map trying to make contact plays.
Yeah, it's not worth for Apex to go for the hunt here. Their money, pretty terrible. Losing 2 in this round means they have to heavily reinvest in the next. So the money will be getting more steady, but MIBR extremely happy with a little bit of extra firepower into the next. The force buy, unfortunately, not working as they expected or intended.
I want to know, I don't think we got to the bottom of it, but how many Weet-Bix do you reckon Sausalito does?
Oof. I actually watched him at breakfast. He had none, so it's all a ruse.
Well, that's disappointing. No real fireworks in mid from MIBR. They just can't play that contest right now. Safe, though, is going to be on point with his AK. They're going to take the individual duels. There we go. Safe, he needs to get away. He can't. But they did at least gain control towards B. This is going to force Apex into some action, and they're just going to filter onto this A site as quickly as can be.
Yeah, supportive util over the top of Donut. Nice flashes. No CTs here to hold it. Exit just looking to try and find some info for Insani to maybe get a trade there with the Deagle. Meanwhile, action towards Red Room. Jacob,
he's off
getting
the
his
nut.
first. He's finally on the board. And in the 3v4, MIBR probably just going to focus on keeping Breno alive with the AK. The Red Room control and the positions they're currently in, it's going to be a bit awkward for them to try and survive. Try and get out of this one alive. And Insani going forward. Won't be able to see a damn thing. Back to the base. Breno fights for the first, then wants that second. Nice kills. And he will get away alive.
Yep. He's just got his boots on, and he will escape. So, Apex once again.
That ends up being so huge for their economy. Those exit kills onto Apex is just going to force them to reinvest for 3 more weapons now. Going into the 8th. Financials thinning, not necessarily a swing round. But we still have a couple of rounds to play with here in the first half.
Yeah, MIBR's economy, to be honest with you, is getting propped up by the fact that they've been able to save out AKs in previous rounds and take weapons. Because at the moment, they'd be really suffering without it. So They have managed to put together a buy, but they can't get involved in these extended battles. And there we go. Sausalito immediately takes contact. And that's going to force the mid players in to look for something. Exit, though. And Insani in tow have really caught Apex trying to make things happen.
Well, sometimes forcing through that smoke on elbow won't go your way, and that's exactly what we're seeing today. Safe knocks it out. And that's going to be 4 alive and a clean round for MIBR.
Yeah, it's exactly what they needed to at this stage of the game. As you said, their money was in all sorts. So keeping 4 alive was great for them. Okay, let's see. Show of support in the crowd. How many Row F shirts have we got? How good.
It's still early, Jim. All right, they'll
wake
get louder.
up.
They'll get
They'll
louder
wake up.
later. Mid control. Going to be looked at for Apex again. Lovely prog smoke just to deal with the early molly there. But MIBR putting their focus elsewhere. Playing very weak at A. Exit. Listening to sound in A main. And Safe going to come and reinforce that one. 2-1-2 split. And Apex don't have a huge amount of util to play with, so they've just been going slow, looking to contact, looking to play this one together. Ooh, crispy.
He is the Apex Predator.
The first Brazilian to crumble here. Safe finds an answer. Gets revenge for his fallen brother. And in the meanwhile, push towards lane side. Tech 9 in hand, but not expecting the second. Hasanito jumps across, barely surviving. Flash will be all he'll have to play with here. And Breno on the offline gets the job done for a 5th.
Keep it relatively clean. There was a few moments of panic there, though. I thought Jacob had maybe cracked the top off one. Oh, how good.
Nasty. Well, another tactical going to be used here. Apex squeezing out as much as they can. Trying to figure out what's wrong, how to fix what's going on here in the first half, if it's even broken. I'm feeling like with how things have been going and how the state of the economy is for both sides, we're probably looking at a 6-6 half unless MIBR can really start to lock in.
Yeah, we're going to need them to lock in. There's an Apex jersey out there. Nice. All right, going to need the crowd to lock in too. I think they're locking in, Mac.
Focus up. Early smoke towards mid. Apex changing the approach. Maybe a fast one towards A, and there's no one who don't know how to hear this. They have no idea it's going to be this quick. Smoke towards backside, molly as well, and there is so much space for Apex to get into post plants.
Yeah, they're going to try and flood the smokes though. Exit. What's going on here, Sense? He's burning and had to get out of there somehow. Unfortunately, that was his demise. But what's going to happen when this smoke fades?
We'll find out in just a moment. Many members here waiting. Breno doesn't want to field in position, gets the first, and the MAC-10 late to trade. Not going to be able to find one in the meanwhile. And the CT member remaining is safe. Donut split starting to come in, fighting the impact. And it's up to Sasanito, who's been so solid. Isolates the first smoke to play around. Bomb on the ground. But the time it's ticking, and there's no hit here. He's looking, he's hurting, he knows that he's in there. The Glock,
it's happening.
It's ringing.
It's
the
happening.
Time, it's ticked away, and MIBR lock it in with a 10-second defuse. Balls of steel for Drop to make that happen.
That was absolute insanity from Drop. Dear me. I would have pegged Sasanito to take that too. But he just couldn't find him.
Oh, frantic. I don't think he believed that it was actually happening until it did. And MIBR not kidding with a win like that. Only one alive will thin the economy out again. So Apex, if they can take this one, a true swing round by every sense of the word.
It's only really going to impact, unfortunately, one further round in the half. Drop, gets peppered, gets punished. Will be softened up nicely. The Apex are going to have relatively limited utility as we work into the later stages of this round. So the push and pull that they're going to try and enact here may not be super effective. The contact plays have worked for them, but look at this heads-up play from MIBR. They're going to take the initiative themselves.
Drop's got a flash at the ready. The timing is good for Apex. No one getting spotted, but they are going to get hurt over towards B main. Breno hanging around. Insani going to be picking them off on the fade away and will survive to tell the tale. Gets that reload off as well. And Apex unable to find an answer. Insani going insane as he locks that bomb down at the top of ramp.
Yeah, and there's a glimmer of hope here for Apex, but it may fast disappear. Drop is going to be all over this. They've got that bomb under control. Jacob easily traded out, and that Susanito, too many angles to check heading into that side. He had to take a chance on timing.
Huge quad. Big 4K out of Insani to lock in a 7th. And we said that MIBR had to focus up, had to lock in, and that's exactly what they've done in the previous couple of rounds. An 8-4 affair looking like that will be the score at the half. But we'll see if Apex can answer with something cooking up in the kitchen. It is a low buy, it's a mixed bag. Let's see if they can find a 5th.
Throwing it all in here. They haven't had the success that they wanted in taking mid, but they are going to put everything in terms of smokes to try and pull some attention from MIBR towards that section. Straight on into B here. Flashes are going to rain.
Yeah, they can't see too much, but they can keep hitting. Can keep tearing them apart. Insani continuing to dominate the backsides of sight. And North falling makes things more difficult to get this bomb down and even find some space. Jacob swinging in. Insani, he's on 1 point of health, man. And Sticko, can he catch the timing? He will. 2 more to find.
Smoke's going to fade. Just gets away from it, but he's waiting for that swing. They're going to play with him a little bit here.
Time's on his side. He has upgraded to the AK, but he has been dunked on. 22 points of health to get past. CT member exit here. Won't be able to fight his way out yet. Smoke to isolate, and exit swings, dings, and puts an 8 on the board. 8-4, the score at the half. And we got a second coming up after the break.
I think the biggest strength we are bringing in right now is that we changed our approach. Like, we are coming into the tournament trying to have more fun, but in the past it has worked very good for us. In Atlanta and Lisa we had the same approach, and then when we got into Katowice and the major we started to take it a little bit more seriously, kind of forgot ourselves. So yeah, I think with this new approach I think it will strengthen us a lot more.
I can feel it in my blood, through my veins like a melody. I can feel it, I can feel it. So alive, floating high, I can finally breathe.
Oh, hold up. Turn
What
it
is
to
it?
the camera!
Show us!
Oh, no, we don't want to see it. It's all right.
Oh,
Anyway,
okay.
we've got a second half to get into here. Lots of menaces in the crowd.
Yep, one more half of Counter-Strike.
We found out that she was taken, Jim. All right, just so you know. Oh. Quickly, we've got a pistol to get into here. Oh, it went to the pistol early. P2K.
That will be handy in this round.
We're all
Shame nobody.
USPs, though.
Nobody from Apex is rocking the P2K. But they are on that CT side. They need to lock in as well. And so Sense, with that smoke and that kit, watch his positioning on this map. MIBR, staging, ready towards this B site. That deep rotation coming through from Insani as well. He's been problematic and may continue to be a problem for them.
Just waiting for that exit. Jump smokes on both sides. CT's playing in front of them. That Molly going to force Jacob out into the open, and the T's starting to make their way up ramp. They'll get thinned out. Free haircuts dished out from Nork there. Drop going to be able to at least take Sansanito out as well. And Apex have to play for the retake here. No mid control for them. They do have a kit and a smoke in play. Edging forward, Jacob. Going to take it back clean, send the smoke. Not going to the bomb, but the shot's looking damn good. Trade's favouring Apex now, and Safe needs to really stand tall, really deliver. He's holding, he's waiting, and his job's bloody done. Nice molly deep
molly.
from exit. And that might buy just enough time for him to win this one. Sticko looking for more, and they need to chase him down. But with the kid there, the chance there, Sticko's done his job, and that's a beautifully executed retake coming out of Apex. 5 secured finally.
Patience was the virtue there. They had the kit. That was always going to be the play. But, yeah, using that smoke on Cave.
Also just the coordination when that molly hit the bomb. Sticko said, look, I got this, you got the kit. Get on that thing.
Yeah, that's it. Lick it, stick it, roll it.
Difference this time though, MIBR of course with the bomb getting planted. I'm going to get this force into the second. Let's see what they're going to be able to do with it. This util still remaining. They did want to go for the lane split to mid. But Apex slowing them down and also putting a high priority on the firepower, going for 4M4s rather than util.
Just a single smoke on Sense is the only SMG rocker. Need to be careful that they don't get overwhelmed in these positions, so that's what Sticko has to do. Just make sure he can be a pivot and not get flooded.
Oh, he's been timed.
I think so. Jacob's got his eyes off the prize.
Yeah, Insani could be a difference maker now. There's two CTs looking this direction, and that's a bit of an issue because Sticko just gets shot in the side of the head. Jacob needs to try to pick this one up, as Insani's also found himself the upgrade in the meanwhile. Picking out here from Brokey, sees another in Donut, has that info. Big kills starting to come through as Exit activates to lock down mid.
Yeah, this is all on the retake now though, but no utility to work with, so they're going to have to get that single kit on Nork activated. Ooh, it's going to be something to tap it, and that smoke is going to be a real problem. They do manage to navigate it successfully, but an expensive round for them in the end, Apex.
Jacob, huge round out of him, 4 big kills, almost doubling his kills, and he's one of those CT-sided players, I guess.
Yeah.
But starting to wake up as the game goes on. Big kills there. I thought that smoke might have missed the mark and potentially made that difficult for Apex to secure the defuse, but here we are. They got it done. And of course, bringing those kits in saves them those extra 5 seconds on the retake. MIBR with another plant are going to go for a mixed buy here. Hero Galil for Breno. Some Tech 9s and a couple of bangers to see what they can do.
Yeah, the mid-timing is going to be on this smoke fading on out. Nobody from Apex is going to be caught thus far. They're a little bit more defensive this time. Sticko has got to just drop that in front of him. Here we go.
He's got the right tool for the job here, but the timing was not as good as expected. Jacob locking it down for 2, but the trade through from MIBR allows them so much space here to try and plant. Lone open, Safe can be seen, getting that bomb down, which he won't. Lovely play from Nork.
Yeah, bomb denied for now. Are they going to attempt to re-aggress it? They've got to wait that Molotov out. Sassanino's got some homework to do too, but he doesn't want to get caught out here from Brokey. Here we go. Exit. He'll be able to pick that M4 up as well, but he's not going to aggress immediately.
Ooh, and he won't be able to exit either. Still a minute on the clock for Breno to cook something up here. Health to play with, Nork low. And it looks like the CTs are going to try to stay close. And play this one together, play this one to trade, let Nork be the info man. Breno just cutting sound.
Yeah, the reroute coming out through from the CTs. Nork, you've got to just stick with sense here. I think they figured out how to play the game. Nork catches the timing in the end, so another expensive round for Apex. The pressure still applied by MIBR, so that half investment came through. Did a lot of damage here in the end. I've had a bit of trouble here at the A site already, Apex.
Yeah. Well, even though there was no plant this time, MIBR had enough in the last to reinvest into the 16th. And the other thing is they've been taking a lot of weapons out of the hands of Apex, so there's not much left in the tank if things go wrong for them here.
Okay,
in round 16.
That's a decent return on investment for the grenade. Got to get out of the pool.
Layered flashes over mid, allowing Insani to take point. Smoke at the top of mid, but Sense can't find a thing. And MIBR end up with the mid control.
And that laneway control too. Able to just walk on out that Molotov. Just a little too late. It's going to do a little bit of damage actually to Bren, but it's this push coming through that's going to be the biggest problem for them. Once that smoke fades, they're waiting for this pop.
Ooh, making a bit of noise, drawing attention. Sense finds it there. Breno baited to reveal his position. Insani trades for 2 through. Oh, a safe. Gets the info, but you can see the fast wrap coming out of cave. Jasanito
has got to get out.
Caught going for the replay and isolates the angles perfectly here. Long enough as well to deal with exit. He's buying so much time, and we've got a huge flank coming through from Jacob. The bomb, it hasn't quite been seen. But Sticko, in the meanwhile, is still going to turn his attention back towards mid as Apex.
Big kill.
Looked like they should have been out of this round, but they have fought right back in.
Yeah, MIBR had all the splinter cells in place. But unfortunately, Apex just able to pivot on dimes. And now it leaves Insani, who's been fantastic for them. He's got to kind of do the rest. Ace to take this round. He will at least get them some money.
Bomb down. Max round loss bonus. They're buying into the next, but still got a chance here. 3 kills so far. On for the potential ace clutch. Gets away. The reload. The player decides to make a spam there. Gets the job done in the end. Apex tying up this game 8 rounds each.
Yeah, they've been maximising their loss bonus, MIBR, but all these round wins are so expensive for Apex. Continually losing 3 for what is the last 3 rounds now. They're going to find it hard to keep this economy up. So it really is an uphill battle for them.
Yeah.
You know, I would back Insani to win this. With the form that he's been in.
I was feeling it.
I was feeling it.
I thought he did all the right things. Unfortunately, just got caught in the crossfire, caught in the spray through the smoke. MIBR using a tactical now just to powwow about what's going down into the next.
Yeah, 8 apiece. And, well, it's always on offer for them when they're in this awkward position, Apex, right? Like, they know that the CT economy is being thinned. So they can quickly turn the situation in their favour with a round win.
That crowd's getting fuller and fuller.
So am I.
Feasting on the counter-strike. Insani slowing to make sure that shot control shouldn't be there, but Jacob too quick on his feet for the first. Exit on the trade game. And with layered flashes from Sense across the top, Sassanito poked his head in, but didn't reel a big one in.
Yeah, off the hook. Again, this is late mid. Being investigated by MIBR. Very towards B. They're kind of happy to leave the middle of the map. And it's there for MIBR to exploit. But it's a deep reroute coming through. It's going to buy a little bit of time. This push might be effective. Safe's got eyes on it.
Gets dinked though. So it's not to re-peek. And that bomb's going to be spotted as well. So we'll see if MIBR just call the audible and go the whole way away. They're discussing what to do with 50 on the clock.
Yeah.
But without any control at A main and knowing that Apex have been pushing a lot, they kind of have to just go to B here.
I mean, Sticko's activated, but I think he's just too far away to help now.
So numbers on this side of the map favouring MIBR, but again, great timing on that smoke at the top of ramp. There's going to be 12 seconds for MIBR to go through this. They got to go. Ooh, okay, sets close range, finds two, and gets his job done, but Insani, unfortunately for Apex, is still alive. Sasanito plays the time right on down, and now it's just save territory for Safe.
Yeah, Sasanito, he was the linchpin of that round. If he goes down there, Sticko's just too far away for a trade. Despite the fact that they were both low, it's a difficult round for him to win from that point. So, the grenade, there it is. No safe place to hide.
My thoughts exactly. Well, $150 dues for him in this round now. Killed after the timer. Unfortunately, couldn't create that space. And HE still being on the belt of an Apex member that late in the round.
Yeah.
Was a saviour.
Still economically on edge though, Apex. Two, again, surviving this round. Here we go. Jacob. Jacob be nimble, Jacob be quick. He's got a few candlesticks here to jump over.
His job's done though. And he's already escaped away to the safety of Red Room, the safety of the rest of the team. And they're just expecting MIBR to keep on pushing the point here towards B. Insani not clearing those corners. Not going to be the worst thing that happened this round, but that was a quick one. And Apex, so far, so good, not dropping around in the second half.
And first time, it feels like in forever, Apex have been able to keep 4 players alive. So they're not having the pressure of constantly buying down, emptying out the coffers. Aside from Nork, it's a relatively clean round for them. Yeah. Also denied the plan as well, so, you know, pressure just eases a little bit, but they know that their job's not done.
Ooh. Insani right on out. He's been doing well at opening up these rounds, but unfortunately this isn't going to be one of those. Drop, looking to trade. Bring it back to that 4v4. The man advantage. Still salvaged, still held by Apex.
Yeah. First time we're starting to see the T side of MIBR really be tested. We know the CT sides have looked shaky, but now the T side really has to come alive. Okay, Sticko with an info play. Yep. Doesn't come off for him. And all he's done now is left a plug.
Well, you say that, but he's also seen the bomb deep in T-spawn and knows that MIBR are potentially just playing this one really slow. Lovely trade coming late from Jacob, who was tagged down to 14. So he might not be able to do too much more this round, but keep your eye on him. As we see MIBR as well. Breno, full belt to util, looking to just sell something over towards the B site. As MIBR will probably just walk out and see what happens at A afterwards.
Oh, Sense had the timing, couldn't get the frag, and that's going to keep Sasanito there. And a lot of space now being created by Brent.
He did it.
Yeah, he sold it.
Sasanito only hearing the one, but still pulling out that full rotation. And with that kill, seeing nothing else, and 30 on the clock, they know that something's probably going down towards A, but with the man advantage. And Jacob still finds impact. That's ridiculous. No one looking at him. And now it's exit on half health to try and make ends meet here. Jacob, how's he done that, bro? 14 points of health, still finds 2 more. Man's a fragger.
Second half hero. Deserving of the chant too.
Crazy round out of him, to be honest. Breno did his job so perfectly at B. And still, unfortunately for MIBR, they just can't seem to crack Apex in this second half.
Yeah, they've come close. It just felt as though they were on a hook. with that economy. They've started to stabilise. They've got some money in the bank now. It's not looking so dire for them. They're not fighting round by round, trying not to be broken. So MIBR, they're running out of ideas. Very deep set here.
Yeah, really passive from MIBR again. Knowing that they have fell to shelf a fair few times as those opening picks in this half. Deciding just to slow it up, let Apex bleed out that util. Just save what they've got. Late red room smoke coming through. Let's see if Insani commits to go for this late mid control. Molly had cut out. Clearing out the nooks and crannies, sends flash across the top to try to feign that the CTs are going to try and fight for this one. But in the meanwhile, lane's being retaken by MIBR. They're looking for some cave control. They are heavily gravitating towards this B site, and they've got the numbers to fight.
Yeah, look for the late mid activation from drop, but they've got to get going. Like, they're running through the utility map. Just a single smoke, 2 flashes to get this site hit done. They need an entry to support it. And the rotation, the read, hasn't necessarily made its way through from Apex just yet.
Sense's position going to be so crucial. If he gets smoked off, like he might just be, or even mollied out of this one, he has to pick which teammate he needs to help. Sussanito or Nork on the back of the side, but he might be the one that needs the help. Sussan falls, and that's going to be the cave control lost. In the meanwhile, with Sense falling, Nork hasn't been seen. He starts to activate, gets a second like that, and there's no time to plant. MIBR going way too late. And Apex, that round was just given to them on a fucking plate.
Oh, absolutely on a silver platter. Dear me. How desperate was that charge to the side with the bomb? They have left it way too late. They had very little utility to make it work, but it was the little engine that could, trying to get into that site. Apex, this is a strong second half showing from them. Faster approach now from MIBR. They want to go for the Flying Flames, and that's a good opener. Jacob has been silenced for now.
It's 8 in a row. Looking to make it 9 and looking to make this second half make up for lost time. Nade going deep towards B main. And MIBR, at least with a man advantage, can they finally convert here?
Crowd believes so.
Rain. Oh, that's a big one. Exit. Inflicting pain. Sticker able to lock onto the cheater. So him and Sense here. Last line of defense at B. North solo with the AWP on A. Who gets tested?
Just the pain train about to roll through. They're going for this info play though, so Apex. They will have control of the B ramp, but the timing's not going to be really good for them at all when they hit back to side. There we go, Sense. He's got all the info now. How good it is to them, what they can do with it, I'm not too sure, but my head says save here.
It's all down to the decisions you make in those split moments, and Sticko going this way might maybe getting a kill onto exit, but someone will start to be interested in cave after everything that has gone down here. But a save seems to be what's on the cards. You're looking at the money Jacob can buy, maybe even another to drop.
Yeah.
Sticko and Nork as well can just send those across. So the next round is what Apex are playing for. As MIBR, they break the streak finally and find a 9th.
Yeah, a lot of reduced loss bonus, that's for sure. I wouldn't be surprised to see, yeah, here we go, the late push coming through to take weapons out. Nork is actually not even going to go for it. Want to shore things up themselves. Money situation for Apex isn't as dire as previously, but they are going to have to just shuffle some things around. Should be able to get a full buyout. But MIBR, if they're going to work their way into this match, this next round for them is crucial. They can really put Apex on a skewer. Put them in a hard place.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to totally break them, but it's enough to make them potentially take a save. One more time.
That's great. I'm glad you're firing up those vocal cords. Make sure you still have them by the end of the day. Let's see how much more room we have to work with here on Ancient. Moliad mid, looking like MIBR are very interested in going, but it's more just about slowing Apex down and making sure that they can't fight for this lane control.
Well, so far so good. Forward positioning here though. These two CTs in mid. Oh, Jacob again falls early on. Sense is going to recover that weapon, but are they ready for him? Okay. But he's traded out easily. He had nowhere to go. He was far too deep behind enemy lines.
Nork finds some action here with the AWP. Missed opportunity, but there is still a sneaky lurker there that he could latch onto. In the meanwhile, Apex realizing MIBR truly love hitting B. So, making sure that there is going to be a bolstered line of defense here. They made the right moves, arguably in the last half, but the split-second decision-making just, unfortunately, didn't quite work. Last round not halved.
Solid grouping though, as they start to get into this. Oh, Sasanito, multi-frag ability. He does a lot of damage, but doesn't get the numbers.
Safe, 2 HP, X on 16. They've done their jobs though. They need Drop to really find that pick on the Sticko, and now a couple of bullets will end this map in Apex's favor. And with 20 on the clock, they are going to go for the late rotation. Nork here has a nade, and he could stop this bomb from getting planted. They're going to separate as well. MIBR. What are they thinking? Nork, this chance. The nade goes down, safe. Oh, got knocked to 1!
No.
From 2. The pins have been split, Jim.
Yeah, this is going to work out to this late layering from exit. It's booked.
Well, Sticko, ready for it. If Safe can win this on 1 HP, they deserve another round. Oh, the lineup ain't quite there this time. 13-9. Only 1 round found from MIBR on the T side. And that'll be that for Ancient.
Yeah, Apex really stepping up when it needed most. And they have got themselves across the line. Strong showing on that CT side. No falters, no trip-ups until the after game.
Until they were trying to stand up there. But look, Apex winning their map pick. It was a little bit shaky in the first half. We were thinking MIBR, they're looking solid, they're looking strong. But unfortunately for them, Jacob arose and really punched down there. Dominating mid, dominating that shelf and lane control. And look, my thoughts, you've heard them, but the desk, I want to hear what Luke's been doing.
Well, Mac, I've been watching Counter-Strike, and I know you've been watching Counter-Strike as well, but I don't think as deeply as my 2 analysts do, so hopefully they've got some more thoughts than I do, because most of the time, it's basically just a monkey clapping his cymbals together half the time inside my brain. So that was an interesting map that we had there between Apex as well as MIBR. We thought with that first half, MIBR looking nice and hot, but Apex, they came back once again.
Yeah, that was a really back and forth map, right? There was just so many highlights from so many individual players here. Like, Jacob had a pretty slow start on the T side. Something you didn't really expect after his whole thrashing on, against Sunday School earlier. But on the T side, I feel like this is where you cannot be playing the same as you did then. These are these are the big boys now. That's like, you got to pull them pants up and focus up now. So, and he did just that. He looked like a completely different player as soon as he switched onto the CT side.
Yeah, and it's such a flip of the script as well, the narrative, right, of creating MIBR as this really strong T-sided team. In fact, both teams, very strong T-sided teams when it comes to Ancient. But as we heard, a single T round from MIBR is, that's a massive underperformance. And it's got to be said, massive kudos to Apex, the way they played it, for Jacob for stepping up in that second half. But I think just the way they played as a team, the way they were completely suffocating the site. In fact, that highlight round there's a perfect example of it. It's like 20 seconds, they had to push through a smoke to see onto site. Apex had a lot of variations, and MIBR couldn't find the answers.
Yeah, I was hoping after like the full 10-second defuse from drop, like that really propelled MIBR to get the rest of the half, right? But you saw yesterday, Apex is the kind of team that is going to claw back no matter what.
Yeah, it really does feel like they're able to really dig deep when it comes to these maps. It feels like they've got the confidence in themselves, and as soon as their key players really start to frag out and find themselves in the server, then that's when the rest of Apex really kind of able to jump on the coattails and go from there on out. That's probably going to be the tale for the remainder of this series, right? It really feels like some of these players, if they're underperforming, that's something that MIBR can exploit going forward. But as soon as those players start to fire out, things get scary. And you know, harkening back to that first half, you'd really expect the Brazilians to be able to continue a lot of the momentum they got on that CT side, right, with a lot of those cool clutch rounds they had.
Yeah, I just want to point out, we can't talk about this game without Insani, right? He's just such a good player. Like, even on 1 HP, he's taking heads. Like, he was really doing everything this map. He was entering, he was planting the bomb, he was covering your teammates' asses, but his team just wasn't there with him.
It's a team game, and one player that definitely had his team behind him was Jacob, right? We've got just his CT side highlights because we mentioned just the start comparison. He had a really rough T side, and that was very similar to the game on Overpass, where he was really finding it really hard to find the fights against the Aurora players. Same sort of story here. It felt like he wasn't getting the impact he wanted, like he did on Sunday School. But on the CT side, so many multi-skills, so many quad kills, so much high-impact fragging, which is exactly what we want from him.
Yeah, and I think that was a big thing as well, right? It just really felt like that he was taking whatever part of the map that he wanted on that CT side. He was finding these fights, he was winning those duels, and he was getting a lot of damage done, whatever he was doing when it came to that CT side. And that's a big positive mark for Apex, considering we already touched on the Vita, right, PB, and when we go in towards this next map of Overpass, that's when things really start to get spooky for Apex going up against MIBR.
Yeah, Jacob didn't have a really great time yesterday on Overpass.
Nuke.
Nuke's coming up next.
I told you.
That's the exciting one. That's the exciting one.
My brain is just this the entire time, and that's what was in my brain was Overpass. But Nuke, same deal.
I mean, okay, Nuke. Lucy, you mentioned this is their perma.
Yes.
Going into this, I think it's a bit risky for Apex, especially when you haven't played Nuke on a official setting. Sorry, you've been playing it in prac. You can have all the strats you want, but if you're not being pressure tested with Nuke, especially at an official setting, and you're taking the chance and playing it on LAN, it is a bit risky, so I'm hoping Apex really know what they're doing here.
Yeah, especially, you mentioned Insani, right? The great game he had here, and, you know, I think back to the game against Rooster and what he was doing on that T side outside, it just felt like he had the perfect timings. Anytime he was going through a flank, he was always finding players, not even looking at him. So, yeah, I think, you know, he's an absolute terror on that T side.
Sure.
I mean, I will say, though, the way that Apex are playing their CT side, it feels like everyone is kind of coming together now, and I thought for MIBR, they get all the rounds they need on the CT side, right? We talked about their weaknesses on the T side. They get the Ninja, they get all those extra rounds with Insani with that crazy 3K, and that felt like that should have been enough.
Definitely felt like it should have been enough, but unfortunately it wasn't here for MIBR. They're going to have to recoup onto their own map pick of Nuke to try and make this all the way to a third. Before we go to a break, ladies and gentlemen, Conky's got some friends.
I do like to find friends at these kind of events. You know, the Aussie crowd's obviously fantastic, but when we've got these internationals here, right, of course, we're going to have fans from all around the globe. Now, you guys here, Matcha and Kaya, you've been to some of these previous events before, right?
Yes, I was here 2 years ago with Pain and Imperial final. It was really, really nice. And now MIBR on the way to the final as well.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, the Aussie fans are loud, but the Brazilian fans, they know how to send the fire as well. So do you guys think that MIBR can bring this back in the next map?
Yeah, I'm sure we can bring this back. The first map was really close, but we've got this second map, and this is surely going to a third map.
Fantastic, absolutely. All right, well, do you guys want to say anything for the stream?
I just want to say, I want to say thank you to all these guys. This crowd is actually amazing, and you guys surely deserve a major. Give Australia a major.
Vamos! We'll see you guys in the next map. Well done, guys.
I describe the current state of our team as confident. I think it's the best word to describe us right now. We beat a lot of good teams in Brazil, teams that played the major. We were in a very good winning streak 16 matches in a row, so everyone is happy right now. But we want to reach more high level. I think we need to prove in this kind of tournament that we are here to stay. And Nick, our head coach right now, he came as well in this time, and he's helping us a lot with this mentality stuff, because he's an old guy that played a lot of tournaments, so he knows how to handle this kind of pressure, and he's helping us a lot with that. I think the way we're working right now is going to do the work, and we just need more time to win tournament.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see a double Smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop tonight. Gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop tonight. can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. When you're here, I get into my stride. My ambition magnified. There's no fear when you're by my side. It's a good thing. We got each other. I feel stronger when you're rolling with me. Our energy's plain to see. Don't go under.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and White Market.
Well, what are we feeling, guys? At the moment, Apex, a solid second half to really lock out Ancient. But we've never, ever seen them play Nuke, and they've let their permaban through against MIBR. Is this going to be a 2-0? I guess not.
Or is this one in the bucket?
They've been trying to keep that ball up, and I know that sometimes ADHD is a hell of a drug, but they only got to like 30 before someone dropped it. I want to see at least 50.
How
Keep her up,
high
mate.
can you count?
That's not a number, but look, we'll work on that.
Yeah, we got time. We got time.
Either way, we are getting into Nuke. It's 10 seconds away. It is time for a few things, including that, but more importantly, to see how Apex fare on a map like Nuke. MIBR on the T side. Where they going?
Mac, why are they shooting out the vents, the windows? I don't understand. They're wasting bullets. Straight on in, though, into this top side. They're not messing about. Jacob's already under pressure. Sasanito's helping him out, but there we go. Jacob standing nice and tall. And the fast start from MIBR falls apart.
Solid crunch. Coming in on the flank to mop that one up, and Apex get the first on the board like it's nothing. And as you can see, Jim, there's no time for your jokes in a serious match of Counter-Strike like this.
No, just like that volleyball are being served.
Well, into the second, and no plant means MIBR are back on the Glocks.
Yep. Going to try and brute force their way outside. That high flash is just going to allow Nork some time to get in position. He's looking to farm. He's got Jacob to support him. Take contact first.
Ooh. Lovely little swing from Nork. Jacob able to stop that cross. With Sasanito not too far away, but in the meanwhile, it's going to be the timing push from Breno, shut down by the MP9 of Sense. And a lobby crunch from Sticko too. Man is just looking to finish off a T or two, and that'll happen. Sasanito dropping him with the USP, and it's easy pickings for Apex moving into the third.
Keeping it nice and clean for them too. That's essentially what it's all about. No real resistance. But this is where the test starts to get a little harder. Not today.
Well, guns in hand for MIBR in the third, and they are setting their sights on outers. I see a couple of sneaky smokes here. Waterfall one potential. And in the meanwhile, the aggression from Sasanito gets shut down instantly. So MIBR, a man advantage, and everything their heart's desire, except a hole in that wall.
Yeah, Jacob had that smoke blown for him perfectly. And they managed to recoup the loss of Sausalito. In the meantime, though, MIBR have got secret control. And with Drop hanging around T-Lobby, this could get problematic for the rotations of Apex. Oh, the timing is perfect, though, from Sense. He couldn't capitalize. And now that's put MIBR into action.
He fell out of the vent. The movement, unfortunately, hasn't gone his way. And Nork, does he just stay here? What's he do?
He's just chilling. There's nothing he can do.
The elevator stopped 2 levels too high.
He's got to take the stairs. Maybe even the door.
Well, cracker openings on the lower side. Apex, unfortunately, some missed opportunities there. We'll see if Nork's going to be able to get away with the MP9. He certainly will not be. Insani, though, making noise going loud up the ladder. Doesn't seem to have been heard. He's looking for Nork.
Okay.
The timing, it's crazy. And Nork will at least keep Insani around to drop that 8K on the ground as MIBR take their first feed round. And it was an interesting one.
In a sense, just making a meal of it. Ideally, he wanted to just stay in that vent, slip away.
Yeah, well, you could see in the player cam he wasn't too happy about how that happened.
Well, it's a rebuy coming through from Apex, though. They are afforded that. A little light on utility in some areas. Namely, no kit. Oh, actually, sorry, Nork has the kit. So 1 kit in play.
Cheeky wall at outers, the 2 smoke with the waterfall, just to deny some extra vision from anyone on the backside, but Drop has made his way out on site, falling to a 2nd kill before he went to the grave. Exit on the trade game at least finds the A site. There's space to plant here, but Apex have the numbers. Let's see how they retake A.
Nork will be joined by Sticko. Jacob's already cleaned up the outer. So let's just see how this 2 versus 4 pans out. Safe and exit. They've got an awkward one on their hands.
Where do they go from here? They towards the heavens. Chips a few of the CTs down, and they're going to just look to play this one together. Timing not good enough for exit. Couldn't flick. It's so hard to track when you're looking up like that in the corner. And Apex retake for a 3rd with 3 alive.
Yeah, well executed in the end. They're trying to make sure that their player advantage was absolutely maximalized. Sausalito earning his wings. Oh, Jacob, you filth merchant. He's just peddling the good stuff outside. Yeah. So MIBR now, they're going to be able to continue to buy in. That bomb plant's just going to fuel their next few rounds as that loss bonus continues to accrue. Apex, familiar territory for them. They've got to weasel their way out of this economic sticking point. Early blow on the smoke, though, from Jacob.
It's just solid conditioning. They've thrown it for most of the rounds now. Hiding after it got broken allows them to sneak their way into secret, and they're going to go for a 4-1 split. Only drop the lurker. They're trying to dodge those bullets, but that's going to give them the sound cue. Yeah. And Jacob now fully aware. Nork on the line, posted, ready, waiting, strikes for the first, and will have so much space to fall away and set himself again.
Don't want to mess around with him. Jacob re-peeks. He gets 3. It's easy for him when they line up. And Drop. He's left in another postcode. He has become a CT-sided predator for Apex. Jacob.
He's on. He's firing up. We heard as well the other day, he didn't necessarily have a great game for that 2nd best of 1 that qualified them straight into the semis. But he is certainly waking up as the day goes on here. Down in Margaret Court Arena.
140 ADR. He's slapping heads.
Well, tactical going to be coming through. Better late than never. Squeeze out those extra seconds from freeze time so you can have a bit more time to chat about what's going down here. And it might just be to level their heads because you're looking at the money. There's not much that they can really do in this round. Unless they've got an idea. Hey.
Shouldn't that be a sandal?
What a fucking legend.
Fast from Brent to see whether or not he can maybe pop Jacob over the smoke. They know he's willing to play around it, so haven't really had a threat from the air, have they? Oh, okay.
No. Won't connect this time. It's Jacob. Just looking for more information here. Boost across the top, Insani. Just wants to pop up.
Pop in for a chat. Jacob's going to pick on the other side of things. Insani copying a little damage, but nothing in that exchange.
Elongated battle, isn't it?
Just two stubborn people going at it.
Been in for a good minute now. Finally, the deep wall going to be established from MIBR to try to change things up. Jacob wins the fight eventually, a whole minute into the round. Sasanito in the meanwhile will be pulling out that secondary, looking to finish this one as best he can. And MIBR get torn to shreds at Outers. Everyone's dead as Apex are looking crisp as anything moving into the 7th.
They're looking very, very sharp. Unbothered by that, largely.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there was some awkward exchanges, but nothing to close the distance. Like, MIBR had nothing on offer. They had to try and make long-range shots work with Deagles.
Yeah.
Low percentage plays. And so if they're forced into these low percentage duels, Apex are doing a fantastic job of navigating the situation. But what do MIBR do here? We know that they've been conditioning them with these smokes already early on. Jacob's already looking to beat those out.
Yeah. Ooh, early door drop util. Just there to draw attention away from Apex. But in the meanwhile, Jacob will be mollied in to Ghetto. Smoke there, they know someone's close towards the door, but in the meanwhile, it's a beautiful timing from Insani, who's made his way into Annex, and the push on upper has been unstoppable for Apex.
Just locked in and out of the side there. Oh. If there was anybody to silence Jacob, it was going to be Insani.
He saw a kneecap.
He wanted that duel.
Now Nork looking to keep the AWP alive here, 1v4. Not really in question.
Yeah.
Position now known. And Breno spots him sneaking away, but safe. Has been boosted up here. Will stop him from getting to the safer pastures. And that will be MIBR finding a second.
Yeah, Safe was just knocking on heaven's door there. Not letting him get into CT, saving that one out. And so, Insani, impact maximized.
Oh, that shot, bro.
Yeah, he's just seen his knee. And so, Apex, they're going to be able to buy into this, but again, they're just going to have to run that economic gauntlet.
Thought it was potentially going to be faster towards ramp this time, but they'll split up. Again, just looking to show some presence at Outers. Drop that prog utility outside of Squeaky. And Apex placing Jacob. Down in secret again. Didn't really get a chance to have impact in the previous.
Refresh on some smokes though. Insani's calling for that. That'll give him some room to operate here outside.
Yeah.
More importantly, he's just going to wait that out and see whether or not he can find an angle onto Jacob.
The thing is as well, with the molly there and it being the deep wall, Jacob can just spot behind it, get every bit of info that's going down, but the thing is he's not going to be able to see where Insani has gone.
Yeah, and he may just well go through the annex.
The most interesting part of Nuke so far has been this battle at Outers, and it's just boiled down to a timing this time. Jacob gets the better of Insani, shot in the back of the head. Looks like Drop's dead too. Safe in the meanwhile, trying to open up the mollies that were held onto for so long from Apex. Completely shut down the upper hit, and MIBR get torn to shreds.
Yeah, just cold-blooded execution on that top side. And, well, some failure to launch here. I love the battle outside. Jacob and Sani battle is all time. So MIBR not really with too many notes to drop this round.
Now does progression smoke. Just looking to deny any vision from Apex here. Jacob in particular, who's been doing a fantastic job at Outers, 12-3, and we're only 8 rounds into the game.
Good return on that. But unfortunately, the Molotov was nada. Senso this time. He's going to play that off angle in the van. Sticko, not even sticking around. Nork has got Jacob in tow to keep things nice and under control. The GOAT radio not allowed to be taken any further.
Under control is in the hands of MIBR. M4 retrieved. Nade the only bit of util for them to play with. But again, the bomb is not in their possession, so they need to try to retake in their positions, both known. 45 on the clock to make it happen. Jump in.
Double A Medi.
He's seen him. Little bait set up. Sticko.
Oh, okay.
Dunked on. But are they aware? No. Eyes on a different prize. Sticko strikes for the trade. And they will manage to get some financial damage onto Apex, but that's all they're going to get.
And Doyle
secured.
Doesn't get any reprieve, does he?
Sounds like it.
Nah.
Is he here?
Any Doyle in the chat?
Well, MIBR back on the guns into the 10th. Let's see if they can clean this one up. Apex looking like they certainly have been cooking something up in the kitchen. This time, though, it's going to be more difficult to find an ace, but things like that going down. Sense almost swung around on that one, but Exit's going to be able to go for the polish. And Nork here. At least lock down the backside of Yard, but the A site now, the problem. Sasanido here. Oh, hasn't been seen. Finds 2 from this position. Jumping, hoping he can buy some time for this flank to start to activate. And Sticko's going to get here just in the nick of time. Getting both on the quick flank out of Hut. 8-2. Apex making this one look easy.
Yeah, Sticko hasn't had much to do at Rams, but he made that play. The activation, as soon as they hit that top, he made that push. And that was the difference. Sasanido just hopping, skipping, jumping, staying alive, buying just enough time.
Perfect timing on that push. 8-2. MIBR on their map pick.
You would 8 to be MIBR, that's for sure.
Huge nade on the Breno. Sends it down to half. Molly to stop. Nade's cracking open the smoke and getting as much info as possible. Boost across the top. And Apex are reading every single thing MIBR are doing. Jacob needs to hold here, which he almost doesn't. But a late trade as well.
Gives up the M4. They're kind of split here too at the moment, aren't they?
Drop got that pick, and meanwhile towards the A site over at Door. And it's going to be another trade. Refrags coming out everywhere. 2v2 again. With the M4 there for Drop. He might be able to catch it. But no, too crisp on that shot. My lordy.
Drop had the drop on him too.
Timing again.
Oh no.
Chip gets steady. And Apex lock it in, just barely. The money, it could be stronger, but again, we're going into the final round of the half, so they have done a very good job keeping the financials solid. That was Nork's round.
Oh yeah.
This is Nork's map. Crispy flicks.
Norking it out of the park.
Can MIBR salvage this T side by finding a third? They've got the full buy, they've got the full util. Breno. So They're expecting a change in pace, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Sausalito finds one with the molly.
Yeah, one with the molly, that's for sure. Again, the battle outside, the battle rage is on. Oof. Sticker, this time, not successful in that push. There's been no action for him at ramps. So he tried to make something happen, thinking he'd had a timing. The smokes are outside, they had very little info.
Yeah.
Finally, that smoke gets a result for MIBR, but Nork is there, again, just to deny entry.
Flashed off. MIBR do not commit to that ramp push, and Insani gets the better of him dink for dink, but the AK wins that every day. And now with the 3v2, can Apex lock in a 10th with the man disadvantage? We're seeing MIBR start to posture out looking like it might be the uppers fake, either with a late push in through Annex.
Yeah, you get the impression Safe is just looking to see if he can punish a lobby push.
Okay, looking like it won't be the fake. Insani going to put his life on the line. Get ready to be traded by Exit. His default gets mollied out. One of the few spots that they have to care about. And with Sense falling, Nork really has his job cut out for him, but he's cut one of the three. And the molly, okay, thought he could have got out there, but 9-3 will be the scoreline at the half. 6 rounds the difference as we head into the second. Ladies and gents, we'll see you after the break. Shred till dead is what I heard Jesus said. Or maybe it was Ziz. One or the other. But we got a game to get back to.
I saw way too many flexes in the half-time.
Shout out to the knife guy. What was it, a flip or was it a falchion?
Chant it to us, we can't hear you.
You need to make it a chant. We're too far away. Oh, no, Mac. That's not a knife, but I'll take it. All right. Well. Looking like we are quite ready to jump into that second half.
Yeah. The crowd's a little quiet if you ask me. I've heard them make different noises throughout the day, but what's the best crowd noise we can get? I've heard chickens, I've heard dogs, I've heard everything.
No, I'm off them. They don't want me, I don't want them. Let's talk about Counter-Strike. 6 rounds the difference now. Apex onto the T side. One set of util here for Sticko. Armor for the rest. All eyes on Apex because we've never seen them play Nuke before.
Yeah, this is going to be unfamiliar territory. Let's see if they've been cooking or are they going to be cooked.
Straight on the toes there. Insani takes 2 points of damage and Apex are just going to hit the brakes. See if they can find something in outers here. Jacob looking to draw attention away. Ooh. There's the info. Safe happy to play for his life though. See what that flash can do, and the Julies here going to be able to tear Nork a new one.
Oh, okay. That opens things up a little bit more for them. They do have the option to potentially wrap around to heaven. And Jacob has already been inserted into lowers, so. Oh, the mirror match. It continues. And that is going to be Apex running into this site drop. He's got control of lowers, but there's nobody there. Apex just layering the contact. And so I think we head into potentially a save simulator here, just with that armor, the Julies into the next round.
Crowd letting them know their thoughts on drop attempting to keep the armor into the next. Clip. He's got to keep on hitting him. Oh, Jacob. The one to stop him. That's double digits with a T-pistol in the bag. Everything going up for Apex here. Drop, look, getting a little bit of work done, but just not enough.
Yeah, MIBR. This is very problematic for them. As highlighted by the analyst desk, they have been very shaky on their CT sides. So it's off to a rough drop.
Yeah, well, my eyes are on that 1 and 12. Man on your screen, unfortunately, hasn't been able to activate here on Nuke. And you don't want to point it out, but when things aren't going right, it has to be someone's issue, right? And Apex with guns up against just a couple of USPs, it's going to be a very interesting next round for MIBR. Unless, you know, let's see what Safe can do here.
Yeah, big stack in top. I don't think it's going to be played in at all, unfortunately. So it looks nice, but largely ineffective.
Dink's going everywhere. We swing on the contact from Sense. To send that Dink straight back with Lil. And MIBR looking like they might just go down with the ship here. Commit to it. See if they find anyone sneaking in later in the round. You do, of course, have a nice little angle boosted up in both those positions. For anyone walking in late from outers. I think it's in Apex's best interest just to keep their mitts on the weapons.
Absolutely. No press. Largely a very pacifist round. So everybody crowding around. I'd be very surprised if not all of Apex save their weapons.
But nothing round in the end.
Yeah, not much chop there.
11-3. As MIBR get their buy across the board. And this is where the comeback needs to start right now, or there's just no time to make it happen. We haven't had a 3-mapper yet at ESL Challenger Melbourne this year. I'd love to see one today. Who knows, maybe we just won't get one.
It's the day for it. Just looking to work their way around this smoke here. Got a few channels to operate within. Oh, that smoke exposes Sense just trying to cross. The trade is not even there. Eventually exit goes down, but still at a deficit.
Only a couple of mollies and flashes for Apex to try and make something work, so we're going to have to let their rifles do the talking here, and potential for a timing. Sticko trying to figure out what's going on. Decides against going to the vent there.
It's a non-event.
He's just trying to find the door. We'll get through eventually. Safe.
Timing.
Still just spotting from upper, from lower here, heaven and hell. And will strike eventually. Sausalito falling makes this ever so difficult for Apex. Nork's position now known as well, making some noise there, swapping for the AK. So it's going to be hard for him to be the man. Sticko starting to make his way out. Kasani falling, but a solid trade. And MIBR finally break that streak of rounds and put the fourth on the board.
Yeah, doubling his output there, Bren, too. So
the crowd is cheering. He's done it.
He's done it. But MIBR have done it. They're holding strong on that round, keeping guns in play too. So very important for them to maintain the grip on their own coffers. To see whether or not Apex decides to do anything a little faster. Allow Jacob to activate outside. Just clearing out all the closer positions. Taking a bit of time here, Apex.
MIBR very ready for Apex to go for a late outers approach again. They have to really learn on the fly. That's the thing, right? There's absolutely no source material on what Apex are going to try to throw at them here. Big nade timing. Jacob should have been spotted there. Oh. Oh, Insani already on that lower side. Going to be able to tear through them. These M4s doing great work for MIBR.
Absolutely shredding them.
Blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah.
All the action happening in a matter of moments.
Just a lot of contact, and Sani holding super strong there. Safe and drop, just locking things down at ramps with the rest of the contact too. So things boding well for MIBR. The City side needs a shake-up. And maybe this is the half within which they gain some confidence. Apex just having to take a back seat in this round. Jacob taking forward position. Shadow will give him away. Oof.
That's going to make things a little more difficult, isn't it? Man disadvantage. Strength in numbers looks to be the call. Upper bust, but look how many CTs are here ready and waiting to answer the door.
This should be into the meat grinder. Crossfire here, it shouldn't be broken. Oh, Insani just falls, and that's relatively clean though for MIBR. Good for the money, good for Brent's confidence.
He's done more than doubled his kills again. Finally getting some action. The Eco Warrior.
This is purely exponential from him.
MIBR getting a taste for victory. Some confidence back, some momentum. How long can they hold on to it? Apex going to be able to go for a buy into the 18th. As we can see, they're just taking it slow. Only one player in lobby. Satsanito sitting back, go for some late smokes at outers. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah. Maybe waiting to see if Jacob can find some space, or at least get some info about where the smoke should be positioned. What is the setup from MIBR? I just think they're going to just force the hand anyway. Wall of smokes. Water falling across Annex. And MIBR won't have any info for now. They're going to blow the smoke just to see what they can see. Jacob's just waiting it out.
Jacob's just glued to yard no matter what side it is. But without seeing anything, Safe's going to bolster the A side here. And that's exactly what Apex are doing. MIBR adjusting on the fly, calling the audible and really calling what Apex are potentially going to throw here. Safe going forward. He's ready. Has that corner to fall around, but how's the timing? Has a layering of the flashes, and something we don't get to see. Sasanito going to try to take some kind of contact, and that was the bomb. They can't hit upper without it. The objective on the ground makes things damn awkward, and Sense has managed to thread the needle through that smoke that was still bloomed. Drop sneaks away, the push on in. With 20 on the clock, there is just no shot that Apex win this one. 3v5, 2 alive, and that's that.
Yeah.
Save it up.
They were all set. They were set. They had to reposture. As soon as that bomb went down, someone had to go get it. Someone had to, unfortunately, bear that burden. And that really unhinged things for Apex.
Yeah. Incredibly awkward position to be in. MIBR closing the round gap down to 4. So a game that looked like was going to end relatively quickly has really started to turn the burners on.
Yeah, this is a little closer than I think Apex would have liked. This is difficult territory for them as well, being a map that we will rarely see from them. So if they've been working on things, this is where that work starts to show. No recorded nuke games over the last 12 months. Doesn't mean they haven't played it, but it's just...
I have had a bird tell me that they might have been practicing. Who was the bird? Who knows?
You're Dr. Doolittle, aren't you, mate?
I think it was a seagull. Either way,
You just
Nico,
told me.
what you got for us here? Looking like we are going to see that. Prog smoke outdoor going down early. That one get blown eventually now. But no one following through on Apex just yet. They haven't really had too much action on the T side at upper yet. There's more numbers over towards outer. And Sani going to be the first to strike as well.
Yeah, Sticko just been laid out. Nork's already copped a lot of damage too. They're just being poked and prodded. A lack of util to cover them. It's going to be problematic. Even with the step there, Jacob can't convert that into a kill. Exit. They're all just swinging.
Just gets so awkward for everyone on the Apex side of things. But MIBR are feeling it, playing together. Nork lucky to be alive. He's got that package, he's so solo. Satsanito has found himself a timing, so Nork just needed to survive. Unfortunately for him, that has not happened. Safe, going to be able to swing around in time. Lovely second shot, put an 8th on the board. Now it's just 3 rounds in it. Have a look at the money as well. The CT's economy is through the goddamn roof.
Yeah, this is great territory for MIBR to be sitting in. So they were feeling the pressure. Such a one-sided half to kick things off for you on Nuke. They've been able to work their way in. So where do Apex go from here? If they've got a drawing board, they're certainly going to it. Jacob, he is just going to single-track mine his way outside. Molotov, he's just going to tank it again.
Gone to another one.
Had the blinkers on. He had one place to be.
And Sani already down here. Ready to receive Jacob's like, as well as some more. Oh, that's damn nice. It's against the pistols, but it's still crispy.
He is the firing squad.
And Sani waking up just when they need him.
And the air starts to get a little heavier in here.
Could be bad. Playing a game, going all the way to the end of regulation. OT still potential outcome. But right now, Apex back on a full bite. Susanito doing here?
Sus
things.
Aren't you a bright cookie?
Okay. Little blue
Oh,
smoke.
okay. Here we go.
Where are they going with this set of util? Exit, mollied off. Jacob going to be lurking up the storm. Anyone here? And he was ready for the blown smoke. Unfortunately, just can't go toe-to-toe with Insani in this round. Breno going to be burnt to a crisp up on the wall, and Susanito won't be able to lurk his way in either. 3v5 now, and Apex have found absolutely nothing. With a huge amount of investment, they've only got a smoke and a flash remaining. And MIBR on the CT side are really starting to perform just when it was needed under all this pressure.
Yeah, without Jacob and Susanito played into that round, things really go awry for them. And they've fallen flat. Just relying now on contact and entries. Trying to pick apart this topside hit. They are going to trade their way in though, so they might be able to get a bomb plant.
Two bangers, Sticko on low health, has to try to hold here, and it's Sense to get it down. Sticko falling 1v3 angle, and Sense can't see, can't hit, can't shoot. That'll be safe, quick trade. An extremely fast retake, 10-11. Just when you thought Apex might have been able to get back in, unfortunately, they just didn't have the numbers there in the post play.
Yeah, and they were awkwardly sandwiched into the silos. So, with that outside component of the strategy being completely deactivated, it really fell flat in that round. There was nothing on offer for Apex. They'll be happy with the plant, but they're starting to be lassoed.
Yeah. It's 7 rounds in a row now out of MIBR. The Drop's been doing a very good job at finding these openings in the second half. 5 and 2 out of the opening duels that have gone through this game so far. So even though he's only 13 and 11, he's still having very solid impact for the Brazilians. Insani as well. When he's turned on, he's on. And Breno getting the ones he needs to, but hasn't had to do a huge amount this half. Apex, on the other hand, some individuals that you'd expect to be playing well might not have shown up just yet. At least, of course, they did take Ancient. So if things end up going wrong in these next couple of rounds for Apex, they still have that third map, which we will be going to. The job's not done. And MIBR need to keep on locking in. Re-blowing this wall multiple times now on exit. He is hearing it. But feeling the pain from Jacob dropping behind him. Oh, and this timing's so good. He's making his way down towards the lockers, but Drop going at heaven, looking for the peak. Makes noise going down, and this could be the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, that's territory taken. That's CT's out of play. Zani can still turn around on his head, though. Not this time. And now safe as T-Lobby. Bomb's still yet to go down, but you would safely say Apex have secured themselves match point, series point.
Wait, there's 2 rounds left. MIBR's got so much cash here. So Safe's just going to try to keep an AK across to the next. Not even think about going for this one, which I feel like you may as well, you know? Either way.
Might as well.
They're just going to use this time to talk about the next round. Figure out what they need to do. As Apex finally found a timing. Great coordination to draw the attention from the Annex player, allow Jacob to drop down behind him and also catch a nasty timing over towards Hell. That was more than enough to get them in some solid positioning to finally hit the upper site, finally get that bomb down and not even have to worry about anything there in the post plant. Series point now. 2 to play with for Apex.
Yeah, they got 2 rounds in hand to try and make this work. Their T side has been a little flat, I must say, but they gave themselves a lot of rope to work with a very strong CT side. So MIBR backs to the wall. They're going to have to dig in. They got money for days to be able to do it. They lack our rounds. Exit. Upping the ante a little. And he's going to get a lot of info.
We haven't seen this from MIBR. They haven't had space to go aggressive. So this is going to catch them off, and the trigger discipline is going to be huge here. Oh, lovely. 2 found. But the third has made no sound, so that's a nice trade out of Satsanito. 2v5 angle. And that's a little start, but Apex, you don't back them to close it out here, but let's see what happens, Jim.
Yeah, no movement, though, into T-Lobby for Sticko to be activated. Oh, he gets one up over drop. So things start to play out a little. There's a bit of movement across the map.
The CTs all playing isolated.
Oh.
It gives these opportunities for things like that to happen, and Sticko striking again, just playing ring around the rosy, catching perfect timings. MIBR, their tendencies have been wrapped up.
Yep, and they're regrouping here. Sasanito will come through and grab that bomb. And so they're going to play 2 abreast. CT's largely split. So where can they work to from here? Insani's in that rotation point, such a key rotation point between the 2 sites. They're going to have a vague idea of where he's going to be, but largely playing this blind Apex.
Flash and a smoke. Insani on the wrong level of nuke. Molly's missed. Safe. Ooh.
Spotted.
Info's there on both regards, and they just need to figure out which way to fight this. Sasanito, it's all down to him. Sticko's done his job, and Sasanito unfortunately walks into the crossfire. Worries about heaven for a second too long. Insani, lovely picks up Vent, and MIBR are not dead. They're not done just yet.
Now, they hold on. They live on that prayer. And tell you what, Apex recovered so well in that 2v5 to bring it back down to a 2v2. Sticko getting a lot of damage done. But they played this so well. Positions were known as well to Apex. So it was just this awkward dance. A ring around the rosy and topside. High stakes indeed, but we are going to get another buy out of Apex, of course, to try and make things work there. Emptying the pockets. They've got to use everything here. They want to win this in regulation.
Well, that door use will just get shut down with that one molly. Deep smoke as well. And safe this time. Might get tested again. Smoke's going to be tapped and thrown on the run. Nade's not quite ready, and the molly teamed up with that spray is going to be enough to find sense. Nor going down in the meanwhile, and Safe is here to take us into overtime, but Sasanito and Jacob have been split. Well, 1v2 unachievable for Sasanito in the previous, but he's got 4 Brazilians to get past. To try and close it out right now, Flash going to be coming from that mega side, and we are going to OT for the second map of the series.
That's well deserved too. I think, unfortunately for MIBR, there's a little break here, but they are largely running with so much momentum. Apex, it all fell off the rails. They've done so much work. And now they've got to try and continue and work things out on this T side as they switch into OT.
Well, the difference is, right, T side, of course, didn't go super well for them, but now they've got some momentum. They've got a lot more confidence. So once we see them go to that T side, I guess, look, magic could be made. But Apex still here, still just looking to get cooking with a bit of extra cash in their back pocket, and we're buying to this and the next, and maybe the third, depending on how things go, but outer is going to be the priority for Apex.
Yeah, already fair bit of util expended, getting their way through. You can already see that MIBR, what they've been doing has been working. They have been exposing the flaws with this utility. They're throwing everything down there.
Exit's going to hear all this going down, tucked away in the corner. And as that smoke fades, he's now in a very rough position. Has his scope been seen? Is his silencer there? Norks looking at that left side, they don't know.
Exit has no reason to move. Where is the push and pull effect going to be enacted?
A couple of steps made. Exit might get a chance to activate in a moment. Flash towards Annex side, and he does not get cleared. Exit Maybe a late trade on the agenda, but in the meanwhile, Jacob looking to come back up secret. Nork goes down to half, and Exit gets out of dodge, gets away with murder. And this time is ticking right on down. In the meanwhile, Sasanito going to be dropping to safe. And a 3v5 again. Apex has not had great conversion rates in these man disadvantages, and again, it's going to get even worse. Nork and Sticko, 2v5, this round's dusted.
Yeah, they haven't been able to exploit anything in that round whatsoever, have they? They've had very little success in finding those peaks. They've been picked apart through the edges of their own utility as well. And that is just not boding well for Apex. So, I mean, if it's a map they don't play much, right? Like, if your game plan that you're bringing into this starts to go a little awry, you don't really know which way to turn. And that seems to be where Apex are faltering. They just don't have the next round of protocols.
Nork's been so sharp on the AWP, and the fact he didn't get that trade on Exit is devastating to the first round of OT. But Apex will be taking another tactical as we move into the second round. Looks like Myth is just trying to tighten a couple of things up. Got to lower the levels of stress. A 2-0 here would make them extremely confident moving into the later game today, the grand final.
Yeah. Apex definitely need a lot of confidence reinstilled in them after what has been a rough half. And now heading into OT, they need to find some success on this T side to give themselves not only the confidence boost, but something to work with.
Lots of action going down and out as Nade going to chunk away on Jacob, and that molly spreading, almost takes him out.
Hairy moments there. That's a lot of damage to concede early on for no return, really. No territory taken, no damage done. Sasanito, though, eye in the sky. Just looking around the smoke, seeing if he can get something. But largely unsuccessful, the first wave of utility expended from Apex. Maybe into the waiting arms of Safe.
Mate, he's been on with the stick. Jump across. Not forced, but seen, and he'll strike first. Flash can be thrown. Smoke to hold him down. And drop here is a little bit of support, maybe a lifeline to trade late. Nade goes down. And the teaser here as well with knives out. It's easy pickings as drop puts him on the ground.
He's dropped them well and truly. They ran straight into him, Mac. They were not expecting his position. Oh.
Watch it again.
Play him out, Piano Cat.
2 knives out. AWP almost pulled out by Nork, but they had no idea he was there.
Yeah, that's a boo-boo and a half.
Element of surprise. A huge thing if you can muster it, but we're going faster. Apex finally changing the pace, looking to smack the upper side, and they have met their makers. 3 for 2 trade. Apex still alive. Jacob kicking around and brings it to even Stevens. Drop on the off angle, gets the better on the timing side. But Nork now, 1v2. Can he squawk to maybe find a T-side round in OT?
Well, we've talked the talk, now he walks the walk. For another round, they've got a chalk.
Molly double flash. And the way he's going, it looks like he might find space to get the plant down here. Safe hasn't been seen. He won't get the silent drop, but he will just go straight for it. CT's on both sides, volley in hand. Can't shoot back like that, King. 15 to 12, and MIBR need just 1 round on this T side.
Yeah, they were fantastic.
To lock in Nuke.
Fantastic on their CT side. Apex have faltered on their T side. So they are going to have to undo a whole host of momentum now garnered by MIBR and recapture the vibe of the first half. Not an easy task.
Personally, I wouldn't mind seeing a bit of Anubis. Get into a third. Great place to secure the first grand finalist for ESL Challenger Melbourne. We're not there yet. Apex, 3 chances to take us to double OT, but they are not playing for the win. Whereas the Brazilians are, and they're going to be going straight on through the smoke. The molly dropple off himself. And the 4v4, Nork, he's burning, he's taking risks. And there's no bickies found off the back of that one. Sent in the meanwhile takes out Brendan. And now it's a man advantage for Apex on the retake.
Smokes are going to swing fade. They know Insani sticking around. There's no swinging trade there from Jacob just yet. Oh, Insani! That's the linchpin of a kill.
And Sticko, 1v3 is unachievable. MIBR get it done in overtime, 16-12 to send us all the way to Anubis.
Dear me, they've done it in style too. What a deficit to overcome. They should be proud of that. Apex, not a map they play very often. It was a bit of a, yeah. That's a bit of an understatement, isn't it?
The permaban getting let through, unfortunately didn't work out for Apex this time, but they looked good when they looked good, man, and that is a map that could go back to bite them if Anubis doesn't go well later. A reverse sweep angle certainly on the cards as MIBR finds some confidence and finds some success, but I want to hear what the desk has to say about that one.
Oh, there's a lot to say, Mac, when it comes to the Brazilians firing up here on stage. It is all excitement, especially when we see a comeback on Nuke. We thought it was going to be enough CT-sided rounds there for Apex to close it out, but unfortunately it was not. MIBR get it done in overtime, and Bibian, what a big confidence boost for the MIBR squad to come back from such a deficit and close it out.
Yeah, really good job from MIBR, you know. Apex, this pick coming in, it was really questionable from the start. You know, we mentioned the lack of official practice, you know, coming into this, and it really shows on their T side. You know, there's just no depth in the T side. There's not really those protocols coming up to like back them up. You know, like it just really fell apart on the T side for Apex.
Yeah, and that's really where you're going to see the difference when you're playing a map that you just don't play in officials. Like, it's one thing to do the dry runs and stuff in scrims. It's very different in the actual setting,
yeah,
right?
just also being pressure tested, you know, having the crowd, and also you're getting comebacked on. You're not going to have that in scrims.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it's crazy, though, because you feel like for Apex, 9-3 half on the CT side feels good. You get the pistol. The second round, you're 11-3 up. It feels like you've got it locked in. Like, all you need are those 2 rounds. They get 1 of the next 13 rounds. That's all they get, which is insane from MIBR for that comeback. But for Apex, they're going to feel very sore. They feel like that should have been theirs too.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely, especially taking the gamble with this pick of Nuke coming into this video as well, right? Like, they left it in the pool. They wanted to get rid of Vertigo. They wanted to try and test the waters. No official plays for them on this map. Maybe they had something cooking in the background. The CT side looked pretty good for them. But as you said, Bibiana, it was too hard for them on that T side. It just felt like they just didn't have the coordination and everything that MIBR had. And now going into this third and final map, it's like, how do you pick yourself up? How do you get the socks rolled up and go into a third to try and close it out to get that grand final?
Yeah, I actually wanted to like mention like the whole mental side of dealing with these things. You know, at the start of the game, you could see MIBR. Like a couple of them had their heads in their hands. Like it wasn't looking good for them. And Apex seemed the opposite. You know, Mytha standing behind them and like really getting reeled in together. So coming into this next map, you know, that was a really rough loss for sure. But this is the map. This is the map you really just need to throw it all out there. Like, you don't need to have these kind of things just haunt you now for this third map, especially when it's going to be the map that gets you into the grand final.
Yeah, I feel like Apex is going to be better at mentally resetting than MIBR were, and it's interesting because you know, I wonder how much of the struggle with their reset there is due to this coaching change, right? You're going from a different person, you had Bit behind you who has so much experience, you know, and such a tenured history, to then going to someone who's been your strategic coach. You know, it's a change up. So I wonder if, you know, maybe having a different person behind you affects how long it takes you to get back into it. But they got back into it, and some individuals were playing insane. You know, obviously Insani, as I was kind of implying there, but actually the play I really wanted to hype up is Save. You know, mentioned him in the pre-show having a lot of struggles when it comes to LAN performances. He was lights out on Nuke, which is what you want from your AWPer and what they needed.
Yeah, exactly. It really did feel like that a lot of the members on MIBR were really starting to heat up, and they send us all the way to a third for the first time here at ESL Challenger Melbourne. I believe Conky was a very special guest in the crowd before we go to our next map.
from IEM Sydney all the way to ESL Challenger Melbourne. I've got Doyle with me, mate. Very bold of you to show your face here.
It's worth it for Aussie Counter-Strike. Worth it for these guys, and worth it to come see Jacob play.
I absolutely love to see it. Now, look, they didn't quite get to do it here. We've actually gone to that third map, and it's been a real electric turn of events, right? So what do you think is going to happen to the next one?
Apex will smash. I mean, they're just giving them a false sense of security.
And any last words you want to send out to the crowd, mate? Give us a bloody major! That's something we can get around. We'll see you guys soon.
I wouldn't say we've been practicing on screaming and shouting, but I think we've been practicing on like cracking jokes and having fun while we're playing. Like, not just like sitting there completely silent. Everyone is just listening to me. Like, people are cracking jokes, we're having fun, and we're smiling a little bit more than we did before. So I think that will help us a lot. It's just gonna make like side effects to actually completing our goal, and that is to win the tournament. So if we're not doing that and we're not playing good, I mean, then we won't stand a chance. But as long as we are having fun and stuff like this, and we are believing that we will actually win the tournament and having fun while we're doing it, I 100% think that we are able to do it. There's been a lot of rumors or say about Styko, what's happening with him. But for the teams, like, we are just focusing on actually playing the game and having fun together, even if it's our last or if it's or if we have 10 more. So we're just focusing on vibing with each other, playing each other, and making each other better players, even though you have no idea what the future brings.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Just sit with me in the dark. Just sit with me in the dark. Just sit with me in the dark. Just sit so show it, show it. I don't wanna be your friend, you don't wanna be my friend. We don't wanna be just friends, so why we gotta pretend? So baby, what we waiting on? Why we keep dancing around the subject? You don't know whether you like it or love it. You don't wanna show affection in public. Don't worry about that, 'cause baby, it's already yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. It's yours, it's yours, it's yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. What you waiting for, what you waiting for? You know that it's all faces, blue faces. You spend that day, this, but baby, just face it. You want this. Touching around the subject. You don't know whether you wanna kiss it or touch it. Why don't you wanna show me love in public? I don't understand, 'cause you know it's already yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. It's yours, it's yours, it's yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. What you waiting for, what you waiting for? It's yours, it's yours, it's yours. It's already yours. It's already yours. It's yours, it's yours, it's yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. It's yours, it's already yours, it's already yours. It's yours, it's already yours, it's already yours. It's yours, it's yours, it's yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. What you waiting for, what you waiting for? You know that it's all. It looks like the rain is taking a day off. The sunshine's taking over. There's no time to waste if it's a one-off. Let's take that chance, we're one step closer. It's so clear to me, yeah, we got everything we need. No, we can't complain, we're living the good life, you and me. So take my hand and follow my lead. You'll love what we do, I'll make you believe. I'll make you believe.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and White Market.
Two maps, not quite enough to split the difference between Apex and MIBR. So we're going all the way to best of one territory. We're going to a third. It's Anubis on the agenda. And I'm keen to see how this one plays out. We're going in the knife round right now. Let's see who's starting on what side, who picks what, who wins what. That's not a knife.
Oh.
This is a knife, says Insani. He knows. Where are MIBR going? Will they start on the T side? Are they starting CT? I'll let you know momentarily. But the action is not too far away, Jim.
Yeah, I'm not too sure who those guys in the jerseys are going for. It was pretty unclear to me. But if you're an MIBR fan, certainly going to be a fan of how things played out in the last map. They were backs to the wall, had a lot of rounds to grind out, and they were able to do so. It was all Apex territory in the first half.
Yeah.
But whether or not Apex are able to reset now in between maps, this is the key question.
Let's see if it's happened. But we're set. MIBR starting on the terrorist side. Apex on the CT. MIBR bringing one set of util in here for the pistol. Looking like a temple smoke getting lined up here.
They're just going to start to flood their way through Canals. Sasanito already copping a lot of damage, and he's got to retreat. He doesn't want to face alone here. He's got to try and draw them out, but it's an angry mob.
Just like that, it's going to be the turnaround back to A, and it's a full-on foot race. Apex trying to make their way in, but that pick onto Sticko opened up the defenses this direction. Jacob makes his way in. Him and Sense are here. But the defense is split now, and MIBR just deciding where they want to head with this.
Yeah, they're just making contact as a unit, aren't they? In between the sites, all the way through the canal, back again.
Sasanito here at Dark, just trying to stop that cross to sight. Bomb on the ground. Headshot found from Safe to Trade. And MIBR the man advantage. Jacob and Sense try and sneak their way back in, but Sense having a bit of a rough game on Nuke. Good to see him coming out of the gate swinging with shots like that. 2v2. And there's the kit here on the belt of Sense. He's just looking for more. Jacob holding the line. Breno's position found, but that's a kit on the ground, and Jacob needs more now. Making noise, walking, pushing, trying to find Breno, but Insani's there to save his brother. And it's MIBR with the first.
Yeah, Bren just keeping everything hinged on his shoulders. He stayed alive in that situation. He had 19 HP, and not only did he fell the kit, forcing Jacob into that duel, but he stayed alive long enough to just kite his opponents. Getting the damage done. Insani there, just putting the bookend on the round. And so, MIBR off to a great start.
Yeah.
Apex just an upgraded pistol or two. And this effective stack on this site B. I want to see if Sticko can get it done.
He's in the right spot, isn't he? Molly forces him forward.
Is it?
In a great spot, but the shot not as good as the Mac-10 tearing through the unarmored CTs.
He jumped just at the right time. And so he's going to stick around too, make things very difficult for Apex. Just going to try and maximize that money. Why not?
Oof, even more. Can he get 3K? Is Insani going to let him ace it?
Copping a bit of spam too.
He's hungry. He's the money man. They're holding for him. They're letting it happen.
Jacob is the fugitive right now. Exit.
Ooh,
oh,
there it
spots
is.
him out. Here we go.
Target acquired. Just locking on in.
Oh.
He's got that move speed. He's low. Breno.
Oh. Faux pas.
You can't do that to him.
I don't know if it's worth the boo.
I can only imagine the Brazilians online just mauling.
Oh. Near, far.
Well, into the third, Apex bringing guns to the table. Let's see what the M4s are going to be able to do. 3-1-1 setup for Apex. And MIBR just feeling out the ring.
Yeah. Just taking territory as well, establishing Canal's control. Just making sure that Sense, if he chose to stick around, he's going to have a relatively difficult time. Now, a bit of info being played for here by Apex. Brent is going to try and just lock them into this site. Wants to maintain control.
Yeah. Sasanito respecting the molly. And a re-smoke box allows them to clear that, making sure MIBR aren't fully postured for that B split. Sasanito's going to see a couple of numbers moving towards B now. Flash towards A main, but it's all a feint. And Apex, it might end up being this 3v4 at B, but we'll see what Drop can do.
Sasanito just wanted to keep pressuring for something, but buddy system in play.
Sticko falling. That Mac-10 just tearing through the unarmored heads. And in the meanwhile, with that pick coming through, it's mid that MIBR decide to go for. Straight up, the guards flanking on the A side. And the A main control's there from Jacob until it isn't. Manages to find one under the canals. But a 2v3 for the retake. Apex might just decide to save here.
Yeah, just a layering of T's across the map. It was just so difficult. Nowhere to be gotten for Apex without being challenged. I thought Jacob was going to do a whole heap more damage, but unfortunately got played out by the player.
Yeah,
who was crossing the bridge.
Sometimes difficult, especially when you're looking for that canals control to worry about window as well. Just the verticality of having to move your crosshair around can sometimes throw you off. And MIBR starting extremely strong on the T side. 2 M4s looking to get carried across into the next, which could allow them to go for a buy, but with how early it is in the game, we're probably just going to see them placed and stacked on one of the sites. Try and find some kind of damage. We'll see what Apex decide to go for. It's their call.
Yeah, they do have some cash to work with, but there's not really a lot in the tank, is there? I don't know if they're going to make something funky come out.
Well, have a look at this.
Oh yeah, it's funky.
The Swag 7 is getting activated.
The Bank of Apex.
The half affair. But is Jacob going to find some action? Looking like we've got a bait play set up in mid instead. Will MIBR walk into this setup? Sani. Going to get traded out. Sticko gets the job done with the Deagle, trying to fall away, but the Swag at play. Not enough damage done to finish off Brendan. And the Deagle hit, 2 in the clip, but he won't hit. And MIBR looking pretty solid to take another, but we'll see what Sasanito can do.
Yeah, Sense is able to recover an M4. Sasanito, it's all going to be about timing for him. He finds one. But I think it's safe for Sense to just take this M4 into the next round. He's got that 5-7 as well. But you would expect the buy.
For Jacob as well. 1,600 in the bank. And M4 will make the next buy go a little further. Some more utility. Can be bought up by everyone, but MIBR are aware of the financial position Apex are in, and they are hunting, they are looking. Brendan sneaking around the corner. Won't get the better of Sense this time, but his position now known for MIBR deciding, you know what, we're happy with the round. 4 in a row to kick off the final map of the series is going to instill a whole bunch of confidence.
Yeah, they're often rolling, aren't they? They've really taken that momentum out of Apex. The sting has been taken out of the tail. And so, for Apex, it's now just about trying to establish some form of momentum in this map, some form of economic control. They haven't had anything to write home about at all. This was a sticky situation. They managed to navigate quite well, MIBR.
It was an interesting one. The Swag managed to get a chunk of damage done, but no actual kills on the board.
Yeah, 0 conversion.
Yeah. Couldn't slot it through the sticks, but into the 5th we go. The window smoke going to be thrown by MIBR. But heavy presence towards drugs now, so we'll see if Apex are going to be ready. Nork with a big green online. He's about to get tested for the first time on Anubis, and that info has now been gained thanks to a flash.
Yeah, has to retreat. And so MIBR progressing through that smoke. That's going to be a decent grenade.
Oh yeah. Huge damage. Smoke as well, but Sticko to worry about what the hell is going on. Many numbers coming through the molly, and he's going to be able to cut him down at the pass. Finds one and exit. Unfortunately, falls to his own Molotov.
Yeah, flash super effective.
Insani, big damage this round already. We've missed where that action's been, but it's been over towards mid and canals both times. And now he's opened up the other side of Anubis. Apex here pushing, and knowing with 50 seconds on the clock that MIBR could just be cutting sound, could just be waiting here.
Yeah, this might actually be a very deep reroute all the way back through T-spawn. They don't have any eyes on canals. This is exactly where Sense is going to be. So it's a very long route, but they will be able to get back into B. Insani's just going to lead the way. He's not even going to try and push ahead of the rest and create a little bit more space. He wants to group with them.
where Apex have decided to go here could get them back into the round if Sense beats them to the punch here at B, which he will. He's in a solid position, can get the pick and fall away, but the bomb crossing, and with that pick from Safe, it's Nork just looking to carry this into the next for sure.
Yeah, he needed something out of that to be able to activate them into this round. Wasn't able to achieve that. And Sense is just far too far away. So Apex, unsuccessful thus far on their CT side. That was probably their best chance so far. And even then, they've been playing catch-up to MIBR in a lot of these rounds. We're back into Save Simulator here. There's Nork. He's going to be slowly aggressed on. They won't get there in time. But you've got to be asking questions if you're Apex. What are they going to do? Are they going to try and aggress early on? They've been caught by a lot of these off angles when they've tried to push. Yeah, they've been going 1-for-1 in these trades, but I would argue they're not the best for CT sides to be trading out like that.
Well, a slower end to the round. Going straight into another tactical. Mytha wants to chat with the boys to try to tighten up the ship here. They're just checking those notes, making sure they can try to figure out how MIBR are playing this one, make the right reads. They have been in the right position a lot of times, but just unfortunately it's just those very minute moments where people aren't getting the picks that they need to turn the rounds back into Apex's favor.
Yeah.
So those micro moments, maybe there's a chance for Apex to turn this one around. You know, on the CT side, arguably you only kind of want 3, 4 to feel really confident moving into that second half. But MIBR at the moment, solid start to the T side, giving themselves a lot of room for breathe. To breathe, sorry. So I was looking at Flam. He's just doing things, man.
To you, or?
Threw me off.
Well, Apex have been thrown off their groove. What do they cook up here? What's in store for this round? Things kick off relatively the same.
Nork, can he activate? Slow peak on this line might be hitting the ground, and it certainly will be. Brendo locking down B main. CT aggression shut down in the round, not far away.
Yeah, it's only Sense here on this site, and so far hasn't had the impact. They have been
in a huge pickle here, Jim. Yeah. The crush starting to come down on the B side. He needs to activate. He needs to get on the board. He needs to start to make something happen. And he's just got a pillar to play around.
He's not just in a pickle, he's a jar, that's for sure. He's stuck at this pole.
Yeah, and everything's getting so hard cleared by Drop. Unfortunately for Drop, those sensors managed to find him. That smoke, just enough cover for him to get away to safety. And Apex, if they can get one more pick and equalize, there's a big chance of them taking this one.
Refresh on that smoke, and pressure still applied to this B site.
Ollie, the solid position there. Over towards the plat, with Sticko falling, it's all on Sense to make it happen. The re-peak sends him to the grave, and Jacob, 1v4 angle, ain't good enough. Exit, huge round out of him to pick up the final 2. And a flawless T-side so far from the Brazilians.
Yeah, Apex have been completely shut out of these rounds. But I feel as though MIBR are working so well as a unit. They're able to isolate these duels. There's a lot of patience shown on these approaches to the site. And I mean, you saw then Apex trying to take some proactive CT measures. They were looking to clear things out. But what can you do when you just don't get that opening duel? Bren's able to lock it out without being traded, and you're already at a deficit. So Apex have got to find answers, and soon.
How's it going? Jacob playing in the window, but gets spotted as the smoke gets blown. Unfortunate for him. And that Hero M4 not going to ring as well as it should have.
Yeah, he's been pushed into the wall. We'll see whether or not they can regroup here. Brandon's just been an absolute unit.
Yeah. Look, he started so
just
slow.
aim practice.
He was getting nothing done on Nuke. His scoreline Certainly allowing Apex to feel a bit more confident, but this time, just tearing through every single one of these CTs that come his way.
Yeah, they've really ebbed and flowed, haven't they, MIBR? Different moments, different players have stepped up, but they've all been allowed to activate throughout this series thus far, which is good because it's by committee. Oh. And even then, it's not as though individuals have cooled off either. It's just that there's only so much to go around.
Let's talk about Exit for a moment. Kills like that, having huge impact. You know, he almost got that ace with the Mac 10 earlier, but he's still 13-3. Breno not too far behind on 9-2 himself.
Yeah, look. It's Apex struggling to get a lot of these frags.
Ooh, okay, change of pace, aggression into water here, and Exit again. Going to be able to steady the ship. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and Sticko puts himself in a position to fall away if he wants to. But he's thinking about going for the re-peak, and that's a mistake. Insani, he's crispy with it.
Yeah,
and now there's a man advantage for Brazil.
He was waiting for it, and they're going to try it again. They're going to try and run the gauntlet here at Bren. Oh, you madman.
MIBR are just ready for every single thing that Apex are throwing at him. And it's an effort by committee. One apiece for everyone that's still alive. And Nork, I think he's familiar with my friend Owen.
Owen?
Owen 5. Make it 6.
That's his brother. Oh dear, Apex. They have been trying different things, but no matter what they've been doing, they have been running into a brick wall. They are desperately trying to break their way out of the cage that they've been put in.
Is that a foot long?
I don't know, but a few members of the clergy need a... I heard that that was a bottle of water before Jesus got his hands on it. Guys. It's got to go all the way across.
Beautiful. Bit of fun, bit of action. And a bit of pausing going on. Apex just took back-to-back tacticals to really talk through how they need to play this one. They realized if they can't get a momentum shift in their favor moving to the later rounds of this half, then MIBR are just going to be locking in that grand final spot.
Yeah, and it's disappointing too for them because they were looking great. It really is sink or swim for them right now.
Got to watch those bloody crocs in the Nile and over here.
And into the deep space. Are they going to try it again? They're going to try some aggression here, potentially.
Nork's made a lot of noise around the way, trying to set Sticko up for a pick. Now the A main control is gone. Drop at least. Burning to util to try and take it, and Sasanito, what's going on there? Molly going into E-Box. He had no idea there was another there at the pillar. And it's a freebie thanks to the util.
Yeah. That's unfortunate, to say the least. Like, okay, goes 1-for-1 there, but like, they're just being picked and pulled apart. They've risked it and been turned into brisket as a result.
2v5. And Nork will be given a chance to get his first kill on the board for the map. But there's many numbers coming. The flash won't hit him, and the little jiggle will allow him to strike for the first time. Exit scene with the bomb making his way to site. And Nork just wants to survive for as long enough so Sense can rotate in here, try to manage to get some kind of mid-control. The Famis, the timing, it's good. And a 2v4 brought back to the 2v2.
No kit in play though, so keep that in mind as they start to hit this site. Oh, crushing grenade.
Sense is half. And Sense is just hunting, looking for info. He knows one should be there on site as safe across the top. Going to be clipping the icing off, and North wants none of it. The confidence just isn't there.
Yeah.
And MIBR get 9 rounds back to back, with Apex getting nada.
It's not even the confidence, it's the cash. The cash isn't there. It's MIBR that has all the beans right now. And so it's back to the drawing board for Apex. They've got an orb in the hands of Nork, but is he going to be the Pied Piper?
We just need to see something earlier in the round. I understand that he's getting flashed off when they were going for those A-main setups and stuff, but it just feels like he's never in the right place at the right time. That or MIBR, you know, hearing those shots, knowing that he is usually gravitated towards the A side of the map. They're just trying to avoid him as best as they can, and that's what they've been doing.
Yeah.
What better way to spend the technical? Have we got people in the top layer of the stands?
Yeah,
Up there.
we got layers.
He did. Doyle fixed it. Quick, smart. Thanks, Doyle.
Thanks, Doyle.
Shout out to Doyle one time. But let's see if Apex can get that first round on the board. Finally, a couple more guns coming through here. Is that mixed bag again? Bit of Famis action. Swag in the way.
The party mix, if you will. But we'll see whether or not, again, they're looking for something here. Is it going to be something a little bit off camber?
Well, they did attempt to go for that boosted peak towards the main, but didn't find anyone pushed up. Breno getting there a bit later. And in the meanwhile, it looks like Mint might get the action, Jacob. Swag at this range might not work as intended, and it certainly won't. Insani dominating the line, as well as the mid control, and now with a 2-2 split for Apex, they need to figure out where to go quick smart. Let's see if Nork can get activated.
Yeah, this is quite explosive actually from MIBR. They're going to just filter on straight down through the cams. Nork, here we go, looking for more. He's going to get another, but he's only brought it back to a 2v3. The bomb plant will come in momentarily.
Worrisome, but Apex going aggro. Looking to flank through. And drop on the A-main defense. The flash has missed the mark there for the CTs. That will allow MIBR to get set up, get into this position. Nice trade game. Sasanito on for the best chance for Apex so far, and that nade will fend him away. There is no kit. There is a chance, but the smoke has missed the bomb as well, and things get real awkward real quick, but the time in favors Breno. 10 in a row, and MIBR are looking to establish pure dominance on Anubis.
Yeah, Bren for 10 there. Nork, his best performance yet on holding that site. Doesn't result in a round for Apex. I would have backed Sasanito as well to make that. But unfortunately, it just doesn't seem to be working out for Apex. They've been completely outplayed on this map so far.
No one getting a chance to frag for Apex. The most amount of kills a single individual had is 5. Asleep at the wheel in the most important map of the tournament for them so far. And Exit is just looking to crack a timing. Look where he is with that smoke fading. Might be a chance for him to get his way in, but he's been naded up. Oh, actually dodges it.
Yeah. I think that one just dropped into the water in front of him.
Yeah. Molly, though, burns much further, and it's going to be the CT aggression at mid instead, forcing Insani off the line. The late smoke at the mid-round will slow things down even further. MIBR still happy just holding this default and figuring out where can they get an opening. Look at what Apex is doing. They've changed the stack to A now.
Bit of heads-up play. I mean, they're just going to have to make that dry contact without any utility to work with. Drop is actually going to move into a far more threatening position.
You've seen that first, but will they be able to get away? That nade, not quite hitting the mark either, but with all this info towards the water side, it means that it's going to be that B hit with 30 on the clock, and MIBR are starting to make their way in. And it's all about how much time can Sausalito and Nork buy here towards that deep CT setup. It might be a late flank, but it's been torn apart. Drop getting yet another with the extra info, and now it's just Nork on 13 here at B. There's no chance. This is the bloody 11th gym. MIBR going to have a flawless T-side if things don't change up quickly.
Oh, no. Can't even convert that. That is case in point for Apex. And Nork, we've seen him so many times just having to enter into the save simulator. I know where he is, and this is going to be cutthroat from MIBR. They're going to be searching for him.
Oh, yeah.
Why
So much
not?
money in the tank for the final round of the half. And Norky boy going to get ran at. Sitting in a corner, won't do it this time. They're hunting, they're pushing. And it is going, there's nothing he can do. He can't get away from that. Will at least get a kill on the board to get 6 for himself, but MIBR are set up to make it straight to the grand final, Jim.
Yeah. I mean, this could be a perfect half for them. Apex have just looked uninspired on this CT half so far. They have been trying different things, but they haven't been able to crack the code thus far. MIBR just have all the answers. And even when it comes to taking individual duels, they haven't been strong in any of these. I'm looking at this scoreboard and nobody's standing up for Apex.
Going for the heavy stack towards B again. And MIBR going for an earlier bust this time, going in with the mollies. Sausalito learning from his mistakes and not going to get caught out by the progressive util thrown there, but the timing of the swing works out for one exit. Makes this half done, but Nork as well. He's chiming around. He gets wrapped on. Will find himself a second meanwhile, and safe dropping Sticko out of the round makes things extremely difficult for Jacob in the 1v2. A minute on the clock, but Insani cuts the sound and gets his head cut off too.
That's going to be it though. Safe is going to take that. The perfect half for MIBR, and they have got themselves in the box seat. Can they get it done with 1 in the second? We'll find out.
Well, you guys had your moment, and it's Apex one chance to rizz themselves up, get back into this game. 12 rounds needed to play for OT, but it ain't happening in regulation, and MIBR just need them to falter one time. One chance, one opportunity to make this happen. And Jacobs at least picked up the trade, but this could be a quick half, Jim.
Yeah, they're just sending it. Why not? It's been a quick half of Counter-Strike. No success thus far. Exit keeps it going for MIBR, and he's going to continue with safe. The bomb plan is in.
Draws the attention away, but now it's all up to Jacob. The man, the myth, the legend, gets his first 3 to find. And time on his side. The CTs need to swing this one together. Coordination a factor. Dink on a Brenner. Will slow him down and give an opportunity for Jacob to win this. Only 1v5. Man goes forward, but there's too many guns to deal with. And we've got a 13-0 to close out the series. MIBR is the first team playing later today in the grand final for all the marbles here at ESL Challenger Melbourne.
And they have done it in style too. Third map, 13-0. Apex, they could not find any answers on Anubis. And I think as far as MIBR are concerned, that's going to mean a whole heap of confidence for them. Things really took a turn in the second half of Nuke, and they never looked back since.
It's an interesting one, right? You think if there was a 13-0 on the cards, it would have happened on a map like Nuke instead. The permaban getting through, which looked much better. We went to OT. We had a great game there, but Anubis, there was just no chance. And it looks like MIBR, every bit of prep they brought into this series was well bloody worth it. A 13-0 is a statement to know that they want everything. They want to do it later today, but I want to hear from the desk about their thoughts on the 13-0.
Brazilians here at ESL Challenger Melbourne, they started it out on Nuke with a comeback and they end it out with a complete shutout on Anubis. 13-0, the first one of the tournament, and these guys are looking hot going into that grand final. Mentals all set, everybody's fragging out, and MIBR, they're in the pole position.
Yeah, 13-0, that was really not in my bingo card today. You know, then Apex is not going to be going home happy at all, but I just feel like the momentum coming out from last game, it just shifted heavily from Apex to MIBR, right? And MIBR just riding off that high from last map.
Yeah, I kind of talked at the end of the last map about the kind of scoreline, the ratio that was going on. With that map ending, Apex won one of the last 26 rounds of play. That was a demolition of the highest order and not the way that Apex wanted to exit this event.
Yeah, and I feel like Sense's confidence just got shut down. Like, not only do you feel bad as an IGL, you know, not being able to keep your team out of the comeback from last map, but you know, you're going into this map and just it's the same. It's really bad.
Yeah,
like, it's just really bad.
It really felt like it was kind of the same story, right? Where they just were trying to find answers for Apex, especially when it came to them on that CT side. And MIBR were just doing whatever they wanted throughout the entirety of this map. And they just looked all too good. And unfortunately for Apex, that's them out of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Apex just did not show anything on their CT side here. I would have liked to see more kind of like initiative, more plays that together as a team. I feel like they could have, like, you could see Kakanito doing a little bit of like peeking outside like the B main, but I would have liked to see more like mid plays, more aggro A plays, especially together as a team, more canal crunches. Yeah, we just saw none of that.
Yeah, that's the secret to CT success on Anubis, is taking that space. You have to have those variations. You have to push out through A main, you have to have the smokes over the stair, pushing out through canals, even just Nork taking the peek into dark. I don't think we saw that once.
Yeah, I don't know. Lackluster for them, really.
I mean, that's the real thing for us here. It's like, what are you supposed to say when you have a map like that for Apex? But I know there is somebody who has a lot to say on the stage right now, and they're sitting right next to Conky.
That's funny. Of course, you've got to grab the captain here in a moment like that with such a turn. You know, it really obviously started in the veto, I suppose, right, for you guys. But Ancient, you know, it was a close battle back and forth. They had a little bit of a comeback. How did you guys pull out of that one after the first map?
After the first map was rough to lose Ancient in the way that we started. We started very well as CT. but our T side wasn't good. But we talked in the middle of when we went to talk about the next map. We just told ourselves to keep focused because we had like Nuke and Anubis to play, so we could beat them, and we did.
We were talking about it in the back room, right? You know, picking into Nuke on the side of Apex. It was a bit of a shock that they let that one through, right? Obviously, given their history. So they were up 11-3. It was looking like it was all done. How did you turn the team around, right? You know, it was straight on from there. They barely got anything afterwards.
I didn't expect them to ban Vertigo. They didn't play Nuke for a long time, so we just picked it because we are playing good on this map. Our T side wasn't good, but we knew that ICT we could come back because they don't have like much experience on this map. And we just started to shoot some heads and win the rounds, and that was it.
Fantastic. And then to top it all off, a 13-0 on LAN. How'd you feel after that one?
It feels great, man. We lost 12-0 half against Penn last week, and then we did it today. I think we proved that our noob is very strong, and that's it.
Definitely, you guys are looking fantastic. But one more thing, there's a massive crowd for you guys. Do you want to say anything?
I want to thank you guys for cheering, for rooting. You guys are amazing, and let's go.
Love to see it, mate. Well, good luck in the grand final.
Thank you.
MIBR have got themselves a whole lot of fans in the crowd right now. Not only has it been the transfer of property by beating an Australian team, but now putting up such an exciting best of three really goes to show that there's going to be a lot of people cheering for them in the grand final as well. Moving in towards that grand final, these MIBR guys, they're looking sharp.
Yeah, they're going to go into the grand finals with a lot of confidence here. Like, they just took down one of the strongest teams here in Melbourne, and that's just got to feel good.
Yeah, taking them down in such a dominant fashion as well. And I think it's really important for them after some struggles that they showed, right? We talked about the issues they were having on their CT side. That actually looked fairly resolved today. I feel like their CT half looked a lot stronger. Still some weaknesses. You know, we saw an Ancient that, you know, they're definitely not at 100% from what we expect from them, but they're definitely feeling a lot better today than they were yesterday.
Yeah, and just form as well, I think, from the start of the tournament. They've been a bit, like, quieter, but now they're really ramping it up for the grand final.
Yeah, and somebody who's been ramping up throughout the entirety of the tournament, specifically in this series as well, is going to be our player of match, Insani. This guy has been absolutely freaky when it comes to being in the server. This guy has been tapping heads. He's been a thorn in the side of every single team that he's played up against. And if he continues the way that he is going to be such a threat going into that grand final.
Yeah, I felt like he was the one that was keeping them in the Ancient game, but he was definitely the key factor on Nuke. You just felt like any fight he was taking on that CT side, he was winning. The taps we saw from him, I mean, by name, by nature, like what a remarkable player, and to see him just going from high to high on LAN is amazing.
Yeah, he's not a like hot prospect for no reason, right? This guy, he's getting multi-kills. Like, look at those taps, like, so clean. He knew what was coming, and he's just got the multi-kills locked in for his team.
Yeah, and especially, you know, seeing a lot of his reactions as well is very important. When you're starting to frag out in the server and really being able to bring the energy to the team, off the back of that, you know, kind of comeback on Nuke, I think they really just kind of rode that wave of momentum for them. And then every single time we're talking about it in between the maps where it felt like Insani and Jacob, that was a nice little matchup for us to look at. But as the series went on and got older and older, Insani was just beating him out every single time. Yeah,
I mean, outclassed Jacob for sure. I think especially on Nuke, like the outside fights, Insani, it was a bit more equal, but yeah, I don't know.
I think on the CT side was where he really showed his strengths against Jacob, who was struggling on the T sides a bit. And I think also it was just important for him to just be so consistent throughout the series because it allowed the rest of the team to kind of get more comfortable on the stage and start to frag out themselves, right? Because I felt like it was just the Insani show on that first map, and then we saw Safe on Nuke. We saw Brenton and Exit on that last map. Like, it felt like everyone was starting to contribute.
Yeah, and especially going into the final match of the day, right? You need to make sure that everybody's having their moment in the spotlight, right? You can't just be relying on one guy to try and carry you through a full best of three. And if these Brazilians are feeling hot and they're coming into the server being extremely sharp, all it takes is Insani to have one of those big maps where he drops 25, 30 kills and really starts to rip heads off. And then if everybody else are doing their job and just continuing to back him up and get this map going, then MIBR might be a hard stop, a force to stop.
Yeah, like you said, everyone has to be, you know, doing their job, especially in the grand final when everyone's, even like whoever's going to be facing MIBR in the grand final, everyone's going to be wanting to pull their weight, wanting to get into the sections, right? So, yeah, no, we'll see who faces them later, just shortly, but I'm hoping everyone can show up here.
it's going to be a very, very scary prospect, whoever is going to have to play them in that grand final as well, right? Like, getting themselves a 13-0 on land is no mean feat in and of itself, and taking out a team like Apex, who look like potential hot prospects going in towards this playoff bracket as well, right? We were expecting these guys to maybe be in the grand final with a team like Aurora, but now MIBR shaking that up a little bit with a big 13-0.
Yeah, because we mentioned, you know, after Nuke, just the mental from MIBR didn't look great, right? They were really down in the dumps for a moment there when it was, what, 3-11? It felt like it was all over for them. They were getting ready to hop on the plane to go home, but, you know, they pull off the comeback and they 13-0 to close out the series. They're going to be feeling such a high, and it's just going to make them, I feel like that momentum's just going to continue into that final.
But the real question is now, Bibian as well, like, you have this big high, but now they have the break with the best of 3. How do they continue that momentum going in towards that grand final and make sure they start the same?
I think as a player, you know you do have that high from today, but it's all going to go away by tomorrow. Like, you're facing a new team, you're not going to face the same problems, or like, this team is a lot different from, I feel like it wasn't really, you know, Apex is just shut down by themselves. Aurora are not going to really do that. Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see in that grand final as well. And with victors, there does come, unfortunately, losers. And this time around, it is going to be Apex, and they're able to catch up with Conky.
Again, you know, unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to another team in Apex. Now, Mitha, you guys had a fantastic start into the tournament. You managed to get the day off yesterday. You've come a long way to Australia. So I suppose, first of all, how are you feeling about this whole experience?
I know, we love Australia. Like, we've been here twice now, both for Sydney and for Melbourne. And I think that city-wise, actually, Melbourne is my favorite so far. But like, no, we love being here, and we're hoping to come back sometime in the future.
I think a lot of people would agree to that. Sydney always a little worse than Melbourne. You know, we go with that one for sure. But look, talk to me about that last little map. I don't want to dwell on it too much. I'm more interested to hear a little bit about the veto, right? Nuke came out for the first time with you guys for almost about a year. Was that something that you guys been prepping on? I know you were talking about the map pool a little while ago. So.
Yeah, no, there's no secret that we've been in a slum and things needed to change. So we started practicing Nuke, I think around 3 weeks ago. Haven't been able to get that many scrims in it because we wanted to keep it a secret until this event. So like everything is actually going according to plan, and we have an 11-3 lead, and we just can't manage to close it out. Like, I mean, it's get those last 2 rounds, and then everything is perfect, right? And then we have probably a scared Aurora in the final, or whoever is going to go there. So, but like veto-wise, everything went according to plan. We knew what 3 maps it was going to be, but like we just play like shit on the T side, and definitely don't have too much experience. Like, we're too easy to read, and they know exactly where we're going before we go there. So that's like we're not creating enough chaos around the map, and then like. Apparently not able to get our head into the last map at all. Like, it's just embarrassing.
I saw an interview from Jacob talking about how, amongst everything, right, just sort of said, screw it, let's come to Australia, let's have fun. And I hope you guys did share from that experience. So is there anything you guys are going to take away from this event?
No, like, I think that we need to go back to the drawing board, to be honest, and things is definitely going to change within the Apex camp, not necessarily around the lineup or anything, but like the entire structure around with how we do things, because there's definitely some things right now that are not working, and we need to have a better system going for us. So it's we have some things planned with how we're going to restructure some things and maybe change some positions here and there, and also discuss what is going to be our new permaban, because like we banned a Vertigo today, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be our permaban for the next event. So right now we have a 7-map pool, but obviously we need to go back to the drawing board and reevaluate what's going to happen.
Fantastic. Well, I look forward to the future of Apex, mate, and thank you very much for coming. All the best.
Thanks for having us.
Cheers.
Some raw insights there from the coach of Apex, and really just goes to show that these guys, they came in with an idea into this best of 3, unfortunately didn't work out, and you know, having that comeback on Nuke really did ruin the mental for those guys, right? Yeah,
I think so, but you got to remember with Apex, the storyline with this team is they've come into this event, as we said, you know, Jacob was saying, to have some fun. I mean, it's a team that's in a process of transition where they're kind of working out what their next step is going to be. You know, we had the news coming into this that Stico had been extended to play this event. We don't know if that's a permanent thing, and I think this is a team in a lot of flux, obviously, even with their map pool. What Mitha is saying there towards the end, that's really what this event was about, you know, testing the waters, seeing how it's working, what's not working, and then they can rebuild from there. So it's an important event for them to kind of get an idea of what's working, what's not, and then I'm sure we'll see them go from strength to strength. Yeah, exactly, and you know, it is all a learning experience when it comes to playing in front of a crowd like this, whether it be positive or negative, and it seems like they have really been able to get it done. And you know, BBN, it was a bit of a risk with the veto, and I think they probably got a decent amount of positives out of it at least.
Yeah, I mean, if they were gonna continue with Nuke, they would definitely get a lot out of this. I feel like starting with Nuke from like building it from the ground up, just 3 weeks out, I don't think it's enough time at all. Yeah, there's just too many. Nuke is a pretty complex map when it comes to like things like rotations and like especially like protocols when things go wrong. The backup plans, those things you can't have really solidified in just 3 weeks, especially when you're having to practice like every other map as well.
But they were 1 round away from making the grand final, so that's
Very
one thing
true.
to remember.
Very, very true. They were ever so close, and unfortunately, it just was not close enough for Apex to get in towards the grand final. But MIBR, they need an opponent for that final best of 3 of the day, and these two teams, they're looking to do it. It's going to be Rebels taking on Aurora in a full best of 3. We've had everything so far in this weekend. Let's see what we can get out of the next one. So join us after this.
When you hear the rhythm, start to move.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, it's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep Words are worthless if they don't lead to action. I don't act solely on attraction. Don't love me later, love me now. 'Cause we got more than just a chemical reaction. Don't make me say it right now. Don't make me pray right now for you. I just wanna stay right now. I need to say right now, what can I do? Yeah, 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 yeah. Unless I'm with you. Yeah, 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 yeah. I can't breathe. You're like energy. I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna take my time. If I don't, I'ma lose my mind. So I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine. I want you to myself. I know I'm not myself around anybody else, anybody else. I'm not myself around anybody else. Hey, yeah, play me, save me, need me, don't leave me. Roll me, smoke me, don't hold me up, just hold me. I want you to myself. I know I'm not myself. I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna take my time. If I don't, I'ma lose my mind. So I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna take my time. If I don't, I'ma lose my mind. So I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine. Don't play me. I've been catching feelings while you play the field. Is this just a game or should we make this real? We could call it quits if we could make a deal. Don't play me, baby. I could take your heart, but I'm not one to steal. Even though I know you know I like cheap thrills. Let's just call it quits, come on, let's make a deal. Don't play me, baby. Don't be playing games with my heart when you know that I liked you from the start. So don't be playing games with my heart, baby. Come meet me at the finish line. Don't be playing games with my heart when you know that I liked you from the start. So don't be playing games with my heart, baby. Come meet me at the finish line. This one's for the girls, only kick it with the boy when it's on our terms. Don't drop the ball if it's on our turf. Wanna run with walls, baby, now you're gonna learn. 'Cause it's a brand new day. Put some respect on the girls and gays and days. You know you only won 'cause we never got to play. What's up with your face? You good? Okay. This one's for the girls, only kick it with the boy when it's on our terms. Don't drop the ball if it's on our turf. If you whistle like a wolf, better know you're gonna learn. Step up to the plate, your fair game. Speak up, babe, what did you say? Drop the front 'cause I what's your name? Said drop the front 'cause I what's your name? Don't be playing games with my heart when you know that I liked you from the start. So don't be playing games with my heart, baby. Come meet me at the finish line. Don't be playing games with my heart when you know that I liked you from the start. So don't be playing games with my heart, baby. Come meet me at the finish line. truth is nobody plays your games. Your ego needs a break. Took some time to erase the little lies. Realize my power, fight the pain. I'm taking back the reins. TLC, I'm doing things for me now, me now. POV, you're wishing you and me now, me now. Dancing on my own, embracing every feeling, switching up the tone, I'm breaking a new ceiling. TLC, I'm doing things for me now. Loving every second on my own. New and improved, I'm setting the tone. Yeah, I love going at my own pace. I've got nothing to chase. Took some time to erase the little lies. Realize my power, fight the pain. I'm taking back the reins. TLC, I'm doing things for me now, me now. POV, you're wishing you and me now, me now. Dancing on my own, embracing every feeling, switching up the tone, I'm breaking a new ceiling. TLC, I'm doing things for me now. For me now, me now. Doing things for me, for me, for me, for me. Dancing on my own, embracing every feeling, switching up the tone, I'm breaking a new ceiling. TLC, I'm doing things for me now. TLC, I'm doing things for me now, me now. I'm doing everything for me. As long as we're together, it feel easier. Yeah, this right here forever. Even in higher. Won't let you down, I'll never. Won't let you down. I think I found my treasure. Oh yeah. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight, gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight, gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight. I can feel it. I can feel it. in my blood, through my veins like a melody. I can feel it, I can feel it. So alive, floating high, I can finally breathe. Lately, I've been feeling lonely. Want you to call me, promise me you'll always be there. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity pulling me away, pulling me away. I can feel it in my blood, through my veins like a melody. I can feel it, I can feel it. So alive, floating high, I can finally breathe. I can feel the gravity pulling me away, pulling me away. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away.
On a rhythm and I'm up the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Mad up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and White Market.
From all the excitement of our first best of 3, we reset it all and we look towards Rebels and Aurora to see who's going to be taking on MIBR in a best of 3 grand final, to see who will take out ESL Challenger Melbourne. We're all rowdy, we're all ready for another best of 3 here in the arena at DreamHack Melbourne. And there's still plenty of Counter-Strike for us to all go through as well, especially when it comes to this European battle between 2 powerhouse teams coming into this tournament. We're expecting big things from them. We've made a change on the desk here. Bibian's back. We've got Komodo here on the end. Komodo, welcome in, buddy. That first best of 3, absolute banger, full best of 3, and we even had a 13-0 thrown in there too.
Yeah, absolute insanity, I got to say, in that series. You know, when you're looking at the 11-3 lead that was up there and you're thinking everything is going right, Big Brain Mytho on the prediction of this veto, Nuke is looking flaws from them, and it just absolutely tanks, and it's just carried on to the final map as well. You gotta bleed dry for Apex on that one. It's just so, it was so promising for what they were coming out with, and it's just ripped away like a band-aid straight off the skin.
Yeah, it's really hard to come into a series like that with a little bit of an off-kilter pick with the Nuke. They said, you know, only 3 weeks practice for them to come into a map to really expand their map pool and really try and take it to a lot of those big European teams. But fortunately, that's not the way that it pans out. And Bibian, we're going to be jumping into our next series here. Another 2 European teams going to be going head-to-head, Rebels as well as Aurora. 2 teams that we were expecting for them to really kind of do a lot of damage in this tournament, but now one of them has to get eliminated.
Yeah, 2 EU teams that does a lot of damage in the Tier 2 scene, right? I think going into this, I've praised Rebels quite a bit for throughout the tournament for like the ideas, the idea of like innovation. I feel like a lot of the things I see are like made by themselves. Like I don't see the plays that they do a lot in like other matches before. But yeah, I wonder if that will give them the edge over Aurora.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been really keen-eyed on the veto in this series, actually, because there's beef, there's history between these 2 teams a couple of times already before. They've had the same map pool, and both times it went 2-1 over to Aurora. So I want to know if the difference of the online circuit versus the LAN circuit is actually going to rear its head here. We saw what the buff was for MIBR just previously, having played extra maps over the course of this tournament already. Can we see the same thing for Aurora? More time on the stage, a veto that is looking pretty promising. It's actually the same veto that we see from these guys twice over. So last time it went Ancient to the side of Rebels in both of those series. The other 2 maps went to Aurora. So this is really going to be a good grudge match to see who's going to get into the grand final.
Yeah, exactly. Especially as you said, there's a lot of tape between these 2 teams. There's a lot of grudge match when it comes to them as well. And I'm excited to see if this map pool is going to provide exactly what we had in our previous best of 3 as well. It's going to be an exciting tale for us to go through. There's plenty of maps, plenty of Counter-Strike. But before we get into it, it is going to be an interview on the stage with Conky and Rebels.
Catching up with Spiro from Rebels now. Look, I used to cast this guy's name. Now he's bloody up on stage with the big crowd and then the coach role. How's everything been with the team so far, mate?
Very good. It's our second LAN, and we are playing really cool, I can say. So yeah, everything is great.
How's it been from you sort of transitioning away from that player role into a coaching role more, obviously taking a little bit more responsibility on? It's a good group of players to have it, I think.
Yeah, it was pretty hard in the beginning because, you know, when you are playing 15 years as a player, it's always hard to like the left mouse and everything, but I think I'm learning pretty fast. I learned pretty fast to be a coach. I think they trust me, so it's just cool, I can say. Yeah.
I love that. Now, speaking of cool, obviously your first time in Australia, right? So you guys had the day off yesterday after your wins. What'd you get up to?
We were preparing to the games because yeah, we have semi-final against Aurora, so we were preparing to this game. We also chill a bit, you know, to like have a clean brain.
I like that. Now, you guys have played against Aurora a few times now, but online. This is on LAN. They've got the better of you the last couple of times. That's going to change on LAN, right?
I hope. I think our previous games against Aurora were really close. It was like the 13-11, 13-10, and I think and I know that we are better team on LANs because we have good chemistry. We are just very confident here, and I think we can win this game.
I love to hear that, mate. Well, good luck in the server.
Thank you.
Confidence is key, once again, when it comes to these matches, especially when you have 2 teams like this, you know, the innovators in Rebels and the raw aim and shooters on Aurora. And having that extra day off, maybe they might be able to cook up something special in the lab, Bibian, right?
Yeah, I feel like Rebels know exactly what they're up against. They've played this Aurora team like so many times. You know, they're able to cook up some plans that really target Aurora here. So You know, there's also the element of just being on a LAN environment, and I feel like that will really play into like the success here if they are able to pull it off.
Yeah, absolutely. And no surprise that Ancient is actually the map to come out here from Rebels as well. We saw the destruction that they were able to do against MIBR. Some nice things on that. I mean, 13 to 10, you take away what you can from that one. But I think the Achilles heel really is going to be their Mirage game plan, because we know it's a map that they really struggle on. And, you know, already having the history against Aurora here on that map as well, you are kind of looking for a lot of these player tendencies. You're looking for what you already know, but there has been a lot of time between drinks, so a lot of time to just research, relax, refigure things out when it comes into that map.
Especially with such pug map like Mirage as well, so I'm excited to see these sharp aimers get it done in the server, and a couple of sharp aimers are on the stage with Conky.
Catching up with Norway again from Aurora. Obviously, these guys have had a heater. They've been the favourite into the competition, I think a lot of people would sort of say. So you guys had a big win against Party Astronauts yesterday. How are you feeling?
Feeling really good. Hope we can keep win streak.
Fantastic. And Rebels, you guys have versed them a few times now. Obviously, it's more online. On LAN, do you think better chance for you guys?
I think it's kind of random. We both online teams, so we don't have much experience, both of our teams, so it's going to be interesting, I guess.
Well, you guys have got a lot of fans here now. I think a lot of people will be cheering for you. Now, you guys watched the previous game. What do you think about that? If you win this, you'll be up against MIBR.
No, I think they're on hype now, because they were losing Nuke 11-3, and they won after this 25 rounds in a row. So hope we're going to break at least this streak.
Fantastic. Love to hear that. Well, let's win this one first. We'll see you in the server, right?
Yeah, we'll see.
Man, a few words there from Norway, but you're still able to glean enough information from these guys. Very humble, it seems, from this Aurora team. Every single day we've had these conversations, 5 out of 10, numbers been throwing around. But when they are here, when they're in the server, and when it's their day, these guys are super sharp.
Yeah, I mean, not much to say, you know, from them themselves, but all they know how to do is just shoot.
Yeah.
And that's the main strength of their team across all players, right? On any day, like there's always going to be one individual on Aurora like just really dominating, but this team will be really scary when all of them shoot, you know, but they all shoot very straight, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's going to be a massive emphasis in this series for both of these teams, is making sure all 5 players in the server are very aligned to just get everything across the board. When we're looking to hearing that they both are, you know, onliners, the LAN environment is such a change, so I actually kind of want to give benefit to the doubt to Aurora in playing more maps. They've calmed the nerves, they've seen a lot more of this crowd than the likes of Rebels have already, so I think coming into this first map, it is actually going to be a really good test.
Yeah, especially when it comes to a map like Mirage as well, right? That's a big confidence booster for a lot of these players. They start hitting heads, they start sending out some of these haircuts. It's going to be a hard tell for either one of these two teams to come out on top. But Komodo, I know there's 2 members of both of these, or 1 member of each of these teams you would like to try and highlight here in a head-to-head.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's no surprise in who I'm picking in this, but the reason is because of their consistency when they do match up against each other. It's not just the performance that they've had in this tournament thus far. When these guys play against each other, they're a clash of titans. The amount of prowess they individually have to propel the team in clutch victories, in just team scrap battles as well. And then even if push comes to shove, their utility usage to set up their teammates when they're in a spot of bother is perfect. So I really am going to be keeping a keen eye on how they match up against each other in the server.
Especially when it comes to this AWP battle as well, right? That's a big thing for a lot of these players. We've already seen Flay really be able to put up some of these big numbers and some of these big clutches as well. We highlighted Deco over these last couple of days as being our player to watch, and we really wanted to see him come into the server and do what the Sekis are doing right now and start taking some people out. But that's going to be the real question for both of these two players, right? Can they stand up and can they end the streak that has been the Rebels or has been Aurora, right? Both of these two teams very heavy when it comes to their momentum, especially when it comes to Rebels, right? They got themselves 2 best-of-1 victories, they got the day off, and they're able to get themselves set up and ready for this match of Aurora. And one of the players that we want to highlight as well here for our Kadia player to watch is going to be Sensi. So he's one of those players that we've touched on a few times across their series so far. We're really hoping he frags out once again, Komodo.
Yeah, I mean, he had a really slow start in the first opening series, going 3-9 in a victory for the team over Party Astronauts. Overpass isn't going to be in this one, so I think you're kind of feeling okay in that regard because of the performances that we started to see over the journey of the team here, right? So I'm looking for Kenzie to kind of step up, go a little bit more into the action for Aurora, get really deep into this one, because you just look at the pathing, right? From the 3-9, even though the team wins, to ending +11 back in that BO3 against PA, you're seeing the growth already in this environment. And, you know, I'll throw it back to the head-to-head we saw before, right? If Deco, your teammate, is going to be pulling his own weight, you necessarily don't need to. But if you also are, I mean, this team of just firepower heavy stars is really going to be able to knock them out of the park.
Yeah, and people that have been knocking it out of the park have been all three of you on my desk so far. The talent predictions have been going very one-sided, and unfortunately for me, it looks like I may be getting the punishment a little bit later on. And I know there's a lot of people that are hitting out here in the arena. So if you guys want to see what that punishment is going to look like, you guys are going to want to have to stay here as well. I've gone for Aurora this time, but Bibian, you've gone for Rebels.
Yeah, you know, the reason why I choose Rebels is because, like, the last two times these two teams matched up, Aurora had won the last two BO3s online, so I'm hoping Rebels has got some answers here on LAN, especially in this LAN environment in front of the crowd. You know, the LAN buff is real.
Yeah, well, it definitely could be, right? And I mean, the crowd is really filling up right now. We're getting closer to that grand final. This is the, you know, elimination qualification game, right? When you've got that history, you want to be able to get the victory, because the path to Pro League is on the line here. You know, the experience that these teams would be able to get in an environment in a crowd to then propel into Pro League as well, that could be, you know, a team moving from, you know, the door of Tier 1 into Tier 1.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting tale for both these two teams, right? Like, they're kind of knocking on that door. If they put up a big performance here on LAN, that can just kind of skyrocket them into the next kind of part of their careers. You know, everyone's been talking about that Rebels run that they had at Cato. Now we're looking at Aurora. These guys have looked very strong when it comes to being on the stage, and they really want to try and put a little star on the end of their resume by being able to take out ESL Challenger Melbourne. And ladies and gentlemen, it is time to try and figure out who's going to be going into the grand final up against MIBR. We're going to be leaving it with the beautiful gentlemen of Mac and Jim.
Whoa, I'm feeling the pressure right now. Bit of a crazy first series of the day, and the second, well, let's see if it can live up to the expectations, because we need to find who's going to be taking on MIBR in the grand final later today.
Yeah, they've got heavy expectations on them, haven't they, Aurora? But I must admit, it's disappointing to see the staff has been taken away. Flamdolf has lost his staff. And Doyle cops it again. Aurora, though, as we said, they're coming in with that favourites tag over their head.
Yeah.
Rebels could upset the balance, though. Mirage is the arena to do it. It's the first time we're seeing it played at ESL Challenger Melbourne.
Keen to see a change of scenery, and exactly what we get as well. It is Aurora's map pick, so they will be starting on the T side. And they're going real slow towards B at the moment, but look at this info, Kissarex all the way through main.
Oh, man.
And yes, there's a hole at PAL, so Olymp's going to hang around here, but in the meanwhile, everyone else is posturing, getting ready to just collapse on this B hit.
Yeah, this round's on a timer, though, with Kissarex making his way potentially to upset the balance. Oh! Norway's been spotted. Now, what's the adjustment here from Aurora? They're just going to go into some contact. They do have the util there, but the reroute is coming through. Lackey looking to potentially cause a disruption and a distraction.
He's going to give it a crack. You had Casey going for that jump peek earlier and drawing that attention away from Innocent up on the balcony. So we might see Rebels end up with another pick before the bomb starts to make its way through window of all places. It could be the late A hit. We'll see what the audible gets called. 30 seconds. They're starting to really just have to figure out exactly what's going down. And here's the sound. It's going to be the full split into B with a late push from Apps instead. Kenzie going to be able to take that one away. Olymp down to 3 HP. And Innocent with the Julie's going to be able to drop that one down. Both the Apps members out of the round, and Deco couldn't do a damn thing in the 1v3.
Rebels had that read, didn't they? Kissarex with that info. Big play. They deliberately left Murder Hole up. It was going to be a sound cue. If they took the middle of the map, if they wanted to reroute through back to B and pincer it, they had to make that noise. And once they did, they were pressed from CT, pressed from Market. Deco gave them some life, some opportunity, but Kissarex played his part. So Rebels already setting the tone early on. Pistols coming out for Aurora, the Force.
And Aurora just going on the low buy here. Much util to try to make their way out. Olymp, though, in the perfect position to succeed. Going to be able to find two before falling. Result out of Valve makes things a little bit more awkward for Casey, who runs out of bullets in the meanwhile, pulls out the secondary to grab another, or at least soften up Deco. It's Innocent to follow through with 2 for himself. 4 and 1 for him, 2 and 0 for Rebels.
Yeah, they're enjoying it so far. Really trying to get the crowd involved on their side, Rebels. They know it's going to be key. I think they've succeeded.
Lackey was just jumping into the wall, hoping he'd be okay.
What's coming out here now, though? Nothing for Aurora to work with. No results in the second round means that they are just going to sit back. Oh. I love the signal of intent from Rebels. They're not messing about, not playing any sort of respect game, but this hero AK on Result is going to need to find something.
Ooh, timing. Casey be off the line at the worst possible moment, and that's a rifle now retrieve a ball. The CT's not in position to go for the refrag just yet as Lackey starts to make his way out the top of mid. Casey in an odd position here in ladder, but playing to his strengths with the MP9. And after retrieving that M4 in the hands of Kenzie, we will see the regroup back towards apartments.
Yeah, just cutting sound. Looks as though Rebels are also looking to consolidate here on this B site. Set themselves up with a crossfire. But Flay is also making a late play on the flank as well.
Casey teaming up with Olymp to take another name and try to get back into this round, and they're just going to get torn to shreds. B-site defense has been bolstered with the fast flank from Flay, and that's going to be more than enough for a third. Aurora still looking to crack the egg.
Yeah, looking to crack it. So far, not able to do so. And no real breakthroughs for Aurora. Failing to find entries on this B site. The first real attempt at a gun round. No AWP thus far either, but already. First layer utility on mid. Already heads up play as well from Rebels, coming, taking territory, getting that info. Not to be expected by Aurora. Result actually might be caught here too. Oh!
You'd think so.
The hunter becomes the hunted.
Maybe a step was made. Switched on and very aware of the potential of that push to come through. That has happened multiple times. You've got to remember that Flay went for that flank, I think Innocent as well, or Kisarek rather, in the pistol round. They keep on putting this pressure on a lot of the extremities, and we're going to see it again. Innocent's not done. He's still looking through Pal.
No one suspects the butterfly. He's going to attempt to spread his wings, and I mean, at the moment, the bomb has made its way back through mid. They will reposition here, but oh, he doesn't know.
So, going to be able to get another freebie. Here's those footsteps. Oh, almost free, almost dropped the ball for a moment, but in the meanwhile, will lock it down, find all 3 for himself so far, and the 2 remaining Rebels members, it's going to be a rough go for them in a 2v5, and they're not even on the right side. So, I dare say a save is probably in order if they can get past Norway.
Should be able to. But the bulk of the work being done early on, I guess you could say that's results-based gameplay. Kenzie, he has an inkling. Something is up.
Going to the crack.
This
Those
is
angles, but unfortunately couldn't find that one. Flay is in a position to deal with this. However, didn't flick up in time. Lackey feeling crispy. And Aurora get on the board in the 4th. Olymp too far away from danger. will at least carry this M4 into the next. And you're looking at the rest of the money, that will equalize it out nicely.
Yeah. Looking quite nice here, but and Result has just appeared at the worst possible moments for Rebels. Heads up play to hit the off angle onto Flay. I know he is capable of some pretty insane wrist flicking. But Rebels have got enough in the bank to cover their losses. They're going to keep on rolling that dice and using their spawns to their advantage.
Olin trying to pick up the pace for himself this round, but won't find any action that goes his way through the underpass. Aurora with an early opening in the 4v5. It's going to be difficult for Rebels, but let's see if they can at least find a refrag.
Nothing available just yet, but heavily posturing towards this B side. If Lackey can pick up something here as well, their options start to extend. It will force the deeper rotations from Rebels. But everything points to B.
Lackey going to get shot in the backy. Casey doing the honours as Innocent as well. Will slice the site in half, spot Kenzie jumping across, but plenty of space for Aurora to get this one planted. Good timing on that smoke blooming on the door side. And the CT's looking just to regroup at market before they can even think about this one. Innocent's going to poke his head around short, and in the meanwhile, Result falling means that the retake is certainly on. Smoke going to get blown, which makes Casey fall. And in the 3v3, things getting difficult. That time is slowly but surely ticking away, and the numbers getting thinned to scraps. It's a save for Flay. Deco loving the AWP.
Absolutely. Locking it down as well. Market, no safe trading space at all for Rebels. And so their early start comes to a halt, a grinding halt at that. Casey, I thought, had done a good job of securing short control.
Check these shots out. There's the first. Deja vu on the second.
Yep, Kisarek caught stacking shells.
And Aurora getting loud. Tactical timeout used by Rebels here. So they can have a chat as to what to do and how to tighten up a couple of things there. They did have a 4v3, which they just lost. Unfortunately, couldn't crack through that B site post-plant from Aurora.
Yeah, really struggling in that post-plant positioning. With a lost child or two. Full stack on this A site, and Aurora just going to run through their protocols. Won't actually find too much opposition thus far, so I would say unless something catastrophic happens here for Aurora, should be well in control. Norway might be able to get some money in the bank though with this Mac 10.
Crowd not liking something there, but it is just going to be the full old mop-up. Flay may be able to get his mitts on that Mac 10, but even so, just a couple of dollary dues he can potentially bolster, swing in. Okay, that's an AK on the ground, something you didn't expect to see here. But Aurora certainly taking the round here. 18 mil to make it zip. Result finds another. 7-4 for him now. And Aurora starting to assert their own dominance, tying things up at 3 apiece.
Yeah, clean and easy. That's the way she goes. Kenzie just locking things down from short. What can you do though if you're Rebels? No investment into the round. Flay bringing out that AWP to play. What's going to... Oh, Innocent's just shown a little bit too much leg. It's tagged up for it, but that's mid-control now, going the way of Aurora. They can have their way with whatever they want to do. So deep connector smoke is going to enable them to get control quite easily. They have that presence on A-ramp and in Palace as well.
Well, this util set that they've thrown would usually show that they are going to try to make their way into a B split, and they have put a lot of pressure on B for a lot of rounds. So we'll see how Rebels adapt here. They're still playing that 2-1-2 split. Innocent with the window control. has the most of the util that's remaining for Rebels. The rest of it's sort of everywhere else. Kisarek in a bit of an odd position. He's got that A1S, so we'll see if the silencer gets spotted from the PAL member as Aurora, after that smoke fade, start to make their way into A. There's a solid crossfire from Sandwich and CT, and Kisarek going to have to fight in the flames. That'll be his downfall. 4v4. But they still need to get the bomb on site and planted, and Flay's going to start to take some names, at least one found. Lackey across the top finds his head, and things getting awkward in the 3v3.
Yeah, great trade from Lackey there, but now that bomb plant is going to come in, that's going to be time for Rebels to get position. They're going to flood on into this site right now.
Going straight for it, Kentie's name taken away, and it's Lackey to at least cut the cross to where that bomb is planted. Innocent, nice trade through the edge of Firebox, and Deco, 1v2 angle, finds the first, goes for the AK instead, and makes Innocent dead. 4 on the board, all in a row for Aurora.
Yeah, on the trot. That's definitely a swing in the momentum. And Aurora are starting to put these rounds together. Continued pressure on the CT economy as well. I thought maybe Norway had fumbled the bag there, but swiftly traded their way into this site. And Rebels starting to come unstuck. Money's not fantastic for them. Innocent would have loved to have turned the tide with that shot. Missed smoke in window, non-consequential for now.
Lots of noise getting made here at mid.
Fireworks at B though.
And the bomb on the way in as well. B-side defense was pretty solid for Rebels at the start of the game, and Innocent will be able to make his way just out to empty in time, but not ready, and Kenzie gets a lovely timing out towards E-box. It's a full-on mop-up, and Rebels, they're looking at exits at best here.
Yeah, they got absolutely no idea which way to look, so the timings are on point for Aurora. They're just flooding this site with that wave of utility, and it's just impossible for Rebels to try and discern which way to look. So Kisarek and Flay, they might be able to pilfer something and take it into the next round. Norway's just looking to farm.
Oh, he knows. Well, legal. Cheeky tucked in the corner. But it's Deco getting another, and Aurora are starting to find their groove.
They've just got no idea what's happening on this side. They're being pulled in every which direction.
Yeah, the coordination of that push every time they're hitting these sites is just so well thought out, well structured, and Aurora are making the most of their position here in the semi-final and on their map pick of Mirage. Rebels back into another buy round. Let's see if they can change the pace.
Flay just looking to find a timing there as everything plumes. But again, just completely cutting sound now. Aurora exploding onto this B site. Is it going to cause panic though?
Okay, Innocent can nearly pick one off through the window. Casey 2, and this might be the fourth that Rebels have been looking for. Decker and Lackey going to make their way out, and that pick might change. What's been going down? Lackey in a 1v4 now, as Flay takes down his counterpart.
And now where he is. Boom.
Flay starting to fire up. Now he's got that AWP online. The GOAT.
Careful, you're going to be crucified by security. We'll be cross with you.
Well, back to the game. Mid control, not going to be attempted by Aurora this time. Still a decent amount of money for the next. So keep that in the back of your mind. As Rebels, they're thinking about keeping some eyes towards top mid. Kent's seen here, or maybe he wasn't. Innocent. The re-pick almost costing his life.
Yeah, doesn't want to be around there for too much longer. These are not safe streets. Just running through their protocols here, Aurora. With that mid control. A little bit more interested in taking the fight though, Rebels.
Yeah. Well, the extremities have been dealt with perfectly And that 1-3-1 set up from Aurora means all they've got's the mid control. But what can you do with it if you've got nothing on the extremities? You're losing a lot of map control. However, Deco with a pick like that on the fadeaway draws a lot more attention towards the sights for Rebels.
Yeah, pulls that rotation into market too. Olim doesn't have a lot of info. This is where Aurora have been excelling. Flay though, easy one for him, bread and butter, straight into the crosshair. And Aurora, they were just looking to regroup.
Olim almost going down there. Just with the body shot. Flay with the reposition. They know that Olim was over towards Van. They thought he would have moved. Oh, the Deco can't hit the flick this time. Not quite sick enough with it. And one more bullet will do. 5-5. We're getting real damn close between these two.
Yeah, it's been a whole host of rounds posted by Aurora. Finally, Rebels find their reply. It's been a while between drinks for them. Flay gets that AWP into his hand and starts to have an impact. Second time around.
That is all right. Another tactical ticking over there. As the crowd is getting more and more rowdy as the afternoon goes on.
They're just here for some good Counter-Strike, Mac. And some
all?
banter.
Bit of banter, some good times down at DreamHack Melbourne in the Margaret Court Arena for the second semi-final of the day. We got 2 more rounds to play in the first half here. No mid-control for Aurora this time. It's going to be a set piece at 8.
Yep, straight on into it too. I don't think they're going to be waiting around for the timing.
Rebels expecting it. They've got that nice triangular setup with the defense. Flay going to try to throw as much supportive utility here. He's actually going to go through to help out Kisarek up on the balcony. And you've got Casey too, tucked away. Human sandwich. But can they swing off one another? Kisarek's found his, so has Flay. And Rebels, they were ready for that play. It's been cut to shreds, but now you've got to worry about the lurker. Kenzie starts to activate up on as Deca is going to be left in the 1v3. Giving it the crack. A minute on the clock, so he can go wherever he wants.
He's got the bomb on his back, so he can be a total journeyman. But he gets that 1v1 duel. Casey's a little bit stronger. And so, a second round in a row now for Rebels. And unlike our crowd, it's been a while between drinks for them, so they'll be relishing the chance to build CT economy.
And they'll give it a crack. Well, not much to build here. Last round of the half. And Rebels have that full buy in order, whereas Aurora have it the complete opposite. They're going to be going down just to the secondary weapons. Plenty of util. See how the Tech 9s bring, as they are going to be buzzing back towards A. There's only 2 players here on the defensive play. He's trying to rotate across, but there's going to be no chance to get on out. Kisarek just tears right through into the 2v5, just with a Deagle and a Tech 9. You haven't seen it. It ain't happening.
He's just dumped on him with that grenade. Total stopping power. They've run into the brick wall. Scenes of destruction. Now that's just not on. Innocent hasn't spotted anything out, and Aurora, it's given them a little bit of time to regroup, but they're looking to see any openings. Are they available? Are Rebels going to overextend themselves? It's a good chance for them to build that money. If they can keep it clean, that is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Missed chance with Kenzie's position known. If Deco makes some sound here, then both players' position has been found. And with 30 seconds left in the round, this one is all over Red Rover. Hard crossfire from Short and Con. 2-player setup. Kenzie, I dare say he's just going to give up it. Maybe get a pick or 2, but 5 in 15 seconds. I don't see that one happening. Rebels playing this appropriately, not giving him an inch, not giving him a mile, but they will have a 2-round lead which could leave him with a smile moving towards the second, which is coming up just after this.
The mood in the team is pretty good. We had a lot of good practice last weeks or so. We had maybe not enough success as we wanted in the Challenger League because we obviously wanted to win the whole thing. But we are still pretty fresh, especially with me. You know, like everything changed for the guys. Like we still kind of play the same way as they would. I basically swapped 1-to-1. But yeah, I have a different vision of the game. I give players much more freedom than they used to have. So sometimes the runs get rough. But in general, I think it's pretty good. We're pretty confident. And we had, like, as I said, we had a really good practice week right now before coming in here. So.
It looks like the rain is taking a day off. The sunshine is taking off. There's no time to waste if it's a one-off. Let's take that chance, we're one step closer. It's so clear to me, yeah, we got everything we need. No, we can't complain, we're living the good life, you and me. So take my hand and follow my lead. You'll love what we do. I'll make you believe. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me? Like a fairy tale, we're so classic. We'll live our fantasy. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me? Like a fairy tale, we're so classic. I'll make you believe. We're moving our feet, just sway to the rhythm. I got a feeling things are getting better. We're finally free. Don't need to stay hidden. Let's take that chance. We'll bet on forever. Bet on forever. No matter what happens, yeah, we'll stay together. We can do anything, we'll be alright, cause we're not gonna fall to the pressure. Life is a magical thing that I'm dying to show you. I know you will fall in love. You can imagine the wildest things. I can show you everything you're dreaming of. It's so clear to me, yeah, we got everything we need. No, we can't complain, we're living the good life, you and me.
Come on.
There's a lot of action going down, but before we jump into the second, let's see if this man is getting lucky today.
Brother,
Blue,
you
mate,
need
it's
some
blue.
frames. Brother, what is that? What are those frames?
Unlucko, Malacco. But look, 7-5 means this game is well and truly alive. Between Rebels Gaming and Aurora Gaming, these guys are all bringing their A game, at least for Mirage. Let's see who comes out on top, and let's see if Rebels can get off to a good start with their Glocks out into the second half.
Rocking out into a B split potentially already. Kenzie, though, could be a sticking point for this round. Aurora, he's got the info. Will be able to retreat back into mid-connector. No opposition thus far.
Big pick onto Kisarek, and with Kenzie falling, maybe there's a bit of chance now for Rebels, bringing it back to that 4v4, but look at this Lackey with 2 guns, better than 1 I heard, and now he's got the element of surprise. He knows everything. He's calling this rotate, and Aurora are all going to be bringing their A game to the party.
Yeah, and he's even going to be able to layer his own flank on in too. So with these dualies, this could be cause for concern for Rebels.
Whoa. Watching their back, worried about maybe an unders push coming through, but with that pick and plenty of time on the clock, Rebels, they know what to do. Splitting up, hearing a few things, but inevitably just deciding to commit to the same plan.
He's just going to go dark on comms. They've got that element of surprise once again. Norway's on point. He's got to do something with this. He finds one, two, looking for more, and he finds the third. Looks like Norway's got a staff of his own.
Ooh, just dancing around it. Van driving those bullets through him. And Aurora will stand tall. And thanks to Norway there with a classic 3K. Oh, almost gets the triple headshot kills as well. But it is going to be the 6th. So closing the gap, closing the distance, and looking to even things up as Rebels couldn't get the plant. They're just back on the Glocks again for the second of the half.
Yeah, galloping out potentially the top of mid here. They've got this push coming through from Kenzie. He's looking to farm. He's got the M4 guiding him. Oh, the Glocks though, Casey. It's just Binktown.
Bink City. And look, even with those 2 picks coming through, it was a quick one, and Aurora took it to even the odds, 7 apiece. A couple of M4s already carried across from the previous into this one, as Rebels get their first gun round cranking. 1 Galil in the mix with AKs, and plenty of util to boot. But where are Rebels going to be sending it in the 15th?
That's a question. Already just setting themselves up. Smokes in place in A main. So they can layer this if they wish. But they're just allowing some time for both Casey and Olip to make their move. So first layer will come through. Is it going to bait any rotation out? Is it going to give potentially an opening in mid? Kenzie opting to play close. Olip's already been silenced. Going to be running out of utility here, Rebels. Particularly now that Casey's gone. So they're just going to fight their way in. Deco, the path of most resistance. And they're just going to run into this site with nothing. Rebels have been met with brute force. It really did fall apart for them.
Rough way to kick off your gun rounds for sure. And Aurora stringing 3 together now, unless Innocent can do something crazy, but he's a little hazy. He's knocked down to 46. That molly could have been some cover, but Result very aware that he was going to swing on that low side. And Aurora takes that lead, 8-7. 5 more needed to close out their map choice of Mirage here in the second half. And Deco just stopping everyone.
Yeah. He was the answer to the questions being asked by Rebels. And so no real conviction in that site hit. Things really coming unstuck for them. So the Tech 9s will be guided into this site by their own utility once again. It's all just a matter of timing. They do not have the forward positioning that they had in the previous round. So just going to fight fire with fire.
Little dunk on Kisserek there, and Casey goes out with a nicely timed flash, but the shots are so damn good from Deco, lurking in through the jungle smoke. And Play has found himself a single. Given 3 were looking at him, that's not too bad, but Aurora with a 2-round lead now are starting to show that they mean business here at ESL Challenger Melbourne.
Yeah, they took a little while too as well to purchase into this round with that AWP on Flake. So they're going to be looking to try and potentially slow things down a little bit. Unless he's got that spawn. Go smoke. Great success. Kenzie, oh, perfectly timed flash. Innocent though, recovers. Deco's going to be able to retain a lot of information at B, but Olip and Flay, they're combining to make things and pave the way into this A site. Everything's happening for them now, and the rotation is being cut.
Not bad, but job's not done. Deco has been a difference maker, and he's got the timing. He's got a bit of info. But they still don't know where the bomb's going. They know that Casey on short is probably going to have it planted for him, so he can just stay alive and hold this position. Be the difference maker later on, and if Deco can't find something in from CT, then it's probably just save territory. Casey thinks he's cleared that. Well, Olim could fall in just a moment. They're trained in the right position and having to clear out the 50-50. It's given just enough space for Norway to retreat.
Yeah, the saves here are going to be super important for them. It'll mean that they can buy into more than just the next round.
Yeah. That healthy economy looking good. And Rebels with 3 alive keeps them in the swing of things. That's the first for the half for the Poles.
Polling quite well with the crowd too. Some good old entries into this site. Aurora. What can they do to recover?
Time ticking in. And Deco, keep your eyes on this man. Saving that AWP from the previous means he can still have some incredible impact, but for the time being, just sitting at stairs, might poke his head towards main, and he's gone underneath the crosshair play and picked off Olymp in the meanwhile. No chance of a trade there.
Yeah, Olymp did not deserve for wrecked, but he got it.
Lovely movement. I wonder if that was preempted, pre-planned. Either way, draw our attention back towards mid. Casey hasn't been seen, hasn't been spotted. Result gets time, and that's going to be a free one, the equaliser.
Yep. Also some short control as well. Norway's there, layered. Might even be just heard. Innocent should be cordoned off as well. He's just going to be barreled, and let's just see if this A side hit. He's going to have some venom. Deco standing strong.
There was moments, there was glimpses where Rebels could have made it happen, but you can see the reactions coming through from Aurora are crazy.
Oh, what's Conky doing out there?
We're delivering the tape.
Conky, that's a bit of a gaff, mate. They're looking a little bit short-staffed out there, to be honest.
Well, 19th just around the corner. And what do we got? Interesting buy coming through from Rebels. Getting rifles for everyone. But again, that's how the last round started. Deco not only took that one, but he also finished it with a lovely one. 2 rounds in the lead, still maintained. 3 more needed. Put Mirage in the back pocket and over the top. You love to see it. One of the newer top mid smokes allows that to happen, and Deco just wasn't ready. So Flay going to find the impact, another opening for himself. But let's see if Rebels can convert with the numbers.
Yeah, this is going to allow them a little bit of extra push and pull power. The readjustment coming through though from Aura. Just got Result with eyes on B, looking to consolidate mid and A. But all drawn towards the middle of the map. That smoke could be costly though. Just cost them another piece of util to refresh it. The Molotov. Oh, Result doesn't want to get caught with util out, but that's exactly what happens, and they're going to path their way into short. The bomb protected in halls.
Has Kenzie with that pick done enough? We need to see something from Lackey right now. He's standing, knocking on the door of Market, but not given anything. Flay baited out, and he knows the position of at least 3 of these Rebels members. Innocent, unknown, but it's just going to be the save. The money's in the damn bin for Aurora. And this is a 9th now, going to get secured. I'm loving how close this Mirage game's been.
Yeah, Aurora have got to save all 3 weapons here to ensure a buy in the next. Likewise, Rebels, they want to maximize their return on this round, so you will be hard-pressed to see them hard-pressing for any exits. is going to be just a mark of how close this match has been so far. Rebels doing a good job of stabilising things. I'm loving the head-to-head on Flay and Deco. So with those save guns across, interested to see Rebels actually taking the tactical timeout there after that round win, so slowing things down.
Yeah.
Letting Aurora just stew. What happened to your staff, mate? You were Flamdolf the Great. Now, who are you?
Let's see if Rebels can equalise. Moving into the 20th. Mid-control there for the taking for Rebels. This time with more presence underneath. Towards the bottom of mid. Result here and all that, though. From his position on short. So we'll see if Aurora react. They're going to start to group up in window. Like they've got an idea, and that nade doesn't do as much damage as it looked like it was going to. Innocent, in the meanwhile, has been silently boosted up, and the timing is kind of nuts, though. But Deco, eyes on the prize. And that's going to be the opening for the round. And with that position found, Aurora, it signaled to them that it's probably going to be this B split. Look at the setup. Oh, they're ready. Doubling up on short, just making sure that they can keep eyes on mid. Oh, it's almost not worked out.
No.
The flash, the timing. It works for Aurora. They swing around just in time. Result locking down the split, and now there's just a one-pronged attack with 50 on the clock. Rebels trying to figure out where they need to go here.
Yeah, they've cancelled on that, but they've got no territory anywhere else. They've got no info. Did they go into a safe? We'll see. Just quite static in this round for now.
$20 seconds. They're going to go for a late bust here.
Look, if they can isolate a duel onto Lackey, would have worked for them, but Deco's just ensuring that they're not going to get into this A site without a fight, without being spotted.
But there's 10 seconds. There's one flash, two nades. They're not out yet. It's just the save. It has to be. They left it way too long. I think they were hoping for someone lurking, getting too aggro at A. But it hasn't happened. And that's that. Aurora need two.
Counter-terrorists win.
Well, it's not bad news for them, because they should be able to buy quite comfortably here with everything else. It just means Kisarek will have to forego some utility unless he can be dropped some by his teammates. But they were really hinging things on Innocent's push. It really came undone after that.
If Result fell there, Deco would have fallen as well, and that would have been B-site. The defense crumbling. However, didn't happen like that.
Oh, Flay.
You can't change the past, and Flay going for the early spawn. He's not going to be able to find anything. Kenzie going to con the safe way through jungle.
Yeah, Deco posting up on Palace as well. This will be an interesting duel if he gets this, and he does.
Big pick.
They're activating all across the map, but it's no avail. Innocent, he finds the short push.
And there is a chance for Rebels to get back in here. You're looking at Lackey's HP just with 10. One bullet, and he's sent to the grave. And Aurora will have to do it in the 3v3. But yeah, you mentioned the timing. Look at Olymp, though. He's in a very solid position to deal with aggression. It's Innocent, though. One hit. What? Stop! We're going to need a replay of that later. Flay, though. Let's see if he can go toe-to-toe with Deco. Misses that one. Flash forcing him back. And with 50 on the clock, there's still plenty of time for Rebels to make this work, but with Innocent falling, it gets much more complicated for Flay here. Missed flick. 9 points of health. And CT's squirming on him. One needed for Aurora to take Mirage.
They're able to recover the AWP as well. It's just all looking Millhouse for Aurora.
Okay, the double take.
Absolutely pumped.
Pre-scope clearing. Works out for him. Man's rocking a higher sense than me, I'll tell you that much. By the way, potential for the last round to be going down right now. Smoke at Con, at Window for mid control, and Rebels, they are setting their sights on B.
Yeah. They're set for this B site, though. That's the thing, Aurora. They've given up mid control. They're happy to just play deep from the sites here. Eyes on short.
There is no one at mid. There's no one even looking at it.
I wonder if they've left mid-vent unbroken, too, as that sound cue. Not that there's anyone close enough to really hear it, but we'll see.
Well, we're going to see a bit of action here on Norway as well. He was supposed to be the bait man, but decides to keep on pushing forward that flash as well. Allows him to feel confident for the aggression, but the trade comes through eventually. Flay brings back to a 3v4 for Rebels, and Casey not fast enough to catch off Result, who's going to be playing here from Get Right, but it's Innocent last alive as everyone else gets absolutely destroyed. 1 kill away from a 13th round for Aurora and a first round of the best of 3 in the bloody bag. There it is, the difference maker coming through at the end. 13-9, the scoreline for map number 1 of the series. And Aurora, they're going to be extremely happy with that outcome.
Yeah, it felt like it was tit for tat there in many different sections of the map, but Aurora just strong through the remainder. They remain composed on that CT side and they lock out Rebels. So, looking successful on Mirage.
Yeah.
Setting themselves up nicely for the rest of this series.
We'll see how it goes, but look, someone that knows a bit more than us, or at least they think so, is Luke and the merry crew on the desk.
Pretty sure we've confirmed that by now, Mac, that we do know more on this desk. But you guys are doing a fantastic job in the Casa booth nonetheless. And what a good start here for Aurora and Rebels. They're going toe-to-toe. It was a brawl there on Mirage. And Aurora, they just had enough to be able to take it down in this first map.
Yeah, I mean, Rebels, I think they had a good start on the first half. They were unable to deal with Aurora's full buy rounds early on, but, you know, they made really good adjustments to answer to Aurora and to keep the scoreline close. But I feel like, but also from that, like, half, Aurora, whenever they weren't using mid, they were having a hard time ending the round as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. You can see that these two teams have history against each other on this map as well, with just the little micro plays that come out in a couple of these rounds. When you're looking around, you know where the lurks are happening. You can sit yourself in Palace, for example, and find 3 as Result, and you just upset the balance of things. So you've got those little tendencies that are definitely shining through here. I definitely feel like Rebels overall, CT side here, the whole plan didn't really change too much from what we've seen on the battles on Mirage for them previously. The mid-rounding, I will admit, was a little bit better for them on the CT side. They were able to push more rounds than they have against Aurora on CT so far in its entirety of their history. So that was really a key to try and see if Rebels were going to gain success. However, and I say however, I actually thought with them getting the lead at the half, that was going to be enough to try and close it down on the flip. But it wasn't. We saw a good structured CT side come out from Aurora. We saw finally Deco hitting a lot of shots. And in the head-to-head, you know, we put the Orpus up in there. Deco, we were wondering, is he actually going to be, you know, getting ahead on these duels? On those last few rounds, we saw it.
Yeah, definitely did feel like that it was a tight battle between Flay and Deco, but Deco was definitely getting the better of them as those rounds did start to go on. And with Aurora getting that first map under their belt as well, it was a brawly map in Mirage. We've already touched on the fact that these guys are keeping the video the exact same throughout the onliners, and it seems like Aurora just have that extra little bit of flavor. Maybe it might come down to the fact that they had to play yesterday, and whereas the day off came in from Rebels, but it seems like on LAN, they've just got that little bit extra to push them over the line.
Yeah, and it's going to be huge going into the next map, right? They have this momentum now that they can carry on to the next map. And like in the second map, obviously, it's the same veto, so they're going to have the same idea of what Rebels are going to be putting out there. So yeah, I think the element of just winning that last map, going into the next map with some momentum, I feel like it's going to carry them really well.
Yeah, I mean, this was the map that they have been able to take over the line previously, right? So I was thinking if this is going to be the 2-0, it had to be Mirage gained by Rebels and then to close it out on Ancient, because Nuke is going to look really iffy if we do get to there for both these teams. But, you know, we have seen that many a times before. We've seen some strengths from Aurora on this map as well, right? But for Rebels, they have already played this map in this tourney so far. We saw historically that the CT side was, you know, prevailing for them. But here, right now, we saw the T side come out really strong for them earlier. So that is going to be a great success to try and close Ancient.
Yeah, I think also going into this map number 2, I don't think either of these two teams are going to be super disappointed with how they performed, right? Like, obviously, we said Rebels, they got the half win. They felt like it was going to be enough rounds for them to be able to close it out, but it just wasn't enough for them. And, you know, Aurora, they're not going to be like, oh my God, we absolutely dominated them on Mirage. Now we're going to go into that map number 2 and be the same thing. Same on the other side for Rebels, right? They don't feel too bad about how that map went.
Yeah, it's not like they got shut down completely. I think they still kept it pretty competitive, and especially going into this next map, you know, maybe that element of also just being able to outfrag Aurora, because that was something Aurora was just doing it so much better than them.
Exactly, and especially when it comes to that map number 2, it's all about momentum. It's all about getting those extra couple of frags. So we're going to go to Conky in the crowd.
Now listen, this is the most important part, right? You guys don't care about the games. You care about the good stuff, okay? So I'm here with Nugget. I'm here with Vincent. These guys have been doing this all weekend. Mate, how you been?
Oh, mate, it's phenomenal. What a great atmosphere it's been for the last 3 days. I love gambling. I love Counter-Strike. It's just a great mix. Feeds all my addictions.
And what about yourself, mate? What's been the highlight of the weekend so far?
Oh, the highlight of the weekend has definitely been pulling that knife earlier today, about 3 hours ago. That made my year, like a decade. But my good friend Jude here actually pulled that knife. So it was dope. It was the best thing that's ever happened to me by far, my nearly 18 years of living.
Love that. All right, well, listen, can I have a go? It's apparently all the rage, right? Okay, so here we go. We'll get the first one. Bang, bang, put that up, put that up. Oh! Oh! All right, round two. Let's go. We got one more chance. How are we feeling? All righty, same again. Oh! You can't win them all, ladies and gentlemen, but you're certainly winning down here at the arena, so we'll see you guys all for the next map soon.
I joined the team, replacing SNX, and like obviously there is some stuff the guys had that they just said that they needed a change, and it's pretty tough to get a leader in Polish team. But now when I look at it, I'm not the youngest guy anymore, and I feel really good in this role. Surprisingly to me, like the last month was probably like one of the best in years for me. I feel really confident in this role. They trust me a lot, and I can feel it. And yeah, it's a blast until now. Like they need to be confident in what they want to do, and if they do it and everyone is feeling what's happening on the map, I agree on most of the things, and I just smash them together. And we built pretty insane runs out of nowhere, basically, just from the information of the players. I wasn't leading full time before, but I know stuff, and I'm pretty sure they're happy as well with it.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
catching feelings while you play the field. Is this just a game or should we make it real? We could call it quits if we could make a deal. Don't play me, baby. I could take your heart, but I'm not one to steal. Even though I know you know I like cheap thrills. Let's just call it quits, come on, let's make a deal. Don't play me, baby. Don't be playing games with my heart when you know that I liked you from the start. So don't be playing games with my heart, baby. Come meet me at the finish line. Don't be playing games with my heart when you know that I liked you from the start. So don't be playing games with my heart, baby. Come meet me at the finish line. This one's for the girls, only kick it with the boy when it's on our terms. Don't drop the ball if it's on our turf. Wanna run with walls, baby, now you're gonna learn. Cause it's a brand new day. Put some respect on the girls and gays and days. You know you only won cause we never got to play. What's up with your face? You good? Okay. This one's for the girls, only kick it with the boy when it's on our terms. Don't drop the ball if it's on our turf. If you whistle like a wolf, better know you're gonna learn. Step up to the plate, your fair game. Speak up, babe, what did you say? Drop the front cause I what's your name? Said drop the front cause I what's your name? Don't be playing games with my heart when you know that I liked you from the start. So don't be playing games with my heart, baby. Come meet me at the finish line. Don't be playing games with my heart when you know that I liked you from the start. So don't be playing games with my heart, baby. Come meet me at the finish line.
I'm a fool. I'm a fool without you. I'm so lonely, so lonely, so lonely without you. I'm as strong as a stone, but I crumble when I'm alone. I need you like I need prayer. I wanna cry without you. Tears keep falling, keep falling, keep falling without you. I'll be fine, I try to say as I wipe those tears away. I need you like I need prayer. Oh, what's a man to do if he can't have you, my darling? I'm on my knees, praying that you'll come back to me. I'm so tired, dog tired without you. Close my eyes, close my eyes, close my eyes, but I still see you. Please come home, and I promise you that this time I'll be true. I need you like I need prayer.
Words are worthless if they don't lead to action. I don't act solely on attraction. Don't love me later, love me now. 'Cause we got more than just a chemical reaction. Don't make me say it right now. Don't make me pray.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and White Market.
Well, time for a bit of Ancient. Looking back to roll it back. Everyone chilling.
What's
I feel
that
like I'm the
fidget spinner?
OC with a soundtrack like that. But look, mouse spins, getting ready. Aurora looking like they are pretty keen to jump on into their map pick after showing what they're made of on Mirage. A couple of notes getting checked. Result making sure his head's all screwed on. And Aurora are all on the same page to do some fragging because they got a grand final to get to. And there's only one map that they need to secure to get there later on this evening. Rebels, they've got 2 more to find, and it's all going to boil down to how it starts here on Ancient. Jim, tell me, what's going to be going down to kick this one off?
Well, they've got work to do, haven't they, Rebels? That's for sure. We'll see what they can bring here in the Pistols. As on this T side, they do have some util on Innocent and Kisarek. And already starting to flow over towards this B side. You can see, though, for Aurora, they are well equipped here. It's a single flash, though. Lucky.
Where's that going? Looks like it is just going to help to allow Kenzie to activate on the back of site if this
They're ready.
hit gets committed to until flooding through. Molly towards the back of default. How's this going? Kenzie hasn't had to activate just yet. Waits for the flash, but it's a little bit too late. Kesserak will be traded out, so we're down to the 3v3. The cave control is going to be there for Aurora, even though Lackey's down low. They're looking for the kill. They're looking for more. Deco there, spotted, and Result swinging in all on his own. 2v3 and space for Flay to get that bomb planted.
Great work on spacing themselves out and taking control of the cave, but Deco, he's just peppering from the edge. And they are just going to get themselves into post-plant positions perfectly.
So much respect given to him as well after his performance on map 1. Flay with the repeat gets him eventually. And that's going to be a pistol in the bag for Rebels, putting them in the lead, 1-0.
Yeah, nobody wanted to face there. They just had to kite Deco, placating for a little longer. Great heads-up play here to push on through cave. Oh, dear me, he's been deleted.
There's no voice left in that throw, mate. I'll tell you that much.
Get him a Strepsil.
Well, flash forward. Lackey backing himself with the util, and he will be able to make it here into the pocket. Rebels going slow and steady in through the bottom of mid now. And looking like they are just going to go late for lane, but there's Payne found by Norway. That's going to be an upgrade achievable. Result get his bits on the Galil. In the meanwhile, Kenzie not going to be able to connect there with the Deagle and the Olymp as well. Locking in that donut control. And that's all they really have.
I mean, they'll be able to pick up this Galil, right? Maybe take that into the next round, but they're losing armor by taking some of these jewels. They're not really doing damage. They're not going to win the round like that.
Thing as well, if Norway decided not to go for that one, had a secondary weapon that someone else could upgrade to, that's almost a full force buy into the next. But ifs and buts, and Deco hoping that maybe he can find an exit, get gifted some kind of primary. Result at the bottom of mid, can be able to find one, not a second. Casey on the refrag allows Rebels to lock in a second with 3 alive, and Aurora only carrying that Deagle across to the third.
Yeah, there's not too much to take into these rounds, is there? For Aurora, I would have loved to have seen them retain that Glue, but regardless, they're still not coming into this with a full ensemble. They Might be looking to purchase up some HEs and do some damage here. I can already see. Well, it's just Deco actually rolling out of spawn with one. But Rebels, no need for them to hard commit to anything thus far. Oh. Looking pretty cluster thus far. Innocent goes down, Norway.
Jim, this is going to be an awkward round
Yeah,
if Rebels don't lock in.
This has gone awry for them, hasn't it? I was wondering what on earth was happening.
A little bit of util to maybe flush some corners out here, but that's going to be dunked towards mid instead. The lane push will keep on coming. Aurora, 4-1 split. Putting all their eggs in one basket, and it looks like it might just be the right basket, Jim.
Yeah, that might just be irksome for Rebels as they start to make their way on through. Deco on point. Does spot out the head of Flay. They're going to roll on in here. This is going to be super awkward. Look at all these off angles. They've got to try and get rid of. Olim's AK is going to be now in play, but Kensing, he's swatted. And they are quite low here, but they've got to deal with all this damage. Flay does the job for them.
The TK in a round like that, the pressure, forcing out mistakes, and Aurora playing that perfectly. Lovely little bait setup, double on the right side of Cave. Look at this. Olim sees the first, has no idea the second man's there. Result gets himself the kill, the trade, the upgrade, everything. He could have wanted and more.
Oh.
And then finishes off on the Flay. Awkward situation, and Rebels going to be kicking themselves they didn't convert that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for them. That could have been around. They may come back to bite them later. We'll see. Aurora, though, they've got the full complement. How are they going to play Flay into this round to see if he can open things up with that orb? Just sitting around the back of mid, wave of utility towards B to hopefully bait out some counter util. To be fair, neither team really have notes to drop on utility at the moment. So all it's really done is hurt Rebels with their late round options, especially without picks. Who's going to go first?
Kenzie on the offline. He's just waiting. Makes his way into a cheeky pocket. One and done if the teams move together, but Lucky's found that one. Tapping away, and Olim probably smacking his desk after that.
What can you do?
Sound cue allows Kisarek to know that Lucky was still here. Look at a frag, and he only gets a tag. Result. The trade game's only good for one, but Kenzie activates at the perfect moment. Fast flank in through Donut. And there's going to be no space, no time for Rebels to get this one planted. Casey trying to hold it off with the Tech 9 there. With 16 seconds, Flay has to pull the AWP back out, and he's not allowed to do a damn thing. Rebels losing another, and Aurora are happy to tie it up early 2 apiece.
Yeah, it really was the allegory of the cave there for Casey. Only seeing the shadow there. And, well, now, tactical timeout for Rebels. What are they going to discuss? How are they going to get into the sites? Their money's a shamble. So any sort of structured buy in this round is not going to eventuate. Not getting these bomb plants has hurt them. Aurora, on the other hand, things are starting to bode very well for them. And Rebels have, to be honest with you, they've usually been quite good with their spacing on these trades, but just not really having an opportunity to do so in that round.
Result hitting him with a double front buy as well after that. Love to see it. Rebels.
That's a flex.
No bite. Deagle the only upgrade, and that's on your screen. But they ain't blazing, as the skin would suggest. Missed chance. Onto the Aurora members, and they're going to play strength in numbers, filtering in together, smacking their way up ramp. The lane control dominated by Aurora. No one able to answer with a damn thing just yet, and Casey tried to find an upgrade. We'll get the Glock back eventually. The burst gets it done for one. Potential for a second, but Norway swinging at ramp is trading up a storm. 3 in a row for Aurora.
Yeah, just a mark of disrespect, the burst, but gets the job done in the end. It actually could have picked up a second, but not quite. See if Rebels can get their act together here. The money's not quite there. I mean, Olymp's going into this with a Mac 10. Could have purchased in with a rifle, but opting not to. See just how he plays out. He's going to go a little bit faster into mid, so that Smoke is going to have to ball his way out. He gets the job done. Picks up a rifle as well now. Deco looking for that trade. The smoke blown, but not quite enough for him to secure anything.
Olymp hasn't quite been seen, but Deco still eyes on the prize. Hanging around, sitting on a 50-50 line. Ooh, and that's the info he was looking for. Getting Pinocchio'd.
He's got the steel caps.
The flash, it's good, but the shot is better. And Deco is going to be left solo. Has to smoke himself to try and fade away, but there's going to be a gap across the top. And Casey at Shelf sneaks towards the game plan instead. Looking to play the numbers. 2 here. Trying to stay alive and thrive here. Ooh, Deco thought he could have been on for more, but the lineup works out better for Rebels as they traded up 3v2.
Yeah, it's a foot race over towards B. Kenzie, though, has won that. Looking for more. And is he going to be able to clean them all up here? He's just trying to buy some time, wait for his teammate to get in, but he gets the job done himself. Very important for him to be able to do that. I thought they'd done a great job of fitting the numbers here, Rebels. They hit A with such conviction. They still had time. They could have, you know, slowed things right down, faked that rush, but not to be. They wanted to see whether or not they'd caused enough of a rotation over towards that B site, but Aurora heads up play. Back to the Tech 9s for Rebels. As a hero.
The flash was good for those CTs. Trade game allows them to keep on locking it down. 30 in the clip is more than enough for Norway to deliver brilliance on the big site.
Probably looking for this plant at best, but Innocent is hungry for a little more. Just wanting to secure his position first, but that has just brought on the entourage of Aurora. They deny that plant, deny that little bit of extra cash. Yeah, they're buying into it anyway, but it has a knock-on effect. The flashes that Rebels did throw were largely ineffective. Norway, easy for him to get by those.
I think it was above him, right? It's usually behind the tees, so anyone looking at him is going to be blind, but he was up in their grills right next to the top ramp smoke. But either way, new round, Rebels, guns brought in here, and they're going to be able to get gifted this lane control. Kenzie going for the wallbang this time. The slow approach from the mid members.
Blowing the smoke for the info. They were paired up. They're looking for these fights. Actually quite proactive around the map, aren't they, Aurora?
Yeah.
Just these little CT info plays. Not necessarily high risk either because they're not committing harm to them.
Casey, very thorough, making sure no one's hidden in the corner at the top of the shelf. Gets that cheater control, but no eyes on Cave. And the vent's going to be smoked off as well, so that separates any intention for Rebels, or at least stops them in their tracks. 4 members here. Eyes on B. And Aurora, as you see, they've got 3 here as well. Nice little bait set up on the long side of things. I think 1 set of util to make this one work. Molly going to be going over towards default. 2 smokes yet to be thrown. Cave is there for the kick-ins. Olymp as well, the lurk. Gets torn to shreds as Kenzie gets another 3v5. They can just play for the retake as Flay finally tries to find an answer, but again, with not much time to play with here, it's just going to be awkward as hell in the post plan.
Yeah, they look to stick it now. They're going to try and batten down the hatches because Aurora all there. No real utility other than the smoke and the flash, though. So they can isolate some jewels.
This AWP would have been huge, except this smoke makes things extremely awkward for Flay in the corner. 1v4, and he's going to be found. Aurora, that smoke just put a bit of a spanner in the works there, and Rebels couldn't secure a third. 6-2. That'll do for Aurora.
Oh, that's a sticker and a half, isn't it? Sticky situation, though, for Rebels in that post plan. Olymp was just looking to activate. To be honest, he might have activated a little bit too early, but he wanted to try and create some space for the players at B on that entry. So Rebels largely struggling on this T side to find some success, getting into these sites, yes, but very rarely get themselves into post-plant position without taking heavy losses. Aurora, they've just been dominating. 6 rounds in a row. The bomb plants are going to keep on allowing Rebels to put pressure on. But the money is really starting to flow for Aurora. They're looking pretty solid.
Yeah. I feel like Rebels need to at least get 4 or so to be a bit more confident towards that second half, but there's still a fair few rounds to play with here. And that nade from Deco is large.
It's in charge. Oh, doesn't matter for Deco anyway.
Just suffocating Rebels. The utility as well, already just down to 2 smokes, 1 banger. The man disadvantage. A double man disadvantage and almost even less.
It doesn't matter if Kenzie can't see, he will do the damage.
And the slow push in, not lacking in confidence. Rebels still going to go toe-to-toe, and Kenzie gets domed. But look at Deco. In this spot, he can make it extremely difficult for Rebels to get this bomb down safely. They don't have a read on it. And they're going to look for some more control first. It's an open plant at the opening of cave. And Aurora just trying to posture, figure out how to make this retake happen. Lane control is going to be the call to order, and with Innocent falling again, a 2v4 that Rebels are going to struggle to convert.
Olymp has a chance now to really put forward in the side of things, but he's not aware of Resalt's presence, and that is going to be clean up there for Kisarek. And so Aurora, very patient. As you noted, push from Deco was problematic. Always going to be played into that round too. So Rebels, again, the struggles continue. Just anticipating all the fights that Rebels want to take.
Some crispy shots getting shown now and then, but unfortunately, there's just been so many times where Aurora are always the team that are in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, Olymp thought he had a timing as well. Those 2 frags from Result. Turning the round on its head, but we do see Rebels now, slightly different approach here. Some earlier utility presence towards that B site, just trying to pry some eyes ahead.
Yep.
Kisarek has already fallen, but Olymp, they're going to fall their way onto this A site.
Action at A again, and Flay. That's the second teammate he's killed now. Unfortunate for him, and he won't be able to lock down the A site. Bombs there on the ground, although I don't know if it's been spotted yet by Aurora. They still haven't gone for the full rotation across, and Deco now calling for it.
Yeah, he's posted up on a far better position now. Innocent has very few gaps to slither through. So he might be looking for this timing here to try and split the 2 CTs.
Ooh, look at this approach. Unfortunately, spotted at the worst possible moment. I thought he might have been able to get his head around the corner, but Kenzie again, a nuisance. Aurora, the 6-round lead now, is starting to really stretch it out. 5 needed to close things down, and if they make this a 10-2 half, my hope is certainly going to be lost for the Rebels.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's been a lot of wind knocked out of the sails of Rebels. They got their first 2 rounds at the start of the half. After that, it's been very little success in doing so. Now they're just getting cleaned up in mid. The hero AK on Olymp. has to go to work, but he's too far away.
1v5 angle. GLHF. Olymp walking into the eyes of the Result on the secondary AWP. Isn't going to be able to make that one work for himself. But he's going to give it a red hot crack. Unfortunately, with the bomb being down in the most open position at mid, it's going to be very difficult for them to convert this into a round.
I think he's got a better chance of pegging a rock at the moon. But he is going to try and do some damage. It's not going to be super consequential to the economy because Aurora are just balling out of control. As Pilski famously always says, they've got bans. Just going to be saving out. They've been running into brick walls, haven't they, Rebels? Had no answers, aside from the first 2 rounds of the half.
All right, with this time starting to tick down, we're going to see Aurora get a bit more aggressive here, try to kill him after the time and make the final round of the half unachievable. I didn't even see that one get brought in.
No. Result just looking to rub salt into the wounds with the Dak.
Oh, it was a Dak, not an AWP.
No, yeah.
Ooh, and Olymp will barely survive into the next. Rebels without a cause. And I feel like they're in need of a pause just to try to figure out how to secure 3 on T. It's something you need, man. 2 and 10 just doesn't sound like it's enough.
He's repurchased it in. Unfortunately, Rebels, they want more. But it is a far cry.
This hasn't been working for Rebels before, but the difference is Deco isn't here this time. Bomb is going to be going to the ground regardless, and the spam through. Kenzie almost finding 2, but it's Norway to snatch him away. 3 for him. Flay just waiting for that swing. He sees an elbow, sees the jiggle. It's Lackey to find another, and this half has been utter domination. Aurora leading by 8 into the half.
In my opinion, it's not the best form or shape of our team. We can do better. If I can rate our team play from 0 to 10, it will be, I think, 4 of 10, yeah. And we can do better.
What a man. What a myth. What a bloody legend. We got ourselves a couple of individuals that don't know how to flex in here. And if you guys want to show them, now's a good time to do it. My boy, reppin' Tyloo. Big guns there. Swagger Soul showing us what he's bloody made of. Love to see it.
Call the plumber. Got some blocked pipes in here.
Well, potential for there to only be 3 rounds here in the second half. If Aurora take this pistol, they're going to be booking their ticket, fast-tracking their way straight to the grand final. They got places to be, and Rebels, it's their map, and they need to show us exactly why they've picked it, because at the moment, they haven't found much success at all.
Smoke up in mid is going to give them some passage, some time. Maybe a passage in time. Niche reference, but we'll see if this territory taken here is going to provide some space around the rest of the map. Lackey just looking to try and bait out what he can. Oh, I don't know here, though. Kisarek could find himself in some trouble. This is awkward.
Yeah, weird situation to be in. And Lackey just trying to draw as much attention as possible. We can see the gravitation of a lot of the CTs back towards mid. Kisarek hoping he could maybe have a little help in hand. And with Olin falling at A main, now A is for the taking. And Lackey creating even more space. Man is built to the brim with confidence. And he's almost done it all. Deco, he wants to just get this one over and done with. 11 secured. And now just 2 needed. Rebels, are they forcing here?
Yeah, I think they're gonna try and make something happen. Oh, they've just had no success, haven't they? They've been laid out. At one point in time, they had the support of the crowd. Now it looks as though Aurora's starting to find their way and book that spot in the grand final. It is the force coming out of Rebels. Oh, going straight for it. They're going to try and take that fight. Kenzie falls.
Maybe not enough.
Everywhere.
Aggression on A instead finds a little more success now. 2 members so damn low for Rebels, so it could swing back in just a moment, but using that smoke is going to let them know that you don't have your gun in your hand, and Lackey unable to shoot back. Result 1v4 angle, and he's got nothing. Knocking at the door of a dub there, Rebels. The Force converts not only to a win, but an upgrade to 3 solid rifles.
Yeah, that was just, just the element of surprise in full effect. Charging on through. I don't think they used any utility either. I think they just straight out took the jewels.
Yeah, just contacted it. I think there was a bit towards lane in that first engagement, but from there, yeah. Just playing together, trying to get the numbers in every one of those engagements. And now we're going to see Aurora force back as well. Not a lot of util. Just trying to show some kind of pressure over with that B side of things. Result want a lot of attention. And oh, I love this push out the bottom of mid. Flay's only going to be able to go for 1 in the meanwhile. So we're down to a 4v3. Rebels maybe dropping the ball up against Pistols as well.
Yeah, and now Olim has got to keep this nice and clean. The bomb just thrown at him. Oof. So he's got eyes on that. The grenade's perfect. A lot of damage. And is he going to be able to clean up the rest? It looks so. Aurora, we're hoping for a little bit more out of this round. And there's the M4. It could make it expensive, and he already has.
The spacing, not great. And you can't do this against Deco. He's only got 6 points of health, but you've seen him play it. You've seen what he can do, and he's just going to be going for the money, going for everything. But won't take the round. Huge damage to the economy of Rebels.
Yeah, Innocent could take no risks there. He had a lot to lose, but they did exactly what they wanted to do, Aurora. They made it very expensive. Oh, please.
Lovely shots there. Deco mechanically isolating a lot of those angles. And Rebels unable to swing together. So they really need to tighten themselves up to keep these rounds as clean as they possibly can, because they've got a long way before I even use the word comeback.
Yeah, not really in that territory just yet, is it? Got to be careful not to be isolated here. Innocent. Is he going to be able to get one before being punished? Flay's already shored things up in mid, but he's going to be smoked out for the moment. So, Rebels take first blood. It's a readjustment here from Aurora back towards this B site to consolidate things. They do have some utility to play with.
That smoke did allow Result as well after the AWP shot to recycle the Galil. So there is still going to be 2 rifles popping here for Aurora. Now going to posture to split in. Innocent, oh, goes wide. But the buddy system working for Rebels until he's gone for an upgrade. Awkward moments there. And Aurora, only Kenzie remains. Kisarek saves the day, locking down the B site. And 5 will get secured by the Polish.
Yeah, very dependable there. Kisarek had a lot of pressure on his shoulders, had to make it work. Went for the AK in front instead of the reload. Just didn't anticipate that third player through cave. So once again, it gets expensive for Rebels. Only not really having a chance to build throughout. Tactical timeout for Aurora. They're going to the drawing board, but the money situation is going to limit their options. Doing damage and getting plants has been the name of the game for them thus far. What's the input of Brain here? Thinking caps on.
Well, times tick down. Instant elbow smoke coming out from Flay with Molynade combination. Aurora not going to get too aggro at mid. They're not bringing in too much utility of their own or any in that respect. Just those deagles. Norway hoping he could find something towards B, fishing for a 1 deep. And Innocent as well, just going to reveal his position with the attempted wallbang. Oh, Lackey! Just does Flay like that. Olymp at least going to be able to trade for the double. But what a shot.
Yeah, straight into the fray. So that AWP will be a prize target. Deep reroute coming through from Aurora. They're just looking to see if they're going to catch anybody. Potentially pushing through A for an info play, but more importantly, looking to get the bomb plant here. All the damage they're doing economically just maintains pressure on Rebels and has that knock-on effect into future rounds.
Mate, we're 16 rounds in and Deco's only died 6 times. It's been nuts for them. And Olymp, oh, how's this timing going to work out? Taken away towards the back of Donut. But a noise going to be made as Kenzie spots the cave player. Olymp picks his timing perfectly, and with the bomb on the ground, still living. Beautiful flash to allow Innocent to close that one out.
Yeah,
and now we can start to talk about how this comeback needs to happen, Jim. It's still 5 rounds away before we even get tied up, but you're looking at the money. That was a clean one, and they're starting to navigate these rounds in a much better fashion than the first half.
Oh. That was the only real bright spark for Lackey in this round. They keep it clean. Just see this play out here. Oh, everything is lava. Look at that. It's allowed Innocent a path through. He's going to clear things out, get a lot of info. It's really pushed Aurora back into spawn, hasn't it? So, Innocent taking up a lot of position. Casey's taking a lot of damage from grenades. So I don't think he'll be able to hold his position for too much longer. Aurora have to rely on making some noise with this contact at A. Happy to play the longer, more drawn-out round.
Yeah. Great patience. The crowd letting us know their love for arts and crafts. Innocent. Ooh. Lands a bullet on the cross there. Flay still waiting. Oh, and barely misses that opportunity. Unfortunately, just didn't have the patience to wait for Deco to hit that line. Repositioning just to make sure that the orb can hopefully have some impact somewhere else towards the cave side of things, but you're looking at the map. Aurora starting to shift back towards A. It's all on Olive. He's got 2 flashes to play with, and that molly at New Box forces him into the open. He's got no idea that that second man was staggered. It's the A site taken, and the molly will give them enough space to get this plant, unless they take a bit too long.
Yeah, he's got no help, has he, Olim? All on his own lonesome. But they have numbers here in the retake, but they're all stuck in Temple.
It's going to be hard to make their way out now. Norway, big box, Lackey as well. And Norway can swing on the cross. It's all up to Flay, whose position has been seen, it seems. And Lackey just so solid there in the post plant from the back of default. 3 picks, getting a 12th on the board for Aurora. And it's been a while between drinks, but now they need just 1 to lock in the grand finals.
Yeah, series point for them. Missed opportunity there. Slither of an opportunity at that, but yeah, just not expecting second player in A main. And Lackey, hasn't he been unleashed this tournament so far? His multi-fragging ability has been huge for Aurora, but I mean, they have plenty of firepower on this lineup. That's case in point.
A very impressive team, but impressive speed coming out of Aurora this time. Looking to wrap up shop real quick. In the meantime, Olymp going to get every bit of info that he could want, pushing through A. And the timing push is not going to be the one to secure the final round needed. Man advantage lost off the back of that, and Norway drawing attention to himself. Isarek spotted through the edge of smoke there. And maybe, just maybe, Aurora closed this.
Yeah, they've gone from a player disadvantage to a player advantage. We'll see how they go. But there's a lot of work to be done here for Casey. He's just a swivel head in this B side at the moment. He's being enclosed slowly from all angles. He doesn't know it yet. But his teammate, Flay, has got to work this out. He's a journeyman, and I think he's going to be too far away to help.
There might be a world where he can find himself a primary weapon if he times it into cave perfectly. He's dealt with one flank, but he's out in the open, and it's a 1-for-1. Flay, the game, the series, their life here at ESL Challenger Melbourne is all on his shoulders. And going toe-to-toe with Deco is no way to keep yourselves in it. 13-6, Aurora take home all the bacon in the semi. And they will be going on to meet MIBR in the grand final here in Margaret Court Arena in just an hour or so.
Yeah, they ran out of steam, didn't they, Rebels? They were flying the flag high on Mirage. They were looking good. They were going toe-to-toe with Aurora. But when it came to Ancient, it was a totally different kettle of fish. And they've done themselves proud in this tournament. They're just still a little bit far away from that next step. Aurora just showing that they've got the credentials to make the grand final, where they'll be facing MIBR, and I think that's going to be a fantastic match. Both these two teams showing they've got staying power, and I'm looking forward to that match.
I'm looking forward to it as well, and it's great to see the showmanship, the sportsmanship between them all as well. And now, before you all leave, there's a man on the desk, and I think he's got a shoe in hand, or maybe that's happening in a moment. Luke, tell him what you're going to do.
Well, we've got a bit of CS to break down first, but there's going to be some shenanigans happening after this ahead of our grand final. But it is Aurora who will be punching their ticket into that grand final. They'll be going up against the Brazilians to see who's going to go all the way and go into the EPL as well. It is such an insane series to see these Aurora guys fighting sharp and popping heads.
Yeah, Aurora might not rate themselves too highly in the team play department, but their fragging department, incredible. Like, every duel Aurora took, they won. They walked all over Rebels, and yeah, they had no chance.
Yeah, I think we can put to bed the answer of who is the better team between these two. Historically, online, it was Aurora. Now it's set in stone, a 2-0 on land, bettering all the scores we saw previously. And I mean, I'll draw a comparison to what we saw for the Rebels against MIBR, right? Their post plants were looking fantastic in that series. A lot of strength on the T side, but here it was kind of abysmal. They didn't get a chance, honestly. You know, you're looking at the beginning of the game, the first 2 rounds they're able to gather, and then what? They lose to an eco, and then they lose 10 rounds rounds in a row. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, like Rebels seem to fall apart in their post plans, right? For one, they didn't really have the numbers to work with, but also Aurora were just kind of just holding W at them and just taking heads.
Yeah, it really did feel like a lot of the crossfires, a lot of the individual members from Aurora were just a little sharper when it came to being on land here. And unfortunately for the Rebels, they had such a good run, winning those two best of ones, getting that upset victory in the upper bracket, and meeting Aurora here on the second day, well, the third day, pardon me. Fortunately, just didn't pan out for them, not getting their series victory. And it is Aurora who will be moving forward. And it is Aurora who are going to be on the stage right now with Conky.
I've got Norway with me once again. And look, it's no surprises, I suppose, after what we've talked about. Aurora have made it into the grand final, mate. How are you feeling?
Feeling really good.
Absolutely. I don't blame you at all, mate. It was an awesome series. Now you're going to verse MIBR. Are you ready for that one?
Yeah, of course.
And I think you've got something to say for me. So let's work this out, right? So what do you need to start with?
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. 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 Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Thank you very much, man. We'll see you in the grand final.
Thank you.
Love your work, guys. We'll see you very soon.
Fantastic from Norway and fantastic from the entirety of Aurora as well, getting the crowd involved and going in towards that grand final. They are 2 map victories away from getting their ticket all the way into the EPL and a nice little cash prize as well. And these guys, they've looked fantastic throughout the entirety of the tournament. And Vivian, we were expecting these guys to be in the grand final, right?
Yeah, from the start. Like I think they were the favorites coming into this tournament, and they showed it here. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, you got Apex who were seed number 1, you got invites, you got qualifiers, you got battles that have been played. We asked the question earlier on as well, does playing the extra games yesterday or getting the day skipped, you know, pose better? Both teams that are in the grand final did play those games yesterday, so more LAN experience right now pays off.
Exactly, especially when they get in towards that grand final. It's all about the stage experience, and a man who's been performing on the stage is going to be our player of the match. It's going to be Deco here. We highlighted him going in towards this series to be a guy to really step up, win a lot of these AWP duels, and he was able to deliver, right, Komodo?
Yeah, I mean, the head-to-head between Deco and Flay certainly answered in this one. Deco topping both maps for the team of Aurora, getting dirty, getting that AWP prowess into the server. I mean, so many rounds just dictated by stronghold positions from him and clutches and insane jiggles. Like, this play right here was actually so big brain. Like, it's just a small thing, shooting the AWP, transitioning over to the AK to win the clutch, and just continuing with the team, getting dirty in all of the fights and consistently winning on top. You look towards what, you know, Flay was kind of doing over on the Rebels, and they were isolating him. They were making sure he couldn't even get involved in the action. So for Deco, just going along with the squad, really coming out as a star player for this roster.
It's so good to see him like perform like this on LAN, right? But I think for the longest time, he's always been like the guy who's looked at most in the Tier 2 scene in EU, so it's great to see him pop off here.
Yeah, especially transition a lot of that online experience, now bringing it onto LAN as well. It's going to be a wealth of experience for a lot of these players going in towards the remainder of their season and remainder of their careers as well, right? Getting this LAN experience in front of such an energetic crowd as well, who thankfully are still sticking around for our wonderful stuff we've got happening in just a moment. But the way that he's able to do that, get the rest of the team around him and really energize them going in towards the grand final, is going to be exciting to see who's going to come out on top. MIBR, Aurora, both these guys are really fragging out. They've been tested for both these two teams as well, right, Komodo?
Yeah.
Both of them have had trials and tribulations and still come out on top.
Yeah, I'm really going to be interested to see the AWP battle between Safe and Deco as well, because we've seen Safe get a little bit hard hit and not really required too much throughout this tournament so far. But for the flip side, I mean, we definitely have seen a lot of reliance on Deco. And
this is the best way to get the crowd on your side, right? You go out there, you throw out some merch, you get some shoeies done, and you enjoy it all. Everybody's here super excited to get into it. They love it. And I know this grand final is going to be energetic, but we have to wait. We have to get in there. I really hope we get 3 maps between all of these people here, because everybody in this crowd wants to see as much Counter-Strike as possible. And now it's all about making sure you get those energy levels tempered, right? Going to that grand final, Bibian, it is going to be a test for both these two teams to make sure they don't start out too high and have nowhere to go.
Yeah, I mean, going to the grand final, it's going to be a banger of a game tomorrow, and, you know, you just need to go into it full confidence. You're not going to lose anything by leaving it all here. You got to put everything out on the table.
yeah, I mean, there's an ESL Pro League spot on the line, right? So you probably don't want to be hiding anything. There will be some time between this grand final and playing out the next season of Pro League. So if you've got some hidden tricks, pull them out. I mean, we saw earlier that nuke attempt in the veto pulled out from Apex, right? That is something that we hadn't seen just yet, so you got to take a risk to get the reward.
Exactly, risk and reward, and there was some risks on the line throughout the entirety of this weekend. And I know a lot of people in the crowd probably weren't paying attention to the predictions, but I definitely was. I was keeping track of every single one of these series, and I said on the Friday that there was going to be a punishment. And punishment is a very interesting word. Some people can think of it as punishment, some people can think of it as pleasure. And I know everybody in this crowd is super excited to see what's going to happen right now. So, for the punishment of the talent predictions, I myself, and luckily the rest of my crew, are going to be able to do a shoey for you guys here in the crowd. So, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take the boot off. We're going to grab some monsters. We're going to get involved with everybody here. Bibian, that's yours. Another one here. Lucy's on the side. Lucy, come in. Okay, Lucy, here's your monster as well. I know Conky's out the back. He wants to do a shoey with us as well, so let's try and do it. I know you guys in row F. Get the shoes off. All right, let's do it. Oh, this is going to be disgusting. All right.
Not happy with that one, Luke.
It felt good. It definitely felt good. I have to wear this boot for the rest of the day, so maybe I have to steal some more shoes. But it is an interesting day for us to have to deal with all the shenanigans that we got going on here in the arena. There's Counter-Strike, there's everything that's going on as well. It has been such a wonderful day, and I'm so glad that we get to have two exciting teams going in towards our grand final, MIBR and Aurora. This crowd's going to get rowdy. We're going to take a little bit of a break when we do get towards this. It's going to be a bit extended, so I know everybody here needs to get themselves energized. But before we get into it, let's have a quick little touch, because Bibian, unfortunately, you're not going to be joining us for the grand final here, so I want to hear some thoughts going into that best of three.
The grand final best of three.
Yeah.
I mean, I think as a player, you know, if you're heading into a best of three, unfortunately, I never get there, so I don't really know the experience. But I feel like you need to put it all out on the table, right? As I said before, and you need to come in good with your form, and just trust that everything that you have worked for to get here, that you'll just pull it off well.
Yeah, I'm looking at Luke struggle right now. Wet
My
shoe.
boot is so wet. It is so wet. It's going to be sticky as well, and it's going to be interesting. But anyways, Komodo, your thoughts on the grand final?
I want to see 3 maps. The series we saw earlier on, you know, it got 3 maps. A lot of the series here on LAN especially do deserve it. I thought we would have gotten a little bit more on Anubis in that last best of 3, which means that I think I have a little bit more expectations on MIBR. They come out with a 13-0. Are they going to be able to reenact that come this grand final?
That is the real question that we're going to have on our lips about whether or not MIBR are going to be able to continue all of those wonderful things that they've been able to do on the stage, especially after a bit of a break, right? It's a best of 3 that they had a break here. Wasn't as long as the best of 3 that we had earlier on today, and maybe Komodo, that might work into their advantage, right? They get to be able to sit back and see what Aurora has been doing. But before we do get in towards that grand final, we do have to say goodbye to the Rebels.
Of course, very sad goodbye for me. Actually, the Rebels guys have been awesome to work with. You know, it's been a lot of fun. You guys have had some great energy. How are you feeling after that one?
It's rough. It's rough because it's a fight. I mean, loss without fight, basically. Like in my eyes, at least, like the only real show up from our team was the how we approached the game, because we had, of course, the really good mental and the preparation for the game. So we were ready. We knew everything that we were gonna do and what they are going to do. But then we just, you know, it was like you could feel it was stressful a little bit. And yeah, in general, like we didn't shoot well, we didn't communicate that well. So basically, like it's too much. I mean, it's pointless to point some stuff. It was just, you know, it wasn't this team. Like you could see the first day when we played here, we played completely different CS than right now. Back then we played like what we do, what we practice, and right now we played scared and just, you know, was waiting for what Aurora is going to do. So it was like, you know, but it is what it is. It happens. It's the first event together. And another one for them to gain some experience and also like get a touch of the stage. So it was, it's still like a valid experience, and we should be happy that we went there. Obviously not with the result, but it is what it is.
That's exactly right, mate. You know, you mentioned obviously the teams haven't been together for too long. Great experience, great time. You came all the way here. You had a blast. So yeah, look, I just wanted to say, man, it was an absolute treat having you here, and all the best.
Thank you.
All the best.
That's all right, man. It is what it is. So enjoy yourself, all right?
Hey.
Sponsors are joining us here for ESL Challenger. I'm going to walk through the website with you guys. I'm going to tell you guys how everything's been going on. If you've been paying attention to the broadcast so far, White Market is one of our new sponsors that did come on for ESL Challenger. And now I can really just kind of talk through everything. I know there's a lot of skin fiends that are hanging out there as well. Everyone wants to try and get the best skins they possibly have. They want to try and make sure that they are reducing the fees that are going along as well. So you can come here. It's a peer-to-peer market as well. So that means that you can put your skins up for sale and you can still play with them until they do get sold. You don't have to worry about any of these hidden fees. You can also get up to a 40% discount on a lot of these CS2 skins. Not only are you getting these skins and you're searching for the best things that you want, you can just directly get them. There's a lot of guys in the crowd that have been opening cases, and they might be the guys that are going to be jumping and putting stuff on White Market. But that is where you can try and get a lot of your CS skins. There's support 24/7 as well. And if you're a Face-It man or woman, you can come in with White Market. You can complete these missions. You can get yourself some extra tickets that allow you to get a lot of these skins and allow you to be able to sell, buy, trade, what have you when it comes to this White Market website. And if you're just playing Face-It anyways, that means if you're completing these missions, you're already getting tickets and you're able to just continually grow your inventory, continue to be the coolest guy in the server, and continue to be the best person when it comes to White Market. Not only is it a desktop website as well, you can get a mobile app. So if everybody's sitting in the crowd right now opening cases and what have you, you can jump on White Market and try and get into it. So that is our wonderful friends over at White Market, and I'm going to chuck it to one of my wonderful friends, Big Makimu in the crowd.
Hello, 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 hello. How we doing, guys? They let me out of Caster jail. I've been backstage, and all I could hear was you guys talking about cocks or something all weekend. So I got a couple for you. Thanks to Intel, a couple of chickens. The loudest clucking in the crowd, is going to get themselves a couple of chickens. I'll throw them up there for you. Get flapping. Show me your wings. Start flapping. Flap! I've got about 20 of these, so keep going. Let's go. What about here? Show me those wings, mate. We got plenty. We can go all day. Ooh. Fear the cock! Fear the cock! Fear the cock! Ready? I've also got a second surprise in the form of Mitch Conky Konkanen doing his special, unique, one-of-a-kind monster shoey that he missed out on before as his punishment. What's up? You unboxed a knife. What are you doing?
If you catch this one, you'll get the knife as well.
Whoever catches this one gets an M9 bayonet law, apparently, from this guy. You throw it. Yeah! Beautiful. Few more to get through. One more. This guy's having the time of his life. They're alive. How many more chickens? 2 more. Get clucking, mate. No more knives. No more knives. I'm saving you your money, mate. Come on. Last one, just for you.
Guys, like a noisy football, right?
Straight through the sticks. Mitch, get in here, mate. What do you mean another one? You didn't do it on camera. We didn't see it. We got these two to close out the festivities here. Get in there, gentlemen. Lovely couple of shoes to send us to a nice break. Grand final time coming up just after this. They're energised thanks to Monster. You guys have been great. Make sure you stick around for the grand finals in about 30, 40 minutes. It's going to be a fun one. Keep living, keep doing it, and we'll see you for the grand finals after the break.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Want you to call me, promise me you'll always be there. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity pulling me away, pulling me away. I can feel it in my blood, down my veins like a melody. I can feel it, so alive, running high. I can finally breathe high. I can feel the gravity pulling me away, pulling me away. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. Words are worthless if they don't lead to action. I don't act solely on attraction. Don't love me later, love me now. 'Cause we got more than just a chemical reaction. Don't make me say it right now. Don't make me pray right now for you. I just wanna stay right now. I need to say right now, what can I do? Yeah. Unless I'm with you. Yeah. I can't breathe. You I'm not myself around anybody else. Yeah, play me, save me, need me, don't leave me. Roll me, smoke me, don't hold me up, just hold me. I want you to myself. I know I'm not myself. I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna take my time. If I don't, I'ma lose my mind. So I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna take my time. If I don't, I'ma lose my mind. So I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine.
Tell me what you see when you're looking at me. Tell me what you need and I'll make you feel free. You know I'm down to party, but I've been looking for somebody. Tell me what you see when you're looking at me. Tell me what you need and I'll make you feel free. You know I'm down to party, but I've been looking for somebody. Tell me what you see when you're looking at me. Tell me what you need and I'll make you feel free. You know I'm down to party, but I've been looking for somebody. Tell me what you see, what you see, what you see, man. Tell me what you need, what you need, what you need, feel. Tell me what you see, what you see, what you see, man. Tell me what you need, what you need, what you need, feel. Tell me what you see when you're looking at me. Tell me what you need and I'll make you feel free. You know I'm down to party, but I've been looking for somebody. Tell me what you see when you're looking at me. Tell me what you need and I'll make you feel free. You know I'm down to party, but I've been looking for somebody. Tell me what you see when you're looking at me. Tell me what you need and I'll make you feel free. You know I'm down to party, but I've been looking for somebody. Tell me what you see, what you see, what you see, man. Tell me what you need, what you need, what you need, feel. Tell me what you see, what you see, what you see, man. Tell me what you need, what you need, what you need, feel.
It's not working, but I want it to. What do I do? I've been thinking about other lovers than you. Or have I? Looking over the hills where the grass is greener. You think I already left, but I'm sat right here. Don't believe me, go ahead and leave me. I got tears falling fast on the repeat. Calling you up again, hurting myself and then you get cold. Don't believe me, go ahead and leave me. I got tears falling fast on the repeat. Waking talking about the opposite. Don't believe me, go ahead and leave me. I got tears falling fast on the repeat. Calling you up again, hurting myself and then you get cold. Don't believe me, go ahead and leave me. I got tears falling fast on the repeat. Waking up, wishing this was just a bad dream. Losing you like you're losing me.
Stop, you're cute. You got charisma and a body to boot. I aim and I shoot. With just one hand I got it into the hoop. You know I can't lie. I want a woman like you by my side. With nothing to hide. You're my life and you're my joy and my pride. I take you out and bring you home. And show you things you never know. We can do a little dance with the alcohol. If you call me baby, I take you out and bring you home. And show you things you never know. And we can do a little dance with the alcohol. If you call me baby, I take you out and bring you home. And show you things you never know. And we can do a little dance with the alcohol. If you call me baby, take you out and bring you home. And show you things you never know. And we can do a little dance with the alcohol. If you call me baby, what can I do? You got my head and my heart in a noose. There's no breaking loose. My baby girl, I'm in love with you. Say you are my home. Show me the things you know. I won't ever go, 'cause you are my baby. I take you out and bring you home. And show you things you never know. We can do a little dance with the alcohol. If you call me baby, I take you out and bring you home. And show you things you never know. We can do a little dance with the alcohol. If you call me baby, I take you out and bring you home. And show you things you never know. And we can do a little dance with the alcohol. If you call me baby, take you out and bring you home. And show you things you never know. And we can do a little dance with the alcohol. If you call me baby, take you out and bring you home. Show you things you never know. We can do a little dance with the alcohol. If you call me baby, take you out and bring you home. Show you things you never know. We can do a little dance with the alcohol. If you call me baby.
They wanna be us on a madman ting. Don't care whatever bad man bring, mega boss. When I push that swing, top the level, just call me a king, mega hustler. When I'm all sideways, these streets ain't big enough these days, like Frankie. Yeah, I did it my way. Yeah, I did it my way. Shake it up, that's right. Shake it up, shake it up, shake it up, that's right. I'm trying to catch the vibe, catch the vibe, catch the vibe. I'm trying to catch the vibe, catch the vibe, catch the vibe. I'm trying to catch the vibe, catch the vibe, catch the vibe. I'm trying to catch the vibe, catch the vibe, catch the vibe. It's a bad girl thing, I'm a renegade. Watch me sip, sip, sip on my lemonade. Then bounce, then bounce. See that boy, he's looking at my. Better bring that gaze up over. If he didn't know, well now
When you're here, I get into my stride. My ambition magnified. There's no fear when you're by my side. It's a good thing. We got each other. I feel stronger when you're rolling with me. Our energies plain to see. Don't go under when you're on my team. It's a good thing we've got each other. Our energy, our energy, our energy, our energy. Our energy. I feel stronger when you're rolling with me. Our energies plain to see. Don't go under when you're on my team. It's a good thing we've got each other.
Time is running out for the planet Earth. Terror, violent hatred.
Hungrier than a fat burger, feeding off them tracks that I have to murder. Show no courtesy verbally. I look at the mic as a burner. When I murk MC's industry figures have to merger. What's a bum bum? Understand it, dudes panic where the bullet hit. The whack lyrics was targeted, beats produced by C-Whip. Standard procedure is poison these fetuses, make it hot and feverish. Who started this ish? Y'all feelings asleep and narcoleptic marketing that garbage mixed with sodium bicarbonates. I'm the pharmacist with the recipe, dumping chunks of funkadelic on the parliament. Paper chasing me now, that's a funky following. Spitting iron bars you keep swallowing. No tolerance for the bullish, man, I'm what the problem is. Victims be tripping like acid when I'm blotting them, swatting them like flies and put shots in them. Stick a needle in their arm just to prove a point. I'm the apocalypse. Bam is not the average, my flows got more patterns than bandanas do damage, and my control victims with words like religious pamphlets. I take your sandwich and famish your whole planet, smoking on volcanic while I'm swinging from my hammock. Stickers don't understand it, I'm doper than opium, funky Ethiopian, blowing up beats like plutonium, causing pandemonium, slapping your cronium. Keep it real with all my Nickelodeons, my niggas. Poison in my penmanship, don't lose my temper with, just spit them off slow with that over-counter medicine. medicine, pumping degenerates. I'm on the premises, I'm placing emphasis. I do it effortless. She moaning like a feminist. No secret messages, just keep spitting that venomous. I'm putting weight on it like a fat elephant, coming through with the elements. What's the use of an exodus if your efforts are directionless? Look what my weapon is, you never this. I'm the apocalypse. I'm the apocalypse. I'm the apocalypse. I'm the apocalypse. I'm the apocalypse.
I'm a fool. I'm a fool without you. I'm so lonely, so lonely, so lonely without you. I'm as strong as a stone, but I crumble when I'm alone. I need you like I need prayer. I wanna cry without you. Tears keep falling, keep falling, keep falling without you. I'll be fine, I try to say as I wipe those tears away. I need you like I need prayer. Oh, what's a man to do if he can't have you, my darling? I'm on my knees, praying that you'll come back to me. I'm so tired, dog tired without you. Close my eyes, close my eyes, close my eyes, but I still see you. Please come home, and I promise you that this time I'll be true. I need you like I need prayer.
close my eyes, you're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high, like you're so divine.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and White Market.
I describe the current state of our team as confident. I think it's the best word to describe us right now. We beat a lot of good teams in Brazil, teams that played the major. We were in a very good win streak, 16 matches in a row, so everyone is happy right now, but we want to reach more high level. I think we need to prove in this kind of tournament that we are here to stay. And Nek, our head coach right now, he came as well in this time, and he's helping us a lot with this mentality stuff, because he's an old guy that played a lot of tournaments, so he knows how to handle this kind of pressure, and he's helping us a lot with that. I think the way we're working right now is going to do the work, and we just need more time to win tournament.
I knew all guys before, and I joined Aurora because of that vibe. All guys are crazy, and me too. Guys, if you watch, you know Aurora is crazy. We'll scream, we'll do crazy stuff. When you're screaming, you charging other guys and you yourself to win some rounds, to obviously win tournaments like Kerrigan do, Epics do. We need to win this tournament, next tournament, maybe a good play on some other tournaments. I wanna win, of course, but just wanna play game.
All crazy wild boys on the stage for our grand final at ESL Challenger Melbourne live at DreamHack Melbourne. The winner of this match will go into the EPL and get themselves a nice little prize purse as they go forward in the rest of their CS2 careers. They've had a long road to get themselves here, and now it is time for them to perform in one final best of three. We've made a change on the analyst S this time around. We've said goodbye to Bibian, and now we've brought in Lucy once again. Komodo, welcome back. But Lucy, going into this grand final, we're expecting a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, these are the two teams. I think when we looked at all the teams coming to this event, they were probably the favourites that we pegged to make it to this grand final. I know a lot of people, including the players, have mentioned that Aurora are the team to beat, and for good reason. They've shown it in the server over this weekend.
They just want to play game. I mean, we've heard it from them, and they've played a pretty good game so far, so I wouldn't be expecting anything less from them to come into this grand final off the back of that good victory there as well. And I mean, I'll flip it over as well for MIBR. They're riding on the back of a 13-0 currently going into this grand final.
Yeah, exactly, and there's got a lot of momentum for both these two teams, right? Aurora just came off a really nice series where they got themselves a 2-0 up against the Rivals and Rebels, and MIBR earlier on today, they had that big comeback and were able to really kind of drag a map like Nuke all the way into overtime, get the dub, and then a 13-0 as well. Just really means these guys are here to party, and I'm so excited that we get two teams that are going to be all out aggression. These guys are going to be fragging across the map, and we're going to see a lot of cool stuff.
Yeah, I think with just the players we've got in the server, it's going to be an absolute brawl. I mean, both of these teams are very warmed up as well, right? Neither of them had the flawless day ones. They had to play on day two, had to get the extra reps in front of this crowd as well, which is an insane crowd. Like, my foot is still actually quite wet, and it's very odd from that shoey earlier, but like the atmosphere is insane.
Yeah. You're hoping that the players ride on the back of this one as well, right? Because it's like you've got your fans here, you've got your fans at home. There's going to be a lot of people watching you for the series, and there's been some questions around, you know, the form of a couple of these teams coming into this. They've had some great runs locally in their relative regions, but now it's the time to, you know, get that EPL spot and take it to T1.
Yeah, and I think for MIBR, that's the big story for them in particular in terms of when it comes to the lands, when it comes to getting the titles, because plenty of success domestically and online. Aurora, though, it feels like they're hitting that stride where they are playing all those games and they are winning them. They come just off the back of a LAN win in India. They want to get one in Australia. They're doing the whole worldwide tour.
And it's going to be sick for them to be able to carry a lot of that momentum into EPL as well. Whoever does come out on top here and really try and test their mettle against a lot of these top-tier teams. Both of these two teams will actually... Aurora weren't actually able to get one of those free wins against the Australian teams, whereas MIBR, they still had to work for themselves to get towards this grand final. And there's been some amazing Counter-Strike throughout the entirety of this weekend as well. So before we start deep diving into this grand final, it's time for us to start looking at the top clutches that we've had throughout the entirety of this tournament. There's been some sick Counter-Strike all throughout the entirety of this event. So we've handpicked 3 of the top clutches throughout the entirety of this event. And you guys at home in the Twitch chat can vote for which one you think is the best. And we will reveal that after we've crowned one of our champions here at ESL Challenger as well. So we've got 3 wonderful clips for you guys to enjoy here as well. Number 1 is going to be Flay with that sick little 4K where he was able to get himself a nice little team victory. And then the second one as well is going to be... Oh, actually, no, the first one is Deco.
Yeah, it's Deco, and it's, not a decently bad clip for anything, right? You got your big brain play in there. We saw it in the highlights package. This is one of the ones that came in from today. A quick little hot potato when the AWP is out, getting the bait shot out, and then onto the AK-47 to keep the T side going strong for Aurora on Mirage.
Yeah, the bait shot's really cool, right? But this is the clutch that I think the crowd is going to go crazy for. It's the clutch of the tournament in my eyes, because this is Danger. This is one of the homegrown heroes pulling off an insane 1 versus 3 on Vertigo in the post plant, through the smoke, all headshots.
Yeah, and then we'll flip it on over to the next one as well after Danger. Gotta love Rooster coming in towards this as well, because they got so electric on the back of that clip. It's a bit unfortunate they couldn't carry on, but Danger, I mean, that's something you'll take with you for a while. And then we move into the last one, which is going to be Rebels. So another different player, another different team coming in towards it. This guy's AWPing the whole tournament has been insane, but this one, oh, chef's kiss.
Yeah, I feel like this is the most technically impressive of all the clutches in terms of just the amount of different fights that he has to play. Sits up into the post plant, and then instead of sticking the defuse, Flay has to get up really close. Each one of these fights is all difficult in their own right, and he nails everyone.
Yeah, exactly, and it's all about the context for all of those clutches as well. You know, you're looking back towards Danger's one. That's one that got him off the mark, really energized that team as well. Weren't able to get it done. Same thing with Flay, right? It just really was able to get them in towards that final day here, and unfortunately for them, they're not in the grand final, but it was what really set them up for success in ESL Challenger. So they are our top 3 clutches of the tournament. You guys can vote in the chat. Hashtag number 1, hashtag number 2, hashtag number 3 for which clip that you think is going to be the best, and we will reveal that at the end of the tournament. So, without any further ado, let's jump into this best of 3. Let's start deep diving into how this grand final is going to pan out here, Komodo, because we've had some wonderful teams throughout the entirety of this event, but I think these two have had the longest roads, but they've also been able to come back from adversity and really set themselves up for that next level of Counter-Strike.
It's taken a while for them to get here, you know, a couple of long matches in there, a couple of close ones, but I don't think it's over just yet. I want to keep the length. I want to get this series to go to all 3 maps. And the veto, I mean, it should be relatively expected where we are going to go in this one as well from the maps that we see comfortably for these teams. But I think more importantly, it is going to be one of the most precious situations that they'll have in this whole event, because now there is more on the line, right? Previously, you had a lower bracket that you could fall down to if you required for more games to play against, and now you're in the grand final. If you make a mistake here, it's costly for that international Pro League spot.
Yeah, and both of these teams have made their mistakes, right? We look at the day 1 results. These are 2 teams that had those chokes, essentially, right? Yeah. Where they had massive leads. Talk about MIBR with that 8-4 lead. We talk about the 9-3 lead that Aurora had. They lost to Apex on Overpass. So both these teams have gone through their trials and tribulations to get here. And I actually almost feel like it was almost a good thing for both of them to have that moment of being humbled, right? So then they realize it's not going to be an easy run through here. They really have to lift up and work hard, and they've shown it in the days since.
Yeah, I think that's really important point to touch on, right, is the fact that both these two teams did have those comeback losses against them in those best-of-1 upper brackets, but it was what they did in the next days where they're really able to reset themselves mentally, come back in and enjoy this Counter-Strike and enjoy this tournament as well. And you guys at home are going to be enjoying this. So let's get ourselves into the grand final.
I think the other teams on the semifinals are really good as well, and but we are feeling really confident after this victory. So yeah, I think we can do this. I think we did pretty good keeping the energy up on the last 2 maps, getting into the game, you know, and getting hot to the gaming.
Blinds a couple up, maybe even 3, maybe 4.
I think we are really confident that we can lift this trophy and bring it home to Brazil.
Side straight into the dualies of Lackey, and a very nice pistol to start things off for Aurora.
Wanna win, wanna qualify. Of course we are ready for the final. Caralho and MIBR. Every game, playing, joking in the middle of the round, and make good decisions in the round also.
It's going to be fast into Banana. This should never be working out, and those MP9s are hungry.
We will win because we are because we are crazy. Yeah, we are Russian crazy players.
Bora Brasil, bora.
After a long weekend of Counter-Strike, we are here at the grand final. Melbourne, how are we feeling? I love each and every single one of you, but you know who else does? The teams who have made it to this grand final from both sides of the world. We have 2 of the finest in this competition. And now, of course, it's not just the glory or the cash, it's this EPL slot these guys are playing for. And I know you guys are all just as ready as I am. So without further ado, let's introduce team number 1 from Brazil. It's MIBR! Man, oh man, these guys have been in some absolutely fantastic form throughout the competition. They were the dark horse, as we know. But of course, they need an opponent. And these guys, they were considered the favorite from the very beginning. They put on a show, and I think they'll do it again. It's Aurora! You love it. Like rock stars, both of these teams, absolute legends. All right, gentlemen, can I get Coach Nuck and also Norway, please come over. Gentlemen, it's both been a big weekend for you all. I think this is going to be a fantastic grand final. Do you have anything to say going into this one, mate?
Yeah, it's been amazing, and the first match today was crazy, and I hope this match is going to be the same.
Fantastic. It's going to be an exciting one. And Norway, what about yourself, mate? Are you excited for this?
Of course. We need to take a revenge. We lost to FIFA to them yesterday 4-0. So we need to take revenge today.
FIFA first, Counter-Strike seconds, guys. Please fist bump or shake hands. Love that. All right, Melbourne, one more time. Let's set this place on fire!
Crowd is ready, and so are we, with both of our teams on the stage. They're ready to lock in and get themselves into a full best of 3 to figure out who is the best down under. Is it going to be the Brazilians or is it going to be Aurora? Seems like they've got the crowd on their side for Aurora, but I know the Brazilians, they got lots of fans here, Komodo.
Yeah, absolutely. You hear it for them, but how much is that really going to propel them in towards this series, right? Because you're talking about the time between the games that they've already had to play today. You're talking about longevity, talking about the form of these players as well. We've got, you know, the 2 highest performing players so far going head to head.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite a matchup that we've got here, and we can see the veto coming through now. Nothing too surprising with the bans, and honestly, both of these teams have very similar pools. So I think actually MIBR has a little bit of room to go with their pick. Aurora picking Mirage, we kind of expected that given how they showed earlier. It's a comfort. And MIBR and Anubis, I thought it would be.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. We're thinking that maybe the Inferno could come back and rear its head for Aurora, but after the Mirage performance we did see, you know, against Rebels, it was very tempered, right? There was a lot of reads to come through, and I'm really happy that we get to see Anubis, because I think we needed to see a test for MIBR.
Yeah, I feel like both Nuke and Ancient, they showed too many weaknesses on, whereas Anubis, yeah, it's a 13-0, but it's a confidence-building 13-0, and I think that sets us up for Ancient as a likely decider. No, MIBR are up to take us to Nuke.
Okay, Okay. So this is going to be a fun one if we do decide to get there as well, because we have seen, such a spectacular nuke already being performed with the huge comeback that we saw earlier on.
Yeah, the only concern for me there is that first half wasn't great from them. So, they've definitely shown that there's a lot of weakness. And, how much time have they had to prepare for that? It's only been a couple of hours since that game. They have a lot they need to improve on.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting video for us, especially if we go all the way to Nuke. We've already seen with MIBR how steely they are on that map, and they're going to have to dig deep if we go all the way to 3 here, because it's going to be back and forth between the brawlers we have on the stage. But we've got 2 brawlers, Lucy, that you want to start talking about here with our head-to-head heading into this grand final.
Yeah, there's a lot of players to be looking at on both these teams as the stars, but there's 2 in particular I want to talk about, and that's got to be Insani, who is the highest rated player of the tournament so far in MVP contention, and Kenzie on the other side. We started this tournament with Kenzie actually having a bit of a slow start, right? He's a top 5 player of this year in the top 50. That's including all of your FaZe clans, your D2s, your Vitalities. He's in the top 5. Not a good start to the tournament, but we've seen today and yesterday what he's capable of, and I think these 2 are going to be going at it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some great performances from him earlier in the series as well, but he wasn't the superstar, right? He wasn't the tip of the spear. He's a little bit behind the scenes and in the shadows. But you look over at Insani, and, if you think about Nuke, you think about all the space that he's taking, you think about all the action that he's getting in, the amount of crowd standing moments that he's been able to deliver with so far.
Yeah, and I think, though, the key thing with Insani, he was the one that really got MIBR back into that series earlier. And I think without him putting up that insane performance that allowed his team to wake up and catch up, we would have Apex sitting on the stage instead.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when we're jumping into the first map being Mirage as well. You really want to have your sharpshooters being the ones that are taking that space and being aggressive and being able to move around the map and put that pressure back onto a team like Aurora, or even conversely onto MIBR. So I'm very, very excited to see what those 2 can put up in a server, and especially if we have the head-to-head like we had earlier on when we saw Insani take on Jacob, who was one of the highest-rated players for Apex as well, and just really be able to take them apart. And now it's very exciting for us to see what they can do on the server together.
Yeah, and I think we're going to need to see a little bit more to come out from MIBR and Mirage as well, because it is a map that they tend to ban second against some strong opponents on this map too. So with their normal insta-ban or overpass getting removed, we do have to ask the question, is your T side going to be as aggressive as we've seen all throughout this tournament? Is your CT side still going to have some really good rotations come through? Because if we're missing that, we know that's where Aurora are going to punish you.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of players to watch so far, it is for the final time our Kadia player to watch. And once again here, Komodo, we're going to be looking at the Orpa. We're going to be looking at Deco. We really want to see what this guy can do. And Lucy, he's really had such an insane performance in that previous series. We want to see it again.
Yeah, exactly. He's again, in contention for MVP, right? Tim and Insani going neck and neck. And Deco has been that guy. We talked about him in the post-game for the last map. He was a big reason why they were able to dominate Rebels. This guy is insanely mechanically skilled. Look at those opening kill stats, right? He's just going to town on them. And I actually think what's particularly good for Aurora here, Safe on the other side, the comparison's not quite there, right? We've talked about Safe a lot. Had some good performances earlier, but against Deco, different conversation.
Different conversation. We're ready for our grand final. One final word from our analyst. Komodo, who's got it?
Let's go with Aurora.
What about you, Lucy?
Aurora.
All right, it's all Aurora here on the desk. I know the arena loves it as well. Let's get into this grand final.
Yes, indeed. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Of course, it's fantastic to have you all here for the grand final. It has been quite a big weekend, Pilski. Maybe not as large as some of the previous ESL Challenger Melbournes that we've had, but it is good to hear the crowd in fine form tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing these 2 teams go head-to-head. It's a reason why I love these Challenger events. You get teams from all over the world, from different regions who don't necessarily play each other too often. MIBR obviously quite dominant in Brazil domestically. They recently played a LAN over there against some of the Brazilian heavy hitters. Maybe didn't necessarily do as well as they wanted to do, but they've done a really good job qualifying for a lot of events domestically against the Brazilian competition. And Aurora, on the other hand, really slugging it through, the tier 2 of the European competition at the moment, even winning some online events and things like that, and placing very deep in a lot of qualifiers.
All right, here we go.
Oh, look at that goose straight into window on Safe.
Yeah, piss around off to the races. It is going to be an early start for Aurora, straight into mid, but Insani, man of the moment, well, only ends up getting the 1-for-1. It comes down to Brennersen to find that trade frag back. It's 3-on-3 as the plant will be secured on A, and Aurora keeping a bit of an annoyance up toward top mid. Might need to do a little more work as they try to work their way into CT spawn, and Safe with the 2 taps, 1-2 to the heads. Bomb with a defuse available. Smoke out. This is going to be a tough one for Kenzie to try to win, but low HP for Safe. It shouldn't matter. There's still time for the defuse, and it is MIBR that will start this slugfest with the pistol round.
Really well worked from them. Good shots from Safe early on. He's a player that I feel like in comparison to the rest of the MIBR roster, especially with the standout rifling that we're seeing from a lot of these guys, has, you know, I've noticed missed a couple of shots, had a bit of a rough run sometimes on the AWP. Starting off strong with the USP shots like that is going to be a good confidence builder for him, we know, and we have seen his level in the past when he had an insane ceiling on Pain Gaming, things like that. With the bomb plant though for Aurora here, they aren't going to let this one slide. Let's group up 1-4 for them. Heavily towards A main. Lackey's over here towards middle, and he's going to be up against some stiff opposition. Both Safe and Insani looking to isolate this lurker. Ends up going 1-for-1, but they've cleared mid and got the info. Now pressure on exit.
Yeah, that's pretty good actually from Aurora. They're going to try to quickly work their way into A, and well, so far so good, but a lot of low HP members on that T side at the moment, and they are being picked apart. Norway and Deco, sure they're in a 2-on-2 right now, but they have such a significant health deficit that this is a tough one to wrangle.
Wow.
Norway lucky to be alive on 1 HP. The nade goes sailing past, but no damage done. And so Drop and Insani, they're just trying to work their way slowly forward. Really, this will come down to a headshot from the AK, and it's not going to connect. Defuse on the bomb now. Deco's going to have to move quickly, but he doesn't have much of a chance. In fact, he's too late. And he'll get out of there with the AK, but it is another round on the board for MIBR.
AK and Armor saved, and he gets, you know, all of his money after that round finishes up. So with only 2 players surviving there for MIBR, Aurora might be tempted to force again, reinvest in this one, continue to try to break that CT economy. It's just a half buy around the hero AK though. Aurora trying to min-max their money. Money is very weak for MIBR. Every kill you can get on the T side is going to make a pretty big difference here. Try to crack back into the game. Smoke to top middle. Mollies for the CT side, contesting that top mid cross and deep in B apartments. It's a 1-3-1. MIBR being quite active in middle, looking to take duels with the rifles as Aurora creep up underpass.
Slow and steady wins the race. Deco, AK in hand, what kind of a difference can he make? It's very much going to be the A pinch here from Aurora. A little bit concerned about the window. No molly invested. But Brendan getting some information. And Aurora, well, they haven't quite made it work. Just the big old swing coming through from the MP9. We do see a couple of kills on the tail end. Tech9 Deagle doing some work. The nade. Oh, okay, hang on a second. Result has decided to activate.
Taps it. No kit on drop here, so he's going to have to speed things up in this post-plant. Smoke starts to fade. Plant going down for Result, and he's crossed across the CT, unspotted by Drop. There's the kit in front of him.
Yeah, Drop's got no idea, and Result will win the clutch for Aurora, and they're off to a banging start.
That was only a half by Jordan. You can see old mate from Aurora very happy with that one, and there's reason to be so. MIBR, money completely crushed after that round, only surviving with 2 in the previous. Aurora now off to the races on this T side, courtesy of a massive play from Result.
Yeah, that kind of just came out of nowhere, didn't it? It was Deco rather, that came into the round there with the AK. Result just picks it up, does the work. And instantly MIBR are back onto a very awkward buy.
Yeah, force on the CT side. See what they can get done with it. Mostly Deagles and Armor, very few pieces of util, and you can see Aurora very well aware of the money situation right now, not in a rush to be going anywhere. Starting to shift more into a 1-3-1. Small pieces of util. See what the reaction is from the CT side, gathering more information. MIBR very much leaning towards this A side of the map.
Smoke to the bottom of the con, though, is going to keep them at bay for the moment.
See this big stack towards A, and with the lurk in Palace, it kind of indicates that Aurora is quite likely to split towards this A site, leaving the lurk on that wing of the map. Unless Norby goes and retakes control of B apartments, it's going to be a little bit harder to split B, but he's start to see him trend in that direction. You can see Aurora maybe not comfortable actually splitting towards this A side of the map. Maybe they've seen a few too many players or they've got a bit of a read. Scout shot from Safe. Start to chip down some damage. Forget about that. It's an opening pick onto Lackey.
Well, he might get a chance for another one. There's already some good damage onto Deco.
Look at Norby though. He's all the way out B. Are they going to pivot?
Might just. Bomb will be able to make its way across through the underpass. In the meanwhile, though, bodies are falling on the A site, and this could still become problematic for Aurora.
Oh, Kenzie tries to force his way through the jungle smoke, goes down as well, and now they must complete a 2-on-5. Norby's so deep through market side, and he's spotted out without taking anybody.
Yeah, Norby's got to get some work done here, doesn't he? He's got the AK in hand, he's got the health, and he's got to try to help Deco out. Deco's fighting from bench. That's worked out okay for now. MIBR are just going to throw bodies at Aurora and see if they can stand against this tide. It's now the 1-on-3. Time working against them, but it will not matter. There's just not enough to hold on with for Aurora. They gave up too much on the A site. And MIBR were able to bring that retake over to B and kind of make it look easy.
Able to pick up a handful of rifles as well. The A stack from MIBR there works out an absolute treat from them. Unfortunately, Aurora, with that Palace lurk, really committing to this A split. Safe doing a lot of damage with the Scout. He's already starting off this grand final quite hot. A multi-frag in the pistol. A lot of impact with the Scout. MIBR straight back into things. Bomb plant did go down for Aurora, though. Let's have a look what their money looks like. They have bought up into this one. 3 rifles. There's been a lot of A endings, a lot of mid-control into the A splits. This time, they really want to try to size up this B site. It's once again a 1-3-1 from MIBR. They're working the mid-pressure. Double mollies in towards unders and top middle, but is drop ready for this B site hit.
He's got himself at least the smoke down to provide a little bit more space to play with. He's going to get up over the top of it, but can't land the shots he needs. Aurora with the pace, they're just trying to batter their way into B, but Safe has other ideas. Holds strong from market for a 2K. Bombs dropped at Van.
See MIBR just turtling in market with this man advantage. Bomb picked up now by Result. Is he comfortable enough to plant it? That is ballsy. He's even open to the market door, just sticks it.
Had to take a risk in the 2-on-3. Result won't get out of the site alive once again. It's a 1-on-3, but Kenzie is working hard to make this one doable. There's another headshot, and he spotted out that last player. Now he can just play time behind the pillar. Fake flash round the corner, and he's won it. Another clutch victory for Aurora.
MIBR, they should be in such a good position right now. But Aurora stepping up time and time again in the clutch. These Russian riflers worth their weight in gold right now. Especially on the T side, this is just putting so much pressure on the CT economy. A couple of guns picked up last time when MIBR won the Force, though, is going to make it a little easier to try to put something together here, but it's still not looking pretty. No util whatsoever. FAMAS M4. Some lackluster weaponry. Once again, Aurora is back to the same slow approach.
It's been a very messy game so far, hasn't it? I feel that'll continue into this round as well. Both teams are still trying to take control of the economic battle.
Good pick. Smoke to top con. Safe in the 4-on-5 though. Wants to play over the top of it. Doubles up beautifully to turn things back around for MIBR. And now Aurora feel the need to pivot back towards A, but they've got no map control. They can't really decide what exactly they want to be doing here. Gonna start moving back towards the TV room. Deco making his way towards middle here, can maybe throw some utility pressure or try to look for a pick in middle. While the rest of Aurora creep their way out B apartments. Drop is all on his lonesome towards B right now with nothing but an MP9. So Aurora, if they can get in there and isolate him and get themselves into a comfortable post plan, this could still be their round.
Yeah, he's got the smoke, he's got the nade. He should be able to buy enough time. Just going to be jump spotting the apps line.
There's no support. There's no supportive utility on the rotation. This is just drop to hold.
Oh! It is not.
Result.
It is not drop to hold. It does not exist anymore. That's the B site taken, and MIBR just going to opt to take the save, take the M4 through to the next round. Maybe they can recover an AK or two in mid. Maybe one of the guns was a MAC-10.
Yeah, scavenging mission right now. AK on offer there. Mac 10 as well, as you mentioned. Can drop some pistol over to the boys. Actually, Famous upgrade. 3 rifles taken out of this round by MIBR. Could drop a couple of upgraded pistols as well. So next round could be looking pretty nice for MIBR as well. And Aurora just to save 3. This game is really tight.
Yeah, but Aurora having now won 2 in a row, it's going to start to shift a bit more of that pressure back over to MIBR. Crowd's filling out nicely. I suspect it will actually get busier the deeper we go into the evening as the rest of DreamHack Melbourne starts to wind down. There might
Looking at this game so far, how back and forth and hotly contested it is. We've already had a couple of big clutches. This is the prime entertainment that you're looking for.
So 3 rifles for MIBR into round number 7. The progression smoke in mid. No window smoke.
Again, Aurora taking their time, but safe with the singular M4. He's having a hell of a first map in the grand final. Flash straight into 8 Rab catches.
No way.
Both of them full blind. And MIBR, with nothing invested into this round, are absolutely crushing Aurora. They have got no cash behind this as well. It'd have to be some kind of force with hero AKs, but some of them are definitely going to be broke if they drop this one.
These low buy shenanigans are just going to continue, aren't they? It's felt in a couple of instances like both MIBR and Aurora have been on the precipice of taking control of the half, but they haven't been able to win that round that they needed. And so we just keep running it back.
MIBR just jiggling for info. They've got this deep A info line, allows them to lean more heavily towards middle. Rotation coming into B, courtesy of Insani. And Drop going to buy himself enough time to get that rotation in with the smoke. Aurora not even interested in this round. They're saving. Going to hold on to the guns. Is that what we think of saving, boys?
Yeah,
I mean, MIBR pretty happy with that. Look at that. Picked up a handful of AKs. Only Drop doesn't come through this round with a rifle.
Definitely a win. Drop's going to have a bit of a look, see what he can find.
It's a massive game for Safe. He's the only one not in the top 8 of the tournament right now, and definitely saw him have some rougher games. I remember AllPing on Nuke CT side, he was not looking too crash hot, but he seemed to really kind of zone into the game. You saw him in the camera earlier, you know, doing some breathing exercises, really focusing himself in, and he seems to have had a fantastic start to this grand final.
Yeah.
Gone on a spiritual journey in his head, and, you know, it's working out so far.
10-4, that is for sure. We'll get a tack timeout here from Aurora. So they had about 40 seconds at the back end of that last round to talk. Going to use another 30 seconds here. Coach will have some input.
You can see over on the bottom left, money for MIBR is fantastic right now. Definitely got some cash to keep contesting this CT half of Mirage. Aurora. It's good to see the Froggy getting into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's getting into it. As we said, big weekend, but people just don't seem to quit here at DreamHack Melbourne. They can go for days.
Let's see what we're going to get out of Aurora here. Won a lot of these rounds predicated off of mostly clutch play and post-plant excellence. Not even sure they've got the utility to really get themselves into that kind of position if MIBR plays their cards right. A-Smoke's coming out, try to bait that rotation off of middle and create some space for these Underpliers players to slip into position and try to catch off Insani.
Well, he has been a talking point coming into this game so far. Has a chance to really make an impact here, and that is exactly what you're looking for from Insani. He's going to be helped out by the Topcon player as well. It's MIBR to start the round well.
Yeah, the missed opportunity there for Aurora. They definitely could have picked the cap player. They've invested a lot of their utility just trying to pull that initial rotation, and they couldn't capitalize off it, couldn't take advantage. And now they're kind of stuck in an awkward position where they really can't force things out, eh? They've been util dumped over there. MIBR crunching middle here.
Oh, I don't know about that. Got a couple of Aurora members set up, waiting for it. Deco was brought down to heal by Insani. It's ended up being a 1-for-1. Norway, though, just walks out top mid with the bomb. Gets that kill that might actually swing the round back in the favor of Aurora here, though. The progression toward B.
Yeah, pivoting back into drop. There's the smoke from Insani. Drop's got another one to go, but they can hear all of these steps trying to force their way through into the MP9. Is never going to work. 25 seconds on the clock. Aurora are looking very disjointed.
They've got no util. They've got no flashes to set them up to go through this smoke. The best they could do is walk through it, and that just does not work. Not against drop holding an MP9, especially not when you're already pretty significantly tagged up on that T side. So again, they're now out of options, really, and they're going to go in and get the kill, but they cannot win the round. And
Dead after time. $600 in the bank account for Norway.
Adding insult to injury.
Aurora looking at dejected. This was their map pick here. It's been an emotional roller coaster for them. Some massive clutch plays, trying to get the boys all fired up and aligned. And then, unfortunately, losing against the low buy of MIBR and getting shut down in this last round. Missed opportunities. Feels like MIBR are really getting rolling now on this CT side, and Aurora got to make sure they can recover themselves mentally and start to sync back up, because we're seeing a lot of these kind of plays. That last round, so many solo rushes. You know, Norway running out the top mid by himself with the bomb. You saw Kenzie sending it through the B app smoke without any util or support from his teammates.
Yeah. Don't challenge safe. That seems to be the name of the game as well. How many opening frags we've seen him get, and now he's got an AWP as well. Been doing it really with the rifle. It's only going to get harder for Aurora as we get deeper into this half. It seems like MIBR are really finding their feet on the stage now. Insani starting to activate.
I mean, Insani and Brenzen, opposite sides of middle. These two riflers warmed up when you're trying to contest middle is an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Safe having an impact as well. Like, this just doesn't feel very viable at all for Aurora. Drop's been sent on a mission to try to find the last remaining T, and he'll get the job done easily.
5 alive. Cannot fault MIBR right now. Having a hell of a CT side for themselves, and they've set themselves up with plenty of cash to continue to contest this half. Going into round 10 here, only a handful of them left in the half. Aurora have got to try to scrape together whatever they can, because they can't rely on clutches time and time again. There's got to be something else in the tank when you pick this map into a grand final.
Double AWP. MIBR are pulling out all of the stops.
Yeah, one towards B apps. Safe going to contest connector here. Triple nade onto his position, going to disincentivize him from peeking. In the meanwhile, though, with all that nade stack, you can see MIBR calling the audible. They push both the extremities. Drops on this deep in front line towards B apps. He could get Kenzie here if the movement's not right. Deep molly in towards kitchen, trying to flush out a potential lurker. And at the same time, MIBR, they've taken a ramp control. Good spam through from Kenzie. Hell of an arm on him.
Indeed, it will prompt out a little bit more of that counter util, but Parman's still well and truly in control from MIBR, and they also hold a ramp.
Yeah, control of both extremities. Safe playing the pivot from triple. Aurora have taken top con. They're going to boost one in window as well to control the rotations in the mid to late round. Result doing his best. Insani only goes 1 for 1, but traded well by exit.
Yeah, that's good enough for MIBR. They can start to turn their attention back in towards connector, and bear in mind the bomb has been dropped in A ramp, so even if they take the site, they still need the ramp. It doesn't matter. Result finds 2. Drop would need a miracle to get a kill through that smoke. This nade, no, it won't do too much. And MIBR maybe letting that one slip a little bit.
Kenzie and Result seem to be the standouts right now for Aurora. Once they get into this mid to late round play where they're storming into the site, where they're closing out these post plants, these guys are absolutely fire right now.
Gonna hold on to at least one of the AWPs. There's a fair bit of cash to splash around for MIBR this half. is not done by any stretch of the imagination.
But look, if you can get 5 or 6 as Aurora after, you know, the roller coaster start to things, it's something to work with, especially moving back over to the CT side. It's going to be interesting how pressure kind of affects both of these teams going into this grand final. Throughout this tournament, we've seen both of them, as mentioned on the desk, go quiet occasionally, have a really good half, go up 9-3, go up 8-4, something like that, and then in the next half, just let it slip through their fingers and lose the game. So we know both of these teams do have potential for, you know, whatever you want to call it, mental block, you know, a bit of choke. Just hope that those kind of tendencies don't rear their ugly head in the grand final.
Another chance for Safe to open the account, but he doesn't have any funds to send in that direction. Brunson, ooh, he'll have to look to activate now. There's a rifler on the angle waiting for him. Aurora, the setup's worked out perfectly. Where was this all half?
Deco just runs up mid, takes duels into connector, preempts the peak from Safe to trade, and hits absolutely every shot. The riflers of Aurora doing so much work right now, and not even Exit can get it done. 2 big gun rounds in a row there for Aurora. Put a lot of pressure on the money of MIBR, and that might be them setting themselves up a 6-6 half. Oh, that is a hell of a peak.
Yeah, money bit awkward for MIBR, so they're missing 1 rifle. Quite a lot of head armorless players, though maybe not a big factor here, but also has to be mentioned there's not a huge amount of CT util. There's going to be a nade straight in on top of those mid players. But Aurora, once again, going to try to fight for mid. They've got to get past 3 CTs, and they will not be successful in doing so.
Now the pivot back towards the B side of the map. Drop will get tested once again. MC Norway must trade in Molly on top of his position, but they line up. Sacrifices himself in the flames to secure the round.
Well, let's see what Deco can do. It's a 1-on-3. Oh, he spotted Exit. Exit spotted him. It's not an unwinnable round for him with the time available. Bomb is in a bit of an awkward spot. It's not as if he's not being given opportunities, though. Deagle's going to come out, and he knows that he needs to favor a little bit more of a pacier approach now, as that time is going to tick away, and it's going to go pretty quick. Not able to connect, and so that'll be that. MIBR at least get the last round of the half, but quite a competitive start to the grand final.
when I knew this rap team was for me. Brought bars at the back of the bus with the G's at my local youth club. Big respect, I gotta show them love. Believed in me when I was young. Now I know what I gotta do for the family. Now I gotta prove after everything we came through, you gotta stay true to you. As you only got one voice, it can't be heard above the noise. It's your time, gotta make your choice. It's your time. Reach into the world right now. This sound, voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. This sound, reach into the world right now. This sound, voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. This sound, this one for my people now.
Shenanigans happening in the crowd and shenanigans happening in the server at the moment. It's 7-5 favouring MIBR in the grand final of ESL Challenger Melbourne. There's another one for you guys at home. You're missing out if you're not here in the arena. But we'll get back in the game. MIBR, not a bad first half. A little bit up and down there, Pilski. Aurora, very clutch. And I think that's really the reason that they were able to even get to 5.
Yeah, Resalt's having a fantastic grand final for himself. A couple of standout rounds from some of the other boys. Quick pace into middle from MIBR, wanting to kick off the split straight up connector, but unchecked in underpass. Kenzie really dismantling this strat.
Well, that's just the start that Aurora would have wanted. Dooley's up onto the balcony as well. Resalt's got one more. It's just not going wrong at all. MIBR go completely missing in the second half pistol, and it seems we will continue where we left off in that first half, which is to say a very back and forth map. Once one team starts to pull ahead a little bit, the other one bounces back, and in this case, it's Aurora with the pistol that will bring them back into the fight.
Drop heard by exit. No one's getting through a ramp anytime soon. Bomb dropped on Tetris. MIBR denied the plant in this pistol, means likely no force in the next round. Unless they want to go check armor and go for some kind of set exit. Looking for the pick here. Finds the P250. That's going to help him navigate a couple of headshots maybe a little easier, unless Normie just runs him down with the dualies.
Yeah.
There's the aim punch, and Aurora picked up the pistol.
Aurora was keen for it, weren't they? They were ready to take that fight to him. Here's how it all started. Kenzie.
Yeah, this position, absolutely instrumental. Result has been fire this grand final, honestly. Like,
sure.
You know, there are so many players that you can see have big plays, have big rounds on Aurora. It's just another classic CIS team. You can't ever turn the talent tap off from that region.
Apparently not. Well, Kenzie wants to get involved early again, and so he's going to walk his way up mid. This aid doesn't really quite do as much as you would hope. Could have been fun. We just have exit, shoulder peeking, jiggling on that corner to see whether or not Aurora are going to get aggressive.
No plants or really kills is really stopping MIBR from investing absolutely anything in this round. They're just going to try to get it done with blocks. Run boost across, spot it out. Now they're going to force their way up cat and connect up, but the firing squad is here. 4 players swinging mid. Forget about 4, it's everyone from Aurora swinging mid together in tandem.
Yeah.
Great coordination on the mid crush.
Same as the end of the pistol round. It seems like all of Aurora want to get involved in this CT side early. They want to flex their muscles a little bit on MIBR. But in saying that, first gun round out for the T side now. So that may change the pace a little.
Money's pretty good from Aurora. Only lost a singular gun. 3 towards B to start this gun round off, which means most likely some kind of aggression into apartments. MIBR trying to sneak 2 players through underpass. They'll be halted by the Molotov for now. But Norway as well as Deco deep in B apartments. We'll see if we get some kind of a push in the mid to late round after MIBR take mid control here.
Lots of util getting tossed back and forth.
There's the deep app smoke. Norway's made his way into kitchen. They've cleared out all of that extremity. Oh, failed into window.
How's that happened?
Drops bumped his head.
Well, Connector was cleared out just earlier on as well by a Molotov, so that'll be something that MIBR can look to. Might not be quite the three-pronged approach that they wanted, but two prongs may well be enough. Kensey's been smoked off. The spam, though, is good. And Lackey will take contact off the back of that 1-for-1 in the end, and it starts to get a little bit worse for wear for MIBR as they are losing members on their way into A.
Pivot back to B, though.
Footsteps
if the bomb gets caught on the cross here, this is going to be disastrous. Dropped at top middle now, and they know he was running towards B. That's where Safe has to be. Result more than ready for that one. And with no bomb plant and no loss bonus built up to 3.4 for MIBR, this is a half by through and through.
It's been a bit of a better recovery from Aurora. They're looking more stable on the CT side.
For sure. Time for an anti-eco bash. Try to build up that CT economy and keep it stable. Had a great anti-eco in round 2. MIBR looking for this B execute. Aurora ready with the reactive util. Window Smoke is going to pull Result away for a second, and he actually drops the molly into underpass instead.
Oh, Result not having too many difficulties on short. Norway as well is able to help out. MIBR have at least found one on the entry, and they might get another one here. Norway quite low. He's desperate for a bit of assistance, and he is getting it, at least as that rotation comes through. So 3 guns saved. It wasn't quite the anti-eco bash that they wanted, but it is acceptable enough and keeps that scoreboard ticking over for Aurora.
Not allowed to do that, guys. Apologies. Orbs out for Deco. Same could be said for Safe. Window Smoke coming out, as well as a top con here. MIBR investing a lot of util to take mid early on. And Aurora looking quite heavily to contest. 4 players ready to pinch mid at any moment. Flash up over the top. Peek from Kensing doesn't find any value. And Exit lucky to be alive.
Yeah, Nate just landed at his feet and barely did any damage. Regardless, Deco has been pretty active and he's caught himself at least one of the members. So we do have the 4-on-4 ensuing.
Up to that mid pressure. MIBR pivoting back to middle. Brenzen left on the middle lurk. Deco playing retake A here with the AWP.
He's going to get a chance to do a little bit more work. Safe. Was hoping to set himself up on the line with that jump from Exit, but in the end, Exit just died. Yeah, Safe has been able to creep his way out, but still got a clear out ticket. 3 members from Aurora yet to find. There's the Famas dropping on the floor, but Result will come from a similar angle. Brenzen not prepared for it. The flash, though, was just good enough to cause a bit of havoc for Result, which will leave Deco solo, and the USP's not enough this time around. That is a very patient round from MIBR that works out nicely.
That's their bread and butter. We've seen it time and time again on their T sides in this tournament. When it comes to the mid to late round, MIBR really takes their time, waits for mistakes from the other team. Great supporting flash from Insani there to set up Brenzen for success. Timeout for Aurora. They're running out of cash on this CT side. Lackey is not going to be happy with what he's purchasing into this round. And MIBR with 3 alive. Their money is looking decent. 8 and 9. This game could really still swing either way, but MIBR at this point looking a little more favored. Nice PJs, mate. It's nice to be comfortable. Sure, there's a lot of people at home, you know, kicking their feet up. Similar sort of attire.
Yeah, nice and relaxing Sunday evening. Not for these teams. Working hard in the server. MIBR, can they use that as a catapult to get back into the map safe? It's just a spam battle through the smoke, but the orb comes up with the goods.
94 in 4 there. Not going to be happy with that. Contact out of Palace. What a shot from Insani.
Molly, though, going to cause some problems, and there is just no getting out of there for Result. He's in a crossfire with a Molotov at his feet. MIBR are into the A bomb site once again. Money is broken for Aurora.
Time to save. Nothing going on in this round. They've got no kits. They've got no cash to replace these guns. And MIBR don't really have the cash to hunt either. They want to try to stabilize their economy as this game goes 9 apiece. So take a little snooze for 45 seconds. Get into the next round. Just like this bloke's doing.
Doesn't look like a very comfortable spot for a snooze, but anyway.
Oh, he saw it for a second. The fact that he hits the single zoom at that range, this is why Insani is just the best player at this tournament so far, hands down.
Yeah, save 15-11. Insani 18-12. No better time than now to turn up. It is the grand final ESL Pro League slot on the line for season 20.
Tournament that's running adjacent to this one, so I'm sure that these teams will be looking at those games running and thinking, especially given the fact that they're both just sitting right outside the top 20 or about at the top 20. That's about where you'd want to start attending an EPL.
Yeah, number 20 for MIBR, number 23 for Aurora. Not far off one another. That is represented on the scoreboard as well. 9 apiece at the moment. It's about as tight as it gets, but Aurora down to just a couple of saved weapons that they're going to have to make some magic happen with. And Norway ducking in-game, in real life as well. And he's made it work very nicely. Deco there for one as well. And the next swing will come from Triple.
Deco's got another 2 through the smoke. This is ludicrous.
Yeah, Lackey.
Picked up by Lackey.
He was able to grab that extra gun and set himself up in Ninja. This has gone wrong for MIBR.
They're backpedaling into ramp. Not really sure how to approach this one. They're waiting for a mistake out of Aurora, but all they see is smoke.
Yep, not going to get the mistake now. The mistake actually was made by MIBR walking into that A bomb site. Both of the weapons that were saved through by Aurora were set up on that site. It should be Aurora now to get to double digits first. MIBR, they're fighting hard on this T side, but the rewards haven't quite flowed yet.
Kenzie pivoting back over to B outs means he won't be able to recover a gun if the round win is taken. 20 seconds? I think they're just saving in Palace. Like they can't be going for this one. Maybe playing, yeah, around, making sure that the guns don't get picked up by the CTs. We'll see if Resol can get his hands on an AK here. Movement coming in, actually pushing into ramp. AK found. Kenzie on his way over for jungle, but I don't think he's made it in time. That is, again, a massive round win from Aurora. The amount of half buys and ecos with saved guns that have been won so far on this map is a bit ludicrous. But you've got to give credit where credit's due to Aurora. Deco, HE nade inside of the smoke, jump over the top of the jungle smoke, and the little tower boost at Triple. It's not like they're not being creative to find these picks.
It's true. Ooh, safe. It's going to be denied any opportunity for a pick onto the A-bomb site by the quick Molotov. Yeah, Aurora, it's been a difficult task for them on Mirage. As long as they can get through it, though, go up 1-0, they can be happy with their campaign in the grand final so far. It is Aurora's map pick, though. They are definitely having some difficulty knocking MIBR over at the moment.
Very slow round for both teams. Deco convinced someone will make their way into underpass after a 2-1-2 start and some smokes into mid. MIBR going to make their way back towards this B site. Brenzen going to throw some util towards that A site, trying to pull some rotations in that direction, but Aurora heavily set up in towards middle and B. Brenzen throwing a one-man execute, and it has actually pulled Deco out of underpass towards A. They are reacting quite heavily. In comes the B exec though.
Resalt's here, ready and waiting, AK in hand. Norway and Resalt both go down for free. There is no answer from Aurora until Kenzie arrives as the rotator, but that is too little too late to deny the site from MIBR, and once again we'll have a tied game.
Beautiful set play. Brenzen left behind those smokes. Throws a one-man A execute that draws a massive response out of Aurora, and then MIBR, perfect utility on the B execute.
Good shot from Insani. They're going to try and hunt these guns down. MIBR recognize the value in breaking Aurora's economy late in the game. It's not a huge amount of cash floating around for Aurora, but with these two saved weapons, they will be able to put together a buy next round.
Yeah. Multiple players with 4K, one with 1500 who can get dropped a rifle.
Yeah.
Probably won't be an AWP coming into the equation, but should be 5 rifle at least. AWPs there for MIBR. Pretty good cash behind this buy as well. 1900 loss bonus apiece at 10-10. Aurora definitely cannot afford to get reset here. Whereas MIBR, you know, they could definitely recover for that, especially on the T side here. Insani keeping an eye on this A side of the map. He has often been left as the one in a lot of these MIBR T sides. Plays positionally very sound with the bomb left in spawn. He's going to have to make his way back. MIBR looking to make some moves in middle. Aurora have taken a lot of space over on this A extremity. And as the mid smokes come in, Aurora, compared to the other rounds where they really did want to crunch mid and be aggressive in that part of the map, they are just going to play hands off middle this round.
Yeah, 1 minute gone. MIBR take mid control. Now starting to explore apartments.
They've cleared out all of B. They put a lot of pressure on middle. Try to deny a lot of information to Aurora. Lackey in a key position here, as well as this duel between Kenzie and Insani. Going to be absolutely pivotal around the smoke in A ramp here.
Oh, Flash might give away the game. Kenzie will now be aware there's a player close, and he is going to be waiting for that nade into the smoke. Doesn't quite blow it open. Kenzie is ready and waiting. It's over toward B, though, that MIBR are going to head, and they find two entries. Where from? Safe and exit. And Kenzie, yeah, he gets the fight victory on A, but what does it matter? That'll be another round for MIBR.
Yeah, just no shots being hit by Aurora. You saw that crab walk spray over from under apartments to the short players, and Safe immediately punishes.
Is that enough to get MIBR the map win now? I mean, Aurora money is becoming very, very problematic, and MIBR are getting good entries on B. They're really putting the pressure onto Aurora now.
They are definitely favored to win this map. 2 rifles saved over, 1900 loss bonus for Aurora. And MIBR saving 3 guns again. Their cash on the T side is excellent. They have a very, very good chance of picking up their opponent's map pick here.
It'll be a real statement from MIBR. You know, a grindy kind of a map. They've worked hard for it.
This is the style they've been playing all tournament long. These T sides, just very slow pacing, set plans. Very, very clear. They've game planned quite heavily. That is the benefit of having someone, you know, as experienced as Knack in your coaching staff.
Yeah, MIBR, a couple of fans in the crowd. We saw sort of similar against Apex in the semi-final, right? At least one of those maps was a very, very grindy map from them that they just worked hard at, and they got it over the line, and it was ultimately what kind of won them that series, right? When they made that comeback happen on Nuke. Happened in the same kind of fashion here on Mirage. a little bit more back and forth, but that mental resilience is continuing to show. And Aurora, having come into this round with 3 USPs, you wouldn't think that there's going to be much for them here, which will put MIBR on map point.
Kenzie trying to make a play with the castle flashes thrown by Lackey. This ends up in the AK hitting the floor. Swings into middle, being punished actually by the silenced weaponry of the CT side here. How is this falling apart again for MIBR? Against absolutely nothing invested. 3 pistols, 2 rifles. It's Groundhog Day for the Brazilians.
You cannot let that happen. You cannot let that happen in a situation like this, in a grand final. Drop with a difficult task, but he starts it very nicely. Doesn't give up any of his HP for it. Problem is he's got no idea where these remaining CTs are. Results 20 and 13. Flash is going to give away the position of Deco, but drops through that smoke straight into Result. And Aurora will get their 11th.
Unbelievable scenes.
There's the Aurora fans in the crowd. We've actually got a couple of fans of MIBR, a couple of fans of Aurora, and then I guess the neutral party, which are just the Aussies who've decided to come and cheer regardless.
They're just fans of good Counter-Strike, mate. Oh my god, how many low buy rounds has there been in this game? 4 spies won. Incredibly messy. And MIBR now bankrupt off the back of that one. Massive economy swing in the favor of Aurora. 3 players with cash. Peek into middle from Kenzie off the back of the flash. MIBR preparing themselves for this A hit.
It's anybody's game now.
Look at the lean though. Norway's already on the rotation over here. Triangle crossfire to try and defend this A site.
Safe looking for that pick toward Ticket. He's not going to get the opportunity just yet. Already an entry for MIBR before the util even gets tossed on in. Kenzie caught with a nade in hand, and for all the hard work that Aurora did in the last round, it might be for naught. Unless Norway has something to say about it from the stairs. Brunson, he's taking an interesting entry path, and it does not work out. Norway is a one-man army trying to pull Aurora, kicking and screaming through this round. And he's going to have to do it alone. It'll have to be an ace. All 5 kills for the one individual.
MIBR just waiting for him to make a mistake. Turtling over on ramp side. Waiting on Tetris. Safe stays scoped up. And the longer they cut sound, the more Norway has to be concerned about the pivot back to B.
Yep.
That's all MIBR are waiting for, to just sow some seeds of doubt in his mind. He has to sit in window, listen for the plant on B. Oh, but he's coming back on a great timing.
Yep, if he can spot the cross. There is a smoke though. At least that'll be info, and he can start to creep his way forward. The stairs position could be something. Safe's only got a Galil, drops half HP. Let's see if Norway can pull it off. There's one, but where is the second? He's got no idea. Oh, not quite. It was nearly something magical for Norway, but that is 12 for MIBR.
That was ice cold as well. He just dry walks through the smoke in the 1-on-2. He did absolutely everything he could at 11-11 in a grand final. EPL spot on the line. Almost aces to break the money of the Brazilians. That would have been one of the most impactful plays you'd ever seen. But Drop is going to save things. And MIBR go up to map point.
Well, I'm afraid Aurora is going to have to do it again with a substandard buy.
Orp's out on Deco.
Orp M4, but what beyond that?
Couple pistols. 2 primary weapons and some pistols. It's been a recipe for success from Aurora time and time again. They're going to have to get it done.
Funnily enough. Okay, you cannot let this one slip, MIBR. You've really given Aurora so many leg ups in this map. But this is where it ends, surely.
Mid smokes again for MIBR. Molly to connect a quick smoke to top con. Pacing from Brenzen. Going to force his way into the connector. Goes straight for the opener. Going straight up the guts into jungle. Lackey finds him, but MIBR now forcing out A.
Yeah, only one defender there. It is Kenzie, who's decided to go back into connector with the MP9. Norway goes down in mid. That'll prompt a response. Deco and Kenzie, they need to put in the work here. Clear out mid first, and they're just not being able to do it. MIBR will seal the deal. It's 13-11 on map 1. And what a roller coaster that was.
It was. I mean, just back and forth clutches. Low buys being won, force buys being won on both sides. Big plays being made. It goes the distance all 24 rounds, but MIBR, their structure, their patience is rewarded, and they win their opponent's map pick. It's now on Aurora to respond and recover.
Indeed, map 1 done. Plenty more where that came from, but first we'll have to hear from the desk.
Yes, indeed, Jordan. Thank you to both you lads for walking us through a wonderful Mirage. All 24 rounds is what it took for MIBR to close it out 13-11 on the first map of this grand final of ESL Challenger Melbourne. And what a way to do it. Both these two teams brawling at every point on this map.
I just want to say, hell yeah, what a map. That
Yeah.
was entertaining, that had moments of suspense, that had individual plays, but more importantly, it had MIBR coming together as a team. The amount of intuition that they're coming out with, throwing out these fakes as well, trying to get these retakes out, and I think the boys at the back said it perfectly. The amount of chances MIBR gave Aurora in this series, and they still win it out, that says something.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think Aurora, we really saw it here, kind of the individualistic nature of a lot of their players. It really felt like they needed those players to step up and clutch. And oh my god, we saw some insane clutches. Like if you wanted, like for a map 1 of a grand final, it could not be any more exciting. Couldn't have asked for a better start. And yeah, everyone firing off, but the team play of MIBR, that was the key differential.
Yeah, exactly. It really did feel like they just had that little bit extra in the tank, where Aurora, they had some sharp shooters, but at the end of the day, it's all about getting those rounds on the board, and MIBR were able to close it out there. And we were really hoping that this was going to go to OT, but with MIBR closing it down here, the pressure goes back onto Aurora to perform in map number 2 to send us to a third.
And the amount of coordination that they needed in this as well, because of how many rounds went to the scrap, right? You've got trades left, right, and center. You got rotate timing that you need to almost get to perfection. And you got so much risk of pushing through these smokes, of using your utility as well. A lot of times when these bomb plants are going down, that you have to try and go for a retake, but you don't have the utility for that, and you're saving, you're getting impact out of your save in the next round. So we've got so much just momentum going back and forth in this map that, you're never really confident in how this one's going to turn out.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the way that we've been looking at how these rounds pan out, right? Like the way that you've just been touching on, we're just expecting a little bit more from both of these two teams. And as we go through this first map here, Mirage is such a great map for everybody to get excited, and you can see how excited all these players are. And there has been some very specific things coming from Aurora, right, Lucy, in a couple of these rounds.
Yeah, and there's a few rounds just wanted to highlight, because I think it sort of paints a picture of the issues that Aurora had on this map and why MIBR took it. So these are a couple of the really amazing clutches, 2 1v3s that Aurora brought out. And while they're incredible on their own, this was really kind of all they got on that T side, right? It was set up by these clutches. They ended up with 5 on the half. And the thing when you're playing, they mentioned being on a 4 out of 10 on their team play, right? And that's all fine and dandy on the CT side, where you're kind of playing your position, you're responding to what's happening. On the T side, you need to be taking the initiative, and that's when the team play is going to be an issue for you. So that's kind of the big difference we saw between these two teams, because MIBR's T side, they was much more controlled.
And you see the problem as well when they don't have these moments come out, right? They just get stalled out by the utility that MIBR are throwing. If they can't get the bomb plant down, they can't set themselves out for these clutches. But, I mean, I will admit, those clutches have had to give you the individual excitement to do something in this series, which did start them off in, the right trajectory for a good CT-sided start as well, but it just couldn't come over into the CT side. You can't do as lot of clutches and carrying on that side as they showed on the T side.
All right, well, speaking of, what are we expecting heading in towards that map number 2? That's the real question that we have on our lips. And before we get to map number 2, I want to do something nice and wonderful analyst on the end here. Lucy, obviously, you're a local hero in and of yourself. You don't get to be in Australia and do these events all too often, so I want to give you a nice little memento, a beat-up Sharon that we found outside of the MCA. We're able to provide it with you today, so enjoy.
Well, thank you. It's a privilege to be given this gift, but to me, the real gift has been all of you guys out here. You guys are fucking awesome, and this one is for you.
Oh my God, Lucy, you got to work on that handball, mate, but that was absolutely brilliant. Now, guys, I want to tell you a little story. It's something very important and dear to us, right? It's the story of Row F. So I'm here with Will and Flam. Now, this has been going on basically since the start of DreamHack, right?
Since the first DreamHack, you'd think it started with Aussies, but we were getting there before the complexity game. And I went, hey boys, wouldn't it be really funny if we went fucking crazy for a US team? Yeah, it would. And then all of a sudden, it's turned into this.
And Flam, what does it sort of mean to have these kind of events in Australia for the crew here?
Oh, I think I've spoken to players, right, and they're all happy about it. They're all up and about with the whole audience. All of the fans, all of the absolute people in here, the beautiful, beautiful people, absolutely love it. The players love it. The production loves it. Hey, Luke, you look good. You look good, Luke. You look good.
Perfect, perfect. All right. So again, community, it's something beautiful, and this is exactly what it looks like. So Luther, I want to give you something, mate. What are we chanting now?
I mean, I don't know how I have a voice left, but give us a major!
Give us a major! Give us a major!
Give us a major! Give us a major! Give us a major!
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
It's already yours, it's already yours. It's already yours. What you waiting for? What you waiting for? You know that it's blue faces. You spend every day this, but baby, just face it. You want this. Stop searching around the subject. You don't know whether you wanna kiss it or touch it. Why don't you wanna show me love in public? I don't understand. 'Cause you know it's already yours. 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 It's yours. It's yours. It's yours. It's already yours. It's already yours. It's already yours. It's already yours. What you waiting for? What you waiting for? It's yours. It's yours. It's yours. It's already yours, babe. It's already yours, babe. It's yours. It's yours. It's yours. It's already yours. It's already yours. It's yours. It's already yours. It's already yours. It's yours. It's already yours. It's yours. It's yours. It's yours. It's already yours. It's already yours. It's already yours. It's already yours. What you waiting for? What you waiting for? You know that it's yours.
Planet Earth. Terror, violent hatred.
In a fat burger, feeding off the tracks that I have to murder. Show no courtesy, verbally. I look at the mic as a burner. When I make them seize industry, figures have to merger. What's a vibe? Understand the dudes panic where the bullet hit. The rap lyrics was targeted, beats produced by Steven. Standard procedure is poison these fetuses. Make them hot and feverish. Who started this ish? Y'all feelings asleep and not.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and White Market.
Man, when the crowd interaction is that good, sometimes you just don't want the Counter-Strike to come back on. Guys, are we having a good night? I'm hoping it's going to last a little bit longer, you know? I mean, like, this could end up being a 2-0 now, Pilski. MIBR getting the dub there on map 1. Moving into their own map choice. Anubis, what do we reckon? Are we reckoning Aurora might have the chops?
We'll see. We'll see. I think, you know, they definitely had a good shot to win Mirage. Mostly predicated, though, off of big plays being made, low buys being won, clutch play individually. But MIBR, the system is what's winning them these games in combination with a couple of big performers.
This music is making me feel like we're going into like a haunted mansion or something in some kind of horror movie. But actually, we're just going on to Anubis. It's like kind of like a Scooby-Doo kind of vibe, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Raggy. Let's get into this one. MIBR on the T side of Anubis to start things off. Quick drop down and pressure into E-Box. He's trying to get out. Kenzie getting blocked by Norby. They've still managed to slip out of E-Box and back to the site.
Oh yeah, a bit of a traffic jam over there, but it does not seem to have a mattered. Shots are connecting on both sides. It's 1 for 2 at the moment. Insani, though, is having that impact despite being on 1 HP and then brought down to his knees. MIBR are in the site. They can't get that plant down. They need at least one more kill, and now they're getting it. It'll be on to Exit Solo. He's just reloaded. He's got the bullets he needs, and he's got the headshots as well. It's MIBR to start with the pistol again.
Aurora just continued to flood, continued to try to get back into the site and shut that round down. Big flank coming in from E-Box. Almost put it together, but the spacing here was the issue. Exit able to get a couple of shots off, and Lackey a few too many steps behind. Force buy in response from Aurora. They won their fair share of them over on Mirage. Let's see if they can put something together here.
Yeah, I'm sure that would have been part of the conversation for MIBR in the break. As to maybe something that could have been fixed from map 1 to map 2. It didn't ultimately cost them in the end, but it very nearly did.
Yeah, the anti-ecos, the anti-forces were a problem. Progression spoke to E-Box. And over across bridge. Lackey, a bee's dick from hitting that headshot. And it looks like MIBR just going to kick off this mid to 8. Pressure, Molly and nade into cams. They're shoving their way through the middle of the map. And with the smoke to back left side middle, they're going to split into A and Aurora. Well set up for this one. Reactive util going to smoke off cams, and you can see MIBR don't feel comfortable enough to push the issue just yet. They're waiting for a reaction from the CTs, but Aurora not pushing anything just yet.
Well, they do tend to bring this slower style every now and then. It's not much of a surprise as that smoke starts to fade, though. Into the A site we're going to go. Insani on the entry duty once again, having some degree of success before being swung like mad, but MIBR have the numbers there that they need.
Not much to do there for Aurora. I mean, they just kind of 3-stack towards that A site, but getting split through cams like that with great supportive utility. It's just simple stuff from MIBR. The high percentage utility to minimize risk really helps them get across bridge, over through house, on towards cams. And from there, they just leverage that position. with the support of utility outside of A over through Rugs to split that A site. And a lot of those duels, especially when you're getting flashed off the line that heavily and the utilities lay it very well, are difficult to win with the pistols. Those are just not favorable duels to be taking from those positions where you see them die. Oh, mate's chilling.
Just have a nice relax.
Let's watch the explosion, watch the fireworks a little.
2-0 though, this is going to be the first opportunity for Aurora fairly soon. What is actually in the bucket, I wonder? Could be anything, really.
I don't think I want to know. Whenever I've seen a vessel of that size,
yeah,
it's usually
a cup made for
questionable mix.
Indeed. All right, well, Aurora, one more round of the punishment that they're going to have to go through, and then it'll be their turn to try and have something. That said, you know, again, if we take a leaf out of Mirage's book, flies like this aren't too bad, apparently, for Aurora. There's another 2K on the MP9 from Norway.
Oh, MIBR, they do not want to be conceding this one.
No.
Trying to molly out that pillar position and force out the peaks. Aurora just playing a contact setup off Deco.
This would be bad if they would go into that B-bomb site. A lot of members there. MIBR thinking about it. They're tossing that util. Oh, dear. I think it might happen again. What do you even say about that?
The Eco one yet again for Aurora. The double swing to finish it off. Rifles retrieved. Massive economy swing again. And MIBR, they just cannot keep getting ecoed. They barely made it across the line on Mirage.
It's becoming a real problem now. This would be what? 3-4 rounds?
Yeah, 3, 4, 5 rounds. I've lost count. That they've lost versus low buy, versus eco. 4 spies. Big, big issues. I mean, it speaks to the individual skill of Aurora, but at the same time, given that they're winning so many of those rounds and still losing the game, that tells you the tale of the gun rounds, pacing straight up middle. Mac 10 and Tech 9 hand in hand, put too much pressure for Lackey.
Yeah, that is a real change of pace. MIBR are straight into mid, but they're losing a lot of HP on their way through to the util. Deco waiting for the push through cams. That's a nice 1-2 punch alongside there with Result. And Brenton, he's waiting for the push to come through, but no chance. And Aurora are right back into the swing of things where they otherwise should not have been.
That's going to break MIBR's money. Eco 1 immediately dealing with the force by to even things up 2 apiece. No loss bonus built up, no bomb plants for MIBR. Their money will be broken early, which means that Aurora is going to get a wealth of money and probably rounds on this CT side. This is setting up to be a very nice CT side for them.
Yep.
Which on Anubis is going to be fantastic if you want this to go to 3 maps.
Yeah, MIBR dropping the ball a little bit. They've got 1 flash to take into round number 5. Not too sure what they're going to be able to do with that when really it is just Glocks. Yeah, he's just got a P250, but not a lot of stopping power there for MIBR in this round, and Aurora going to ease their way into this CT side nicely now.
Nothing to be done with just pistols for MIBR. Consider their options into the next gun round.
Oh.
Can't see. Top in the blocking. And another. Time to go look elsewhere. Maybe let one of the other boys have a crack.
Well, there's that pop flash. It's actually worked out quite nicely. Kenzie full white, but was backed up enough to at least get the 1-for-1. There's more binks coming through. Norway just got double binked by a Glock, and actually MIBR are kind of doing damage on their way in.
Who's buffed the pistols?
Another one!
Someone's been in the server config. This is getting ridiculous.
Still, it's a round for Aurora.
All right, gun round now for MIBR. They've got a lot of work to do. Like, look at the cash now on the CT side. Orbs out for Deco as well. Early smokes for MIBR on multiple points of the map. House, E-box, and in towards A main. Deco going to run through it and sees absolutely nothing in middle, which is a tell in and of itself. Bomb shot missed. Safe pushes him away. Molly's exchange over towards A main. And that's where MIBR are going. It's a 1-4 for them. Insani left on the lurk. He'll try to control the rotations in middle while the rest of MIBR force their way into A.
Pop Flash is going to allow MIBR out on A long. They've got the progression smoke set up now as well. And here comes the rest of the util. Result only good for one. Lackey the same. MIBR not committing to the push off the back of that. They're going to give Insani some room to work. He's heard a rotation coming through. Norway, the flash, thrown a little bit too deep. He'll fall. And unfortunately for Deco, he's got way too many angles to worry about, so he has to back up in toward heaven and even start backing up towards CT as well. He's completely smoked off. There's nothing he can do. Spam through the smoke doesn't quite connect.
Probably going to save the AWP here. Pretty low percentage retake to be going for. Kensey's going to go fishing. See if he can find something. He's spotted a foot. Creeps up close on the angle. Takes out Insani. This is doable now.
They're thinking about it. They do have a defuse kit. Nade tossed up on top, but it's not worked out for Aurora, and they might end up losing the AWP as well. Deco starting to creep away, but yeah, MIBR, they're on the chase. They don't want to let him out of here alive, and he will maybe just not quite get out. That's worked out about as well as you can ask for MIBR. They really bait Aurora back into that one in the end.
Safe going to be the one to take him down. They were quite close to the bomb radius though. Not sure how many MIBR actually pulled through in that round. But assuming Safe was able to get close enough to the AWP, he should be bringing it into this next round. Indeed. AWP's out. 3 rifle and a MAC-10 on drop. Reinvestment for Aurora will bankrupt them. This is a swing round. Both teams out of loss bonus and out of cash.
Kensey's going to recollect another smoke. I'm going to see multiple smokes drop toward that E-box player.
Yeah, early smokes from the CT side. Here's the first wave of util for MIBR. Smoking off house to deny info. Molly to E-box to push the CTs back and onto double door. A main take out here from drop. MIBR being very active with their utility to just push the CTs away and mask their intentions here. Aurora, in the meanwhile, fighting hard for this E-box control.
Yeah, Exit's set up in a nice spot though. It's going to be difficult for Aurora to take control of E-box back when he's standing outside like that. So this starts to become quite an awkward B-side hold. Lots of angles to watch for Aurora.
No utility though. But they've got 3 players over here with the rotation from Deco.
Smoke's going to be naded open. First couple of shots go one way or the other, but inevitably there's just too many MIBR members and not enough around for Aurora. One caught on the rotate. Great shot again from Insani, who's continuing to have big impact on this T side of Anubis. Result doesn't even get one on the way out.
So sharp from Insani.
It was a bit of a stumble for MIBR, right? They allowed Aurora back in a bit, but doubling down now and really starting to show their strength on this T side.
And Aurora, it's again a eco round 1, which really bolsters up their economy, gives them multiple gun rounds to have some impact in this game. And MIBR just turn around and they say, no worries. We're going to win our multiple gun rounds back to back and push you back on an eco back to square one. They are being really dominant in the gun rounds. It's what won them the game on Mirage, just being able to recover from getting ecoed, not letting it break their mental, refocusing and making sure that they make the next few gun rounds count, and they've done it again. That is a championship mentality.
Oh, Exit's going to find a timing here with the MAC-10 as well. That's perfect. Gives MIBR a lot of options as he looks to try to clear out the B-bomb site. The rest of MIBR heading in the other direction. It's going to be the util getting tossed in to assist with the entry, and Drop is having no problems at all. Safe clears up Lackey behind the site. And Kensey, wonder what he's going to try to get up to here. A knife kill somewhere in the smoke would be pretty good.
I mean, Where he's sitting, more like can't see.
Oh, he might actually get one. Safe is standing right next to him, and he's got no idea. Kenzie couldn't.
He's all over it.
Baited.
He's all over it.
Absolutely bamboozled me.
5 alive for MIBR. Very clean air to Eco there, going up to 5.
Unfortunate.
Attack time out here for Aurora. Coach having some words, getting involved. Bay's not good enough to put an AWP in the hands of Deco. That AWP that they originally purchased. Oh, here we go. This man's meant to be a professional. You're on the job.
On the clock.
That man will do anything for clout. I can't really say I'm surprised.
Yeah, it's true. All right, anyway, back into it. Aurora hopefully thinking the same, you know, hopefully we can get back into it because they've just invested that attack timeout. It's starting to get a bit awkward for them again. Another big round ahead. Money's still pretty poor for Aurora if they lose this round.
It's going to be a quicker one for MIBR. They really want to just kick off this E-box split with exit on the entry with the MAC-10. Flash catches Kenzie full white. Unchecked in the corner. Somehow getting away with one, but Drop will put him down.
Yeah, that's fair enough for MIBR. They've still got avenues of attack into B. And the player caught on the rotation as well. Deco, his feet are sizzling, but he's surviving at the moment. Ooh, that's a good sharp shot from Drop. Norway goes down, Deco low. MIBR have, in a sense, kind of called the cancel. That is still not the bomb dropped. And Deco can't quite catch Safe on the way out. Information has been relayed by Insani, who went on an adventure to A.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want your lurker to do. He is your contingency plan when things go wrong. When you face such stiff opposition like you saw from Aurora there, not only did he, I think, catch the lurk across bridge, you can see a CT dead on the left of Deco there. That was a player who pushed across bridge and tried to get the B flank going. He was punished by Insani, but also Insani calling the mid-round to rotate back towards B instead of forcing it into the side of Aurora. Puts them in a very favorable post plant here, and that will be another round where they can just break Aurora's money and can continue rolling on this T side. It's looking very, very solid for them now.
Yeah, Deco's not even interested in going for it. Yeah, he might be able to find himself an AK somewhere as ways of an upgrade, but it's about as exciting as it's going to get. MIBR got to be pretty happy with the trajectory of this half so far. Again, they had their speed bump, but they got over that one quite nicely. And it's looking a little bit disconcerting in the Aurora camp at the moment. I wonder if they're starting to run out of ideas. They're certainly starting to run out of time in this grand final. First half of Anubis is more than half done.
Again, a half buy around that AK. This has been a situation that Aurora's been able to win far too many times for MIBR to be comfortable with. Deco trying to get active with the AK. Edging around the smoke. Doesn't see anything though. No activity in the middle of the map from MIBR yet. Progression utility into middle. MIBR in the meanwhile have taken a main control courtesy of Drop. Look at this rotation though. Aurora looking to kind of fight towards middle here.
Oh, well, that's a good shot from Safe. Another one. Are they prepared for a third player in mid? Kind of have to be in the circumstances. Ends up being a pretty clean one for MIBR so far. Kenzie will do what he can with the Deagle, but feels a little too far gone anyway. There's another for Insani.
It's working so beautifully as a pack. patience paying off. Aurora feeding MIBR all of the kills. This is exactly how you want to anti-eco.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like 2-0 territory right now. I mean, just look at the body language coming in the Aurora camp at the moment, especially from the coach.
I mean, it's just the fact that they hard reset MIBR on the T side. Had a massive economy swing courtesy of winning an eco round. They won multiple ecos on Mirage, but in the gun rounds, MIBR are diffing them pretty hard right now. Deco's got the AWP out yet again. He's on this deep line towards B long. Looking to try to isolate that B player, Result. He's been great in this grand final, and he's actually going to find a peek out of the A side of the map and be able to get away scot-free.
First time in a while that Aurora have actually had the opening pick. See what they can do with it. Don't need to get too aggressive anymore. Deco, though, on the solid line.
I mean, Resalt's been great. He's just been able to self-sufficiently find picks around the map and find impact. Had a great game of Mirage. Once again, 10-7 here on Anubis. He does not want to lose this grand final, but he's going to need some more help. Luckily, he'll be the first point of contact towards A.
Lackey's got a flash and a molly. And if Result can start like that, then there's a very good chance they'll hold on to this side. Double kill for Result. And the molly in from Lackey keeps MIBR at bay. It's a perfect hold on A, or as near perfect as you're going to get.
It finds a perfect timing to peek into the default, and then even mollied out of position, gets 2 more. Self-sufficiently, not requiring any resources. MIBR now trying to turn around this 2-on-4.
Yeah, it's not over yet. All it takes is safe to maybe grab one here if someone peeks heaven. Fake plan comes through, but Johnson went down and so did Safe, and so that'll be Aurora to at least get a 4th and some wind back in their sails that they are going to be hoping is at least going to be able to push them to a 5th round.
Yeah, I mean, look, 4 or 5 rounds wouldn't be too bad from Aurora, but this hasn't particularly felt like a close half. He even flashes for himself to set up that pick. Really, really big impact from this man in the grand final so far. Looking focused, looking pumped. Bit more movement in the middle of the map this time. Exit walking his way up towards E-Box. Result changing up his position, wants to try to go for a bridge pick this time maybe. The AWP's been moved over towards A main for Aurora.
Into the smoke, and the re-smoke from Kensi. Try and buy as much time as he can over toward E-Box. You're getting an exchange of util in mid as well.
This activity though is a bit of a tell for MIBR, who are more so using the util to deny info and set up Insani on the lurk. They've now taken A main here yet again. Insani going for the contest against Result. These have been the 2 standout players. Lackey at least able to trade. Brenzen trying to follow up. Catches him throwing a nade and peppers him for a few.
Yeah, Drop is trying to be a little bit of a pain on the other side of the map. While MIBR work in toward middle. They've actually smoked off Cams and Temple side. Doesn't really give Aurora much of an idea of where they're going to end up going. In fact, they drop back down into E-Box and they're going to walk their way into B. There's no defenders. It's more of a retake setup from Aurora than anything else, which if MIBR knew, they might not have invested all of that util. So there's nothing now to hold a post plant, but they'll at least get a bomb down and drop. Will get himself a freebie in the back of the head of Lackey to bring it back into the 3-on-3, but he doesn't know that he himself is being flanked, though. He might have heard a step. Kensi doing a good job on the B retake, and Drop's position is known. It's Aurora that will get their 5th. So they have some success at the back end of the half, and they've given themselves a chance here on map 2.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here
We are back into the second half, and everyone's getting a little bit of a piece of the fun, you know, even the crew getting involved now. But this might be the last half of Counter-Strike that we get at DreamHack 2024. So guys, I want you to, of course, be as loud and proud as possible.
Every time. Miss out on the propeller hats. Gonna have to cop one of those later.
But yeah, I mean, the evening might be winding down. It really kind of comes down to what Aurora can do here on the T side of Anubis, which is not an unfavored half, but pistol's going to be important. And they are giving the game away by throwing all that util. It's more than definitely going to be a B take. There's already 3 MIBR members over here, though Insani is about half a member at this point in time. Renzen trying hard with that USP, not finding anything. There is a headshot at least for drop. And he has been able to hold on to E-Box to allow that rotation in from the A players. 4-on-4 though, as the bomb did go down, and Aurora trying to hold on to the retake. They're not doing a great job of that. It is starting to get a little problematic. Safe feels scared. He's low. They've lost control of E-Box, but that doesn't really matter. Bomb is not planted for Deco right now, and he'll have to push his way forward. It's a full 10-second defuse. Exit's running out of bullets in the defuse.
Life's out.
No! He stuck it. He stuck it, and all he had to do was walk forward and left-click with the knife, but he didn't know.
He thought that being that close, picking up a Glock would be enough to get Insani off the defuse.
The balls of steel. Have a look at this from Insani.
Look how close he is. He picks up a Glock that close, and the man just holds the defuse down in a grand final. EPL spot on the line. That is ridiculous.
It's an absolute gamer move. 8-5. Bad news for Aurora. They drop the pistol in the second half. They'll force into the second round. They've got one smoke, though. One smoke. What are you going to do with one smoke?
Contact. Classic Russian CIS gameplay. Go take some aim duels. Get crazy. Might be a recipe for success when the individuals show up. There's a couple of them firing today for Aurora. MIBR can definitely leverage this utility advantage, though, to win the round. Smokes across the map, both mains and towards E-Box, just trying to keep the T's back for now. MIBR will be well aware that this is going to be a buy-up for Aurora, who are now just getting ready to split this B site through E-Box.
Yeah, they're going to run it back. They're going to give it another crack. MIBR will respond with some counter util of their own. Molly into E-Box will keep Aurora waiting. Brunson holding onto a counter flash as well to try to set up drop. Nade into the smoke. Flash will go over the top, but it won't matter. Aurora are finding their entries. Oh, the nade though. Catch Norway. And it's safe to try to retake from E-Box with an XM. I mean, 2 on 3. There is a possibility MIBR can still pull this one off, but they don't really have the weaponry, do they? There's a HG nade in. They've got no idea where these Aurora players are, and they don't have a smoke. They barely have anything to try and make this retake work. They've, again, got to sit a defuse, and it's all on this shot from exit, which will connect. MIBR will get a 9th. The XM does not even come into play.
2 rifles saved over, and Aurora bringing it down that close may consider a force here. Lost Bone is stacking up and repeated bomb plants. It's going to give them a fair bit of cash to try to fight for this half with. The pressure has got to be mounting though. MIBR can see how close they are to qualifying for EPL and to more than doubling their prize money at the end of this tournament. Half buy coming out for Aurora. Damage is imperative. You can see MIBR's got absolutely no cash to fall back on. Every single kill they get on the T side right now has massive impact.
Nade into the smoke for MIBR to have a bit of a look outside B main. They don't spot too much. Again, Aurora, they're running at the brick wall. They're continuing to try to make this B site work, and granted, they've actually done a pretty good job of it in terms of getting in, but it's the retakes that they haven't been able to hold off. Again, MIBR, they lose the site, but they look so solid as they try to retake it. Another 3 on 2. They'll set themselves and give themselves a little bit of a time here. Deco and Kenzie, got to make this one happen for Aurora. Time is running out. Flash over the top. Insani, he's dug out one of those players and safe the other. It's too clean from MIBR.
3 alive. It's a pretty even result for both teams, but there was definitely potential to win that one for Aurora. That's going to be a little disappointing. Another missed opportunity. But as I mentioned, damage was done. A 3rd bomb plant in a row is going to set them up for a very comfortable bye. This game is well and truly winnable for Aurora. But they got to start winning some of these post plants. Orbs out for Deco. None for MIBR in response, just sticking to the 5 rifle. Might not have had the cash for it. Big movements in towards this A side of the map. Molly going to shut the door for now. Oh, Deco.
Yeah, it's not every day of the week you're not going to see that E-Box position getting smoked off either by the Ts or by the CTs.
Yeah. MIBR smoking off bridge, smoking off main, which are kind of both parts of the map that Aurora are trying to make some moves in. Reactive flash being held there by Safe. Re-smoke has been juggled over to exit, so he can re-smoke A main and shut Aurora out of that part of the map. Second Molly onto double doors here, as well as a smoke onto house. HG nade inside of the smoke. Insani denied.
It looked like a good setup for MIBR, right? You had the flash over the top and the nade in the smoke. Well coordinated, but you're still going to have to hit your shots. MIBR with the numbers deficit now are going to start to get a little bit unhappy with that and look for a bit of information of their own. That Molly's going to be through a little bit too late, though. Has split the offense.
Yeah, but this split is imminent. One of these CTs has got to go absolutely ballistic, and Safe is kind of transitioning across to the side. Doesn't know how close Lackey is.
Oh, no.
And they just get crunched on. There's nothing that they can do in that setup. There's just far too many Ts, far too many angles to be holding. And that's just going to be an immediate save for MIBR.
Yeah, fair enough. Still got a bit of cash in the back pocket for a few members there, so they should be able to afford to put something together next round.
Should be a decent buy, but the loss bonus is not good for them.
Got a lot of time to play with, though, for MIBR. Up 10-5, well, 10-6. So they won't be feeling the pressure just yet. It's a bit of a road ahead from Aurora before things get too exciting.
It's going to settle the nerves a little for Aurora, though. They recognize, from a logical standpoint, this game is very winnable on this T side of Anubis. They are continuing to keep the pressure on. They're continuing to keep these rounds close. It's got to be a little demoralizing to lose several post plans back to back to back, but they just need to make sure that they keep themselves focused and level-headed. This game is very winnable for them. The pressure of a grand final can sometimes make you forget that.
Yes, indeed. MIBR hoping to be the second Brazilian team to win an ESL Challenger Melbourne. It's Payne and then Movistar Riders that we've had raising the trophy here in Melbourne over the previous few years. Aurora to attempt to play spoiler, but still some work to do in that department. And again, no smoke to E-Box from either side. And that usually does tell you something's up. Normally, if you're a CT playing this position, there's no smoke, you think, might not peek that one. There's probably an AWP watching. You'd be right in this case. The drop has somehow gotten Kensi.
Yeah, great opener. Oh, HG finishes him off. He's forced in front of the molly. Beautiful util usage to trade that one back from Aurora. And Result, he's made multiple plays here, thrown himself a cheeky little one-way in towards A main. May even try to go for a timing push here. Swung from heaven, spotted out. Util trying to force him back. He's just pivoting around the pillar, playing with his food, while the rest of Aurora takes space in middle.
Yeah, I like this. I actually like that from Insani. It's going to set them up nicely for a little bit of trickery. He's on his merry way.
Still in mid. Oh, they're crunching onto him. Push through the middle of the map. That's nice from safe heads-up play, but this is where the B play going to start to get involved in the action.
Yeah, they're aware that it's a B play, though. They've cleared that area of the map out towards A, so they know that this hit's going to have to come in through B main, and already you can see the damage being done by the nade. Brunson will shut it down. That's 11.
Great fluidity on that CT side there. There were so many pressure points across the map. Towards E-Box, towards A main, they had a player all the way deep on pillar, and MIBR, they keep their cool. Great calling in the mid-round. You know, Result was even heads up to know that that E-Box push had come through, but safe pushing through A main. They were able to pivot wherever they needed. They were able to rotate through the middle of the map and be active enough to just have the personnel wherever they needed them to deal with exactly what Aurora was throwing at them.
Yeah. Aurora starting to run out of ideas. They're looking pretty dejected. They were very much the favourites coming into this event in general, but the grand final as well. And they've certainly made a mess of it, just like everyone's been making a mess of themselves in the crowd. 11-6 right now. It's a tough one to come back from. There's enough money in there for Aurora to scrounge something together, but this will really be the last chance. I mean, you've got a 2.9k loss bonus. Sure, you could say we'll get the bomb down. Maybe we can have a crack next round, but coming back 12-6 with money like this, it's just not realistic.
On the other hand, though, MIBR minimum loss bonus and no cash in the bank. This would be a massive round to win. This would make the game of Anubis winnable. And it's not like MIBR wouldn't be able to recover after a couple of rounds and still have 1 or 2 more gun rounds to try to win this game, but this is the start of the dream for Aurora.
Or the start of the nightmare. There's going to be a pop flash into A main. Exit was ready for it. He hit the headshot, so did Result, but one had an AK, the other didn't.
Send Result at him. That's a good strategy. Molly's further extending control. They're executing the A site and double mollying through the middle of the map. Trying to set up for an A split. Insani's all on his lonesome, the best player at this tournament. Positionally perfect yet again.
Waiting for it. Another smoke to come through. There's players all over the place, and he's got 2. Somehow he's got 2 out of that. Safe surviving. Trying. What a shot. And all of a sudden, it is Norway alone. You would have thought there's just no chance MIBR would have a numbers advantage at this point in the round. But Insani comes up big and Safe hits a great shot. And Norway has to do it alone.
7 bullets in the Colt. MIBR giving him all the space to play with. Drop tucking himself in a corner. They're doubling up, making sure they can trade Safe, who's low on HP. Molly picked up by Norway. Hasn't tapped it yet.
Toss it into Heaven. 30 seconds left on the clock. Doesn't really have time to be going back over to B unless he makes a lot of noise. So MIBR safe in the knowledge, assuming that this is going to be an A hit. Norway's going to walk right into the crosshair, but hits his own headshot first. Drop though, close by. He's going to allow the bomb plant to go down and only now start to creep his way out. Norway for a huge clutch here for Aurora. Can't get it done. MIBR now 1 round away.
Bomb plant plus 2.9. They can put together something in the next round. But Insani, again, as I mentioned, the perfect position. He's got players surrounding him on all sides. As you mentioned, still gets away with 2. Has so much impact in that position. Creates space for Brenton to get 1, for Safe to rotate in through Heaven's side, get another, and puts them in that 2-on-1.
Yeah.
That could have been a nightmare for this side of MIBR, but here's the buy through from Aurora. It's actually a decent looking buy, and once again, MIBR is broke if they drop this round.
Yeah, really clutch shots being hit by a couple of the MIBR members. Back to it, run it back. Aurora going to have to try and make something happen. Deco quick down into Canals, but held at bay by the Molotov. They want to default back over to B, which has been their port of call.
Getting halted by the util though. They're just going to try to walk through the progression smoke here.
This actually might work out for Norway. Hasn't been traded back either. MIBR, they're letting it slip. It's almost safe call straight away.
Yeah, they do not have the money to be able to contest this round. This has to be an instant save. That is balls of steel from Norway though, to just walk through the progression smoke. Knows that the fight on E-Box is happening. The Deco has been shut out there, and that's where the focus is from the CTs. Another one from Norway.
I guess what do you
None
have
of these
to lose?
guns are replaceable right now.
Yep. I mean, what do you have to lose really there as Aurora, right? You're down 12-6. You kind of have to take a risk. You kind of have to do something, you know. Chances are you're probably going to lose the game anyway. Might as well throw a spanner in the works.
That is a winning mentality sometimes. Some would say a nothing to lose mentality. But when you got an EPL spot on the line, doubling up your prize money, is a difficult prospect to be considering. Facing against Series Point. That was the round Aurora needed to start to make a bit of a resurgence in this game, but they've got plenty more work to do. Looking like a force buy for MIBR.
Yeah.
2 rifles, Deagles kept on over. And an AWP in the hands of Safe.
MIBR was able to mount quite a comeback in their semi-final against Apex. See if Aurora can do the same in the grand final here. Norway.
Branson's first bullet is ridiculous.
No chance there at all. And already Aurora down to 4, now 3. What is going on? They're letting it slip. Exit, he's been able to change up his position as well, and he's being covered off by Safe. This is looking safe indeed for MIBR, 3-on-5. Aurora have stalled. They're stuck behind the smoke. They don't know where to go. They don't know what to do. It's 2 players left standing for Aurora to try to save the grand final. And now just Lackey, MIBR, they have done it, and they will take the trophy at ESL Challenger Melbourne 2024.
Repeat victory in Melbourne for a Brazilian team. And this team, so many standout players. Insani, the best tournament player that we've seen here in Challenger Melbourne 2024, but plenty of strong individuals, and I have to give it to MIBR. It was the system, you know, the coaching staff with great game plans, the consistency that sets them up for success despite losing multiple rounds to Ecos. They kept their mental strong, they kept their heads screwed on well, and they were able to recover beautifully.
Yeah, just like they did from day one, right? They went down on day 1 to Rebels 13-10. Even going into day 2, yes, a comfortable win over Rusa, but It's been a bit of an up and down tournament for MIBR, but they have peaked when it mattered, and they will take that trophy in just a moment.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic performance, guys. I'll get you to come over with me, please. Everyone, MIBR, over here. Gentlemen, please join us right now. I want you all to line up next to this trophy, please. Line up next to the trophy. Let's go. Alrighty. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank each and every one of you for being a part of this, and also we need to cheer to Aurora. One more time for Aurora, please. Alrighty. I'm just going to ask the guys, exit. Listen, mate, how are you feeling right now?
The best feeling. I'm so happy.
Is there anything you want to say to the crowd before I get you guys into this?
Thank you very much, guys. It's amazing. You guys are amazing.
Okay, without further ado, guys, prepare. Get ready for this one right now. Put your hands on that trophy. Australia, Melbourne, I want to hear it. Give it up for your champions. It's MIBR!
With the confetti in the air and the trophy lifted, MIBR are crowned your champions at ESL Challenger Melbourne live from DreamHack Melbourne. For 2 years in a row, it is Brazil that is a champion down under. They are forged in the fire when it comes to being a crowd favourite, and now they come here once again to get themselves another victory, and what a way to do it as well. They were able to go onto Anubis, and they just looked like the better team. Yes, they were getting shot out of the server when it came to the individual members of Aurora, but the way they played together as this 5-man unit was too strong.
I think that sums it up perfectly as well. We just saw a lot more individuality from Aurora in times of team need, where MIBR were able to cover their bases, play off each other, help each other, and let's be real, set up Insani for brilliance.
Yeah, and what a journey for this team, right? A team that has yet to pick up a LAN trophy in CS2 as a squad, and the journey they've been on in this event. They were almost eliminated by Apex earlier today, 11-3 down, surmounted an incredible comeback, a 13-0 coming into the grand final and showing what they've got.
Yeah, it really does feel like they had to go through everything. They went through the roller coaster of almost being sent home, and then they went through the highs of a 13-0 for the first time here in Melbourne. And now they're able to raise the trophy in front of an Australian crowd that I feel like they've won over with the Counter-Strike they've been able to play. It was so tight, they almost let it slip on Mirage as well, Komodo, but these guys, they really believe in each other and they have that communication, that chemistry to really get themselves to that next level.
And that's the next level that they're looking for, right? We see and we talk about the domination they've had locally in Brazil, looking to get into Pro League as well, to just show that this is a new team from South America that has what it takes to be able to knock at the door at Tier 1 and say, look at us, respect us. We are here to fight. We are here to destroy you.
Yeah, the team that's shaking off some of the burdens that have been with them as well. We talk about that RMR run, the disappointment where they felt they should have been at that major. They were a favourite to make it through. They've bounced back from that moment, lifting the trophy here, getting that spot in Pro League and showing that they are a force to be reckoned with.
Exactly, and on the other side of the coin as well, commiserations for Aurora. One of the teams that we were expecting to be able to lift the trophy themselves, but it was MIBR's day today. And they will have another chance to get that EPL slot, and it means a lot to these guys as well. You can tell just being able to get more of that international experience and be able to take what they've learned here in Australia and really be able to put it to the test against some of the best teams in the world and see if they can be the next major champions.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a couple of chances for them to still get in towards Pro League. Don't get me wrong, right? That's what they got to set themselves up for next. That's what they got to look forward towards. And I mean, there's so much review that they can do from here as well, because there's so much that worked for them. There's so much that didn't. And on either side, you got to remember, you always learn a lot from a loss.
Yeah. Exactly. It's all about what you learn from the negatives and being able to improve and get back. And you can hear the crowd already. They want these guys to know that they've loved every single moment of Counter-Strike they'll be able to bring. And we're so excited to potentially have them back in Australia as well. But it's all about MIBR here. The Brazilians, the fact that they beat an Australian team on the stage and they're able to perform like that in front of the Australians is just a beautiful storyline in and of itself.
Yeah, and I think the whole crowd is behind them here. You know, we saw them cheering for Aurora at one point, but I think they came around to the way that MIBR were playing Counter-Strike, and how couldn't you? Even some actual Brazilians here, they got the flag, the entire nation represented. It's beautiful to see.
Yeah, I mean, Inzaghi ends with a 1.6 KD as well at the end of that, just rating rather at the end of that series, which is nuts. And I mean, overall for the whole event, we were kind of theorizing where he would end up, over 1.5. That's just absolutely mental.
Yeah, it's insane, especially seeing how happy the Brazilian fans are. They had to get through the fire that is Row F when they were not cheering for the Brazilians in MIBR. But at the end of the day, they're the ones that get to stand tall with the trophy in their cabinet. And it's just been such an amazing event in and of itself. I'm so glad that we're able to have lots of different styles of Counter-Strike too, right? We saw clashings of Counter-Strike, we saw the sharp shooters in Aurora, and we even saw MIBR that seemed to have that belief in the team. And then we even saw what the Australians were able to put up. Yes, we weren't able to get ourselves a series victory on the stage, but they can be proud nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those guys are going to take away some brilliant experiences and some great moments for their Counter-Strike careers as well. And they'll take that, you know, for the life of it.
Yeah, I mean, Rooster was the team that one of the teams that actually took it the closest to MIBR, right? So that's something to, you know, you went against the champions and looked pretty good. So, you know, it's not a bad little thing to take home with you, but it's really great to see, you know, it wasn't just like one team coming through and stopping. You know, there was 3, 4 teams in contention for this trophy, but obviously the best team won.
Exactly. We would have loved to have had a full 3-map series, but it was only 2 for MIBR to lift the trophy. And it has been such an amazing weekend for us to jump into Counter-Strike 2 and really bring it back down under once again and provide what we can for the Melbourne crowd. And we'll just have a quick look at our playoffs bracket as well. Komodo, Rebels versus Aurora. We're expecting a little bit more from the Rebels. Unfortunately, it was a little flat for them on the stage, but that Apex versus MIBR match, that was an absolute banger.
Yeah, I mean, we look how MIBR actually performed in this grand final as well, and there were some brilliant moments in that, but the Apex MIBR, I mean, you have to play together as a team so much and have so much faith, so much trust in all your setups, all your defenses, and just your teammates to make sure they've got your back when it matters.
Yeah, I feel like that game for MIBR was a real resilience tester. In fact, they were able to pull off that comeback and then, you know, just be in that form to 13-0 the map too. That really set them up to win this. I think, you know, if that hadn't been such an insane comeback, I don't know if they'd been as fired up or in the form they were, but it's a massive testament to them as a squad.
Yeah, it's insane that they're able to do that today and really be able to, you know, come in and perform the way they have and then come into a grand final with all that confidence as well. And with the champions being crowned, it's time for us to crown our player of the tournament as well. And I think it is going to be none other than the man that is on your screen. It's going to be Insani coming in from MIBR. This guy's a freak. He's tapping heads and he has been such a dominant force for MIBR.
1.51 rating across an entire tournament. That is absurd. 180R, 28 opening kills. I feel like anytime this guy saw someone on the screen, it was a one-tap, instant headshot.
Yeah, I mean, the space that he's able to find, and even in sticky situations, just coming out with multi-frags, and the patience from him as well, right? Doesn't crumble under pressure, knows exactly where to be almost 99% of the time. You can't really fault him, and I'm looking at this player to follow in a career for Brazil as someone who is really going to become a legend.
Yeah, it really does feel like that he's been able to perform now on land and just be able to move forward, you know, outside of the realms of online and now be able to prove that he is a fragger when it comes to those important moments. And I think a big thing as well is it seemed like he was bringing the energy for the MIBR guys as well. Not only was he fragging the server, but every time it was a clutch round, every time something big happened, he was getting excited. He was getting the boys around him, and it really enabled them to get through some of these sticky situations.
Yeah, I think enabled is the right word, because sometimes it just did feel like it was an Insani 1v9, and he was the one that was keeping them in it. He's the reason that they got through that Apex matchup and the reason they even got into the grand final, because we were one round away from Apex being the team that was in this grand final, right? But it was Insani. He was the guy that got it done.
Yeah, he definitely was, and even outside of those moments, even when MIBR are in front, he's still able to be set up for success. And there was just so many moments where you're just looking at this guy being like, he's not going to get enough here. I remember one moment towards the end of this Anubis map, he's just sitting on the site and he gets 2 out of nowhere. It's like, how is this guy getting these multi-frags and not being traded?
I mean, it's just the individuality in those moments, right? It's not crumbling under pressure. It's having the assistance of your teammates as well. You look at all the utility his team actually sets up around him when he is in the sticky situations. The smokes that he's just confident to play around or to just settle, knowing that his time isn't right now to risk it for the biscuit. It's to be a little bit cautious, be a little bit patient, it'll pay off later.
Yeah, he's an incredibly skilled player, but he's also just very intelligent, which I think is the big difference. And not to put any shade on towards the Aurora players, but that was the difference, right? It was the team play and it was making the right decisions. The decision making was a massive difference between these two teams. And you know, we put the head-to-head going into this series of Insani versus Kenzie. I actually think they're both probably very individually similar in terms of their actual raw talent, but the difference is the experience that Insani has showed playing with this team over the last year. And yeah, it just showed his decision-making was on a whole nother level.
Yeah, it really did feel like that was the extra 1%, right? And that's something we touched on at the top of the broadcast on Friday. It was all about these 1%ers for these teams to really get over the top. Yes, everybody is insanely skilled when it comes to being in the server, especially a lot of those Aurora guys. And you can just see MIBR, if they're winning a lot of these duels, even when it starts becoming, you know, at a man disadvantage, you can just see the way that this team works and the way the cogs start to turn and really be able to turn around a lot of those retakes and all those kind of clutches.
I mean, they've really gone through different situations in this tournament when you think about it as well, right? Some losses, some massive comebacks, some massive wins, that 13-0. You definitely want to forget about that one if you're against that. But just going through the emotions, being up, being down, trying to come back together as a team as well. The whole squad has just played phenomenally in this one. And this grand final too, I mean, to come out with a 2-0 when everyone's expecting the third map, that says something.
It definitely does indeed. So let's go and have a look to see what MIBR has secured and what everybody else at ESL Challenger has secured as well. Obviously, our Brazilians are at the top with 50k in the back pocket and that beautiful EPL slot as well. And everybody else getting a nice divvy of the cash. You know, KZG getting themselves 2k, rocking up, being the guys who came in as their replacement for the Chinese team in New Happy. They still walk away with something.
I feel like we've been done a little bit dirty here with the way they've ranked the numbers. We should put Rooster at number 5. You know, it'll just look a little bit better. You know, it's the same standing at the end of the day. So just you know, let's take that moral victory though.
Yeah, let's get one over the North Americans. And even Apex and Rebels, right? They made themselves all the way towards the end here. They get a nice little 10k kitty. They obviously would have loved that EPL slot, but I mean, the cash allows them to go forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know that there's going to be some good recovery from them as well going forward into the tournaments in the near future too. We heard from Mitha that, you know, Apex are going to have to do a little bit of restructuring too, and their map pool kind of reflected that a little bit, trying something new with, what, 3 weeks of preparation for a map like Nuke as well. So you're always going to be taking these risks to try and find those rewards. In this tournament, you've got to understand that, but I think when MIBR comes and slaps you a little silly, you need a little bit more deeper reflection in those times.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of reflection, it is time for now, Conky, to have a chat to our second place team in Aurora.
And of course, after a massive grand final, we do have to again say goodbye to Aurora. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, they've been a star of the weekend. They were one of the favorites. And result, all I can say is first, I don't want this to be too somber. You got a lot of fans here in Australia.
That's cool. I love them, really.
And look, tell me a little bit about it. You guys came a long way to come here, of course. You know, I suppose talk to me a little bit about the grand final. Where do you think you fell short?
I don't really want to say about a game, but first of all, we meet. It was our first travel in Australia. That's a good country, a very good country, and we have I think 3 days or 2 days just to walk around the city.
So let's talk positive then. You guys have got some big events upcoming. What's next for you guys in Aurora?
I think it's Boom Dacha with more top placement teams and some more prize pool, yeah.
And you still have, I think, some events later in the year that should get you potentially that ESL Pro League spot. You looking forward to that?
Yeah, of course. I think we should qualify for ESL Pro League because, like I said in past interview, I want to be in the top 3 CIS teams and like top 15 teams of Europe. Yeah.
I think you guys can get higher than top 15. Trust me on that one. But mate, look, it's been a pleasure, all right? It's been an awesome weekend. Have a good rest of your time and all the best.
Thank you, bro. I love you. I love you, bro.
Legend. Have a good one.
The crowd loves you too, Result. You've been able to perform very, very well on the stage. And those Aurora guys are absolute fraggers. And as soon as it starts getting towards that 6, 7 out of 10 when it comes to their team play, those guys are going to be freaks.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing for me with this team, right? They're pretty new, all things considered, right? This was a rebuild coming out of the RMR. They changed up their coach. They brought in Result, this insane fragger who insanely frags. So all of the pieces are there. It's just a bit of time. They've already won LAN a couple of weeks ago. This one, they've come second. It's a team on the up and up. map.
Yeah, and they went through a lot of maps in this one as well. A lot of brilliant pieces of all of the players. You know, all 5 of them had moments at times. They just need to kind of fix those a little bit, play on the strengths, look at the weaknesses, and adjust. Because, I mean, they made it, you know, pretty much on their first land to the finals. Everyone donned them the favorites as well, right? So they're doing something right around the world. They've just got that one little step to get them up.
Exactly, one little step indeed. And we also have one little step before we say goodbye to everyone here in the arena at Melbourne. So for the final time, some final thoughts, Komodo, before we say goodbye to everyone.
Some final thoughts?
About the tournament as a whole.
The tournament as a whole. There's been some great moments throughout this tournament as well. Some real head-turner moments, some massive clutches, and for a lot of these players, actually first time to Australia, a lot of players first time on LAN, I think those are the moments that they really want to just reflect on in the next coming days, but then hopefully don't forget moving forward.
Yeah, I think the storylines have been beautiful at this event. The Australian teams, the Australian crowd, and for me, it's just been, a bit selfishly, it's been an amazing homecoming. Like, this is just a beautiful event, and it's been great being a part of it.
Yeah, it's been super awesome. This week has definitely far exceeded my expectations coming back into Counter-Strike 2 and being able to be a part of such an amazing talent lineup with all you guys, the guys out the back, and Bibian as well, who absolutely crushed it for the first time on the desk. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to say goodbye from down under here in Melbourne. This crowd has been the best in the world, and I have one final thing to say to you guys. Give us a bloody major. We'll see you guys next time. So as always, stay safe, and we'll see you guys for the next one.
Big clash in. Breno with 4 is on the bomb. Defuse, in fact, it's not just a tap. He's going to push forward and he's going to win the round. Flay, well done.
Brenton playing with him, he's just not missing a single thing right now on the orb. The crack line. Oh, what a shot!
On the sandbag. Oh, he's got a 3K with the M49. That's just illegal. Stand loud and proud. Get your cocks out for the boys and make MIBR fear the cock. Kamali on the bomb won't matter. There's smokes available. Defuse on. Not cancel, but it is Danger with 3K. And Rooster finally have something to get pumped up about.
1 HP. That's probably just around done enough there.
Doesn't need it. Decided to throw it anyway.
Oh, Molly! He's absolutely bottled it.
Give it up for your champions. It's MIBR!
The truth, you know, it always comes out. I want you. Didn't you hear me call? I want you. Oh, weren't you listening at all? I've been banging on your door. I'm just too loud to ignore. Try, but I will never choke. Yeah, I'm so fire, all you see is smoke. Was no shock to told ya. I told ya it was over. from London. Here we go, right in the rhythm with a lively flow. If you don't know, then get to know. Jump on a mic and show down the show. Whoa, I stay with it. Skippy on the beat, on point with the lyrics. No gimmicks, got this thing wicked. Big tune, just watch how I spin it. Growing up in the UK, man, I had lessons, teachers, parents, alongside my brethren. Now I'm in studio sessions, trying to take my dreams to a brand new direction. Work from the morning to the night, trying to see my name up in the lights. Big billboards, gonna reach new heights. For the youths, man, we gotta show them what's right. Reach into the world right now. This sound, voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. This sound, reach into the world right now. This sound, voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. This sound. Early days, channel you on the TV. Big MC showed me what I'm about to be. Videos and mega flow showed me the grime scene. That's when I knew this rap team was for me. Wrote bars at the back of the bus with the G's at my local youth club. Big respect, I gotta show them love. Believed in me when I was young. Now I know what I gotta do for the family. Now I gotta prove. After everything we've been through, you gotta stay true to you. As you only got one voice, it can't be heard above the noise. It's your time, gotta make your choice. It's your time. Reach into the world right now. This sound, voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. This sound, reach into the world right now. This sound, voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. This sound, this one for my people now. Listen up, better hear the sound. This one for my people now. Listen up, better hear the sound. I've been catching feelings while you play the field. Is this just a game or should we make this real? We could call it quits if we could make a deal. Don't play me, baby. I could take your heart, but I'm not one to steal. Even though I know you know I like cheap thrills. Let's just call it quits, come on, let's make a deal. Don't play me, baby. Don't be playing games with my heart when you know that I liked you from the start. So don't be playing games with my heart, baby. Come meet me at the finish line. Don't be playing games with my heart when you know that I liked you from the start. So don't be playing games with my heart, baby. Come meet me at the finish line. This one's for the girls, only kick it with the boy when it's on our times. Don't drop the ball if it's on our turf. Wanna run with walls, baby, now you're gonna learn. Cause it's a brand new day. Put some respect on the girls and gays and days. You know you only won cause we never got to play. What's up with your face? You good? Okay. This one's for the girls, only kick it with the boy when it's on our terms. Don't drop the ball if it's on our turf. If you whistle at a wolf, better know you're gonna learn. Step up to the plate, your fair game. Speak up, babe, what did you say? Drop the front cause I what's your name? Said drop the front cause I what's your name?